I just hit 200 days in my Create Mod world, and in the previous 100 days, I tore down an entire mountain, built a beautiful courtyard, and built my main factory building. I built the interior I'm standing in now, and much, much more. This video is the culmination of the next 100 days on the Create Mod where I build and invent some truly crazy things. That's all the intro you need, so enjoy the movie that is 100 days in the Create Mod. In the last episode, we literally got a stack of netherite, which is bonkers to say. But also, we got the iron farm set up above us, right where my head would be. And I think that's it. I don't remember. What the heck? Where did they go? That's weird. I think that's all we did. This episode is going to be very interesting. I want to, first of all, build the all-in-one machine tutorial thing that I made a video on last Friday. And then also connect up everything. All of my machines that are upstairs right now and connect it to the storage system back there. And then also connect up some smart on and off switches so that if, like, let's say our iron is full, we can turn off the iron farm and hopefully that'll work. I do have a bit of a secret. This is recorded afterwards, and I did record an intro for this beforehand, but my mic wasn't working, so I wasn't saying anything the whole time. And I already built the things I talked about upstairs, except for the on and off switch. But here's the recording and a little voiceover from editor me. First, I used a schematic cannon to create my all-in-one farm. I turned it on, tested it, and it works. Fabulous. Then I started laying out the paths for all the items. The all-in-one stuff goes down this main stretch here. Then in comes the iron, and then we connect it to this like little road with the blackstone, and then it goes into the storage. And then after that, just belts. So many belts. I keep putting down belts, and there's always more belts. Then I got started on the, I guess, connecting to the storage system part. It's basically put a hopper down, comparator. If the hopper's full, the redstone link turns on, preventing any blackstone from leaving the chute. And we can see testing in here. It works, kinda, but the chute was too small, so I switched it with a barrel, and that pretty much fixed it immediately. So then I connected the iron to it, set it all up, and then tested it. That worked great. And then I set the filters for quartz, gold, and bricks, realized I didn't have enough space, and then made 3 more of these systems. I then put in all the filters, set them to diorite, andesite, and granite. I then had to completely remove the old all-in-one storage system, replace it with the new thing that I was doing, tested it, it worked, and then I moved the entire thing that I just built up by 1 block because I thought it looked better. Wow, wasn't that so interesting? Let's head upstairs and see what I made. This thing is crazy and it looks so cool. I'm so glad at the way it turned out. And when I finished editing and recording that video, I thought of a way better way for all of this stuff, and I'm really annoyed about it. I could rewire all of this again, and I think I do that because we have an extra block under here that we are not using. There is open space right where this target block is. We could just have the hopper going straight down into a drawer controller slave and make this a 1 wide tileable thing and save so much space. Even though this looks sick, I think it'll look way better if we just have rows and rows of the stuff. But I think we do that a little bit later because right now it's working. I want to, if I show you here, we currently don't have like toggleable on-off switches. I know over here, we technically have one where we have the comparator output going into here, which would work, but I also want to turn it off if this is powered, which means our drawers are full with iron and we don't need any more. And then that will power this system instead of this comparator. So I think all we need to do, at least for the iron one, is add another one of these, set it to receive mode, and then I think if I grab iron, put it in the red one, there we go. And then if I just pretend that the iron is full by filling up this hopper, this machine should turn off. Yep. And then if, let's say the hopper is done being full, it should turn back on again. Oh, sweet. Okay, so that's super easy. I just need to do the same thing for the rest of these contraptions. This one should, again, be pretty easy to do. And then the one over here, I'm not sure how to do it. So obviously we can already see granite is full. Let me turn it on. Granite is full, andesite is not yet. Gold will pretty much never be full. And then quartz and bricks obviously aren't full. So I'm not sure, like maybe what I do is if like 3 things are full, then it automatically turns off. But then again, this is kind of my main source of quartz and bricks. So maybe if everything but gold isn't full, then we turn it off. Because then it's just wasting resources, right? And we already have 300 something diorite in there. Again, there's really not a good way. Oh, and now everything is full. Well, there's that. Yeah, so I'm not sure how I want to do this. I think, first of all, I need to set up a way to get the bricks to be toggleable, because they're not at all. They just send straight over there. And then I need to configure this thing over here to have a smart on and off switch. And then empty out my inventory, because oh my god, I have so many drawers. I have too many things. Okay, so the smart on-off switch should be pretty simple. I think if I just connect this thing, set it to receive mode, and then for Blackstone, once that fills up, that should, if we can test it, I don't even know if it'll be... Oh, you know what I was doing? Oh. I was testing to see if the drawer controller slave would work with a... That's not the right one. If this would work with a chute. And because the chutes are so much faster than hoppers, it's actually crazy. Like it goes a stack at a time, and this is so much faster. Oh, actually I can't do that because the reason is because the chute doesn't interact with the comparator. And I feel like this is a really weird design, and I think there's a way around it. I just didn't get to it. I think maybe if we grab ourselves a threshold switch, which are low-key expensive, I think. Oh, not super. Okay. If we grab a threshold switch. Wait a minute. What if, instead of doing it from the chute, what if we do a comparator from the barrel? Then we like put a... Don't do that. And then we like put a block here. What would this do? It's too fast. Yeah, I think this would work. So if we put a comparator up against the barrel and wait, what, two ticks or two redstone lengths away, that'll work. It'll be tileable vertical. I think it'll still look really cool. I think that's the way we do it. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so we got to 2 stacks and this thing turned on. So this should turn off now. Why is it only a power of 1? Is that how the redstone links work? Oh, okay, it actually wasn't a difficult fix at all. All I had to do was move this over here so that it's 1 block away. And then it just does its thing. Oh my god, I broke these blocks where the crushers are, and now we have so much gravel. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to go pick that up. I was wondering why it was lagging really bad when I looked over here. Okay, I'm just cleaning up this area now. I think we have all the on and off switches for everything. I don't even know if we can turn this bit on and off. So I'm not bothering with that just yet. But we have it for everything else pretty much. And I also put in just a failsafe one. So if something like smooth stone goes on it, it won't be the end of the world. But now I gotta see if all this gravel is gonna fit. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, that is at least 2 inventories of just straight gravel. Oh my gosh, no wonder I was lagging so bad. I was looking over here and I was like, the iron farm used to not be this laggy. It was because I literally had stacks upon stacks of just gravel. Oh, I forgot to replace the floor. Okay, everything is now fully cleaned up. Still haven't figured out if I want to have a smart on and off switch for this. I probably won't. It'll probably be okay. Yeah, because the worst case scenario is that this whole thing backs up, and I still don't think that's too big of a deal. I think now what I want to do, I am going to reconfigure these so that it works super cool like and works correctly, so that we can have 1 full line just work and have it be 1 wide tileable, like this little line here. And I suppose So the reason I thought that I might need repeaters here is so that the lines don't intersect. But I think once it gets to 2 and turns off the system, it shouldn't go more than 2 because the system's turned off. And it's not going to be sending any more items. So I think it's probably fine. But I suppose we'll have to test that when it comes to it. But for now, I think I'm going to turn off everything manually. And then we can get working on doing all this stuff. So I suppose time to tilealize. That wasn't a real word. Time to tileabilize these things. And that is now done, and I've been running this for a little bit, and it seems to be working. All of the items are now set up. I have one extra space here that I can fill in, and then obviously this one that is kind of our overflow, if you would call it that. We can also, if we get more farms here, we can break a couple blocks here, add another belt for another set of these things, and it still looks really quite cool. Like it's super cool looking. And next, I think I want to get set up a cobblestone generator for cobblestone, obviously, gravel and sand, and maybe even stone if we can fit that in here. I'm not super sure how we're going to build this. It'll probably be a similar vibe to what we have going on here. I also want to get a wood farm set up. I don't know if we have the space to here, but they are really affordable to make. If we get the, what are they, saws? Yeah, they're called mechanical saws. And these, if you just like spin around, it'll chop the trees for you and it'll like just grow passively. So I think we get first a tree farm set up. And then if we still have time, make the cobblestone, gravel, and sand generator. Because while we do have a lot of cobblestone, we don't have a lot of stone, and we have a bit of gravel, but that's because I put 2 inventories worth in there just now. And then we have 96 sand, which is not enough at all. So yeah, I think let's set up to get a wood farm set up here, and then we can get going on maybe a cobble generator if we get far enough. Actually, while I was doing this, the mechanical saws need some andesite casings to work, and I was like, oh my god, these are used for a bajillion different things, and we now have a fully automated way to get andesite and to get iron, which means an infinite amount of andesite alloy. So why don't I try to make an automatic andesite farm? It is really simple. If we just input andesite alloy and some logs, we can strip those logs automatically. And then if we, I think it's with a deployer, where is it? If we deployer with an andesite alloy on a belt or something like that, it'll just work. So I think we just throw this like right here up against this thing. It'll be a saw right here, and then a deployer with a thing on it, and then puts it in a chest. And then we have a chest for the deployer and a chest for ourselves, our logs, and then it'll just work, question mark? It's been a while since I've done this on camera, but what I normally do is I like strip it, and then if I grab some andesite alloy, I place it in here, I remove this, place this, and break it. And that is so slow. Oh, where'd it go? That is so slow, especially when we're making a bajillion of them. So I think it's probably good if I make a saw, plop it down just right here. There we go, I connected it already, and it should be working. Yes, it is. Beautiful. We have our first andesite casing. Now comes perhaps the bigger challenge of how are we getting andesite casings in here and something good in here, the logs. What we could do, I was hoping maybe we can use the same chest for both of these, but I don't think that's going to work. But that does mean I can remove the smart chute and replace it with a normal one, because, I mean, there's no point in using a fancier one. We can throw a barrel on top like this, and if we throw in 20 of these, it'll just go. Now, I do need a brass filter so that I can take these andesite casings and put them in, I guess, another barrel. I wonder if I have any more. I do. Beautiful. And there we go. Okay, that's too many things. I know. Stop. There we go. And now if I just throw all of these on here. Beautiful. And that makes this, and now everything is finished. but I don't really like how this looks, to be honest. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this power, instead of from down here, I am going to bring it from here. The issue that I have with this is that it's so bulky. I want to make it like fit in more with the designs here, because I feel like it doesn't right now. What if I put all of this into the floor by 1 block? There we go. I think this looks a lot better. The way I had it before where it was sideways, it felt like this like overhang was like blocking a lot of the access points and stuff. But now we can test it and it works super well, actually. And that's way better than me doing it manually. I had such a scuffed setup way over there. So I'm very glad that this works. And now we can actually get to making the wood farm, which is why I did this in the first place. We just need a couple of saws, which is iron and maybe some other stuff. And then we could get to actually building this. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have everything, but there's no time like the present to just try it. Space-wise, what we need is a 5 by 5 area, like a 5 block radius circle, which is more than the area here. I think this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's not perfect. What about over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would be a majority of the space here. I suppose we can put it on this side. I think that won't be too bad. So now I guess let's measure it out. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be 10 blocks. It is indeed. And now we need to go 10 blocks this way as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'm just going to break out this entire square. And then I'm going to fill this whole thing in with dirt. This is mostly because we're growing trees here, kind of obviously, but also because I don't want it to just be dirt the whole time forever. We also need, here, if I 1, 2, 3, 4, oops. Ooh, we probably need it to be 11 by 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 6th block. So right here is going to be our mechanical bearing, where it's going to spin around in a circle. So yeah, we do need this to be 11 blocks wide. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So we need to, I'm going to just break this here. We can make this smaller if this gives us too much wood, which I think would be hilarious if we got more wood than we needed by like a ton. But this is probably going to be the farm that feeds all of our other contraptions, whether it be the andesite casing one or anything else that requires a bunch of wood. And so far I have been lacking. I've torn down most of the trees in the area, and now it's just nothing. The rest I'm just going to fill in with dirt. We don't have enough even of this, but it'll spread fine enough, so I'm not too worried about it. There we go, and now we can get started on actually building this thing. So we're going to throw down a radial chassis here first, and then we're going to do our linear chassis out 5 blocks, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this. We're going to go up 1, put 1 there, and then 5 more. And then we are going to get our mechanical saws. I think we need to glue this, actually. And then we're going to place them along the way like that. And then I'm also going to place down the portable storage thingy. These things are super cool. I need to reverse this. These things are super cool. What'll happen if connected, let's see. Is it that far away? I don't know. Well, you'll see in a minute, but basically, if this thing's spinning around, if it has items, it will connect to the other half of the storage interface and dump out all the items, and until it's empty, it won't move, which is super, super neat. And then after this, I need to glue these 3 things together so that this is actually part of the structure. And then on the backside here, I'm just going to glue those together, and then I'm going to place deployers facing downwards here. There we go. I'm also going to rotate these just so that it's easier to access the filters on them. And then I actually have to go get saplings because I don't have any. And then we just have to set the filters here. And I guess I'll put it in his hand. I don't really care about that though. And I guess I'll do 2 oak sapling ones just for funsies. And then also spruce. Okay, I tried it. This was way too fast. So instead, I don't even know how I slow this down. Here, let me show you how fast this was. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Now it looks like it's working. Let's see how good it is at cutting down trees. Because, okay, it's breaking this one block. Oh. It breaks all the wood connected to it. That's actually sick. Okay, so that means this is going to work. I updated it. The tutorial I'm following is by someone named Rocket14. And it looks to be a way older version of the Create mod. So they had a mechanical bearing here. I just updated it to a windmill bearing and threw in 8 sails. And that seems to be great. It doesn't require any power at all, which does mean that I can't stop it, but also it doesn't require power, so I don't really care if I can stop it or not. At least kinda. Next thing I need to do is set up the storage of it. We're already getting a lot of stuff. That's fun. I'm not sure if cherry saplings are able to grow in these conditions. I'm not sure what their grow conditions are, because they do like sprout diagonally and stuff. And I'm not sure if it's going to work for a couple other reasons because of that. No, I think it should. If cherry blossoms can grow, then I think it will work. But that's kind of a big if. Okay, I have the portable storage interface all set up. You can see here, it wants to kiss, and then it goes into this barrel. The barrel for the time being, because I don't have any of the filters here set up, so as you saw, it got a couple oak trees maybe, and this is the stuff that came from it. So I will need a filter for oak logs, sticks, saplings, apples, everything. But I was thinking, I don't need a filter for saplings, because if I have the default one, it will just go into the storage system. But what happens if it fills up? Which is why I'm going to set, like, up here. Oh, I already have it. Yeah, I already have a void upgrade for saplings that deletes all the extra saplings. Which means this won't ever be turned off. I'll only stop or start powering the chute, which means items can no longer be put onto the belt system here. But I don't care if I have too many saplings. I only care if I have too many logs. So I think I'm gonna just have like sticks, apples, and saplings, and maybe leaves. I don't know if it collects leaves, but if it does, also leaves, and have them all voided and be the default throw out, like just the default one here. And then that'll make it so I can actually have filters for important stuff that I want, like cobble or sand or gravel or any of the logs here that I'm making. So far, these cherry saplings have not grown. I think maybe it might be a good idea to try to bone meal them to see if cherry saplings will grow in this condition anyway. The reason I'm saying this condition is because cherry saplings are the only one out of spruce, oak, and birch that can grow like with branches and stuff. I mean, it did cut down one of the Big Bertha oak sapling ones, but none of the cherries have grown, and I'm curious. That means they can. Beautiful. Okay, so there goes my worry. So we are going to get cherry stuff, which is great news. And then I think it's just mining the oak. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I was worried that bone mealing was going to break it somehow, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so that's really good news. Okay, so yeah, cherries, saplings work. I've gotten all of the other saplings. I mean, there's a spruce tree right there that's grown. So now we know that everything can grow. I think the cherries just take a while. While that's doing that, I'm gonna make the filters and then we'll set them, I suppose. Okay, this is now set up. It looks beefy. I forgot to put in the redstone links. It doesn't super matter though, because we don't have any filters set. I was also managed to sneak in this barrel. Oh, let me explain what this does. So I have a list filter here that, if I look at it, is empty right now, but everything that I want to put onto this belt, I'm just going to put it in the list filter as well. It'll throw it into the chute, and then it'll just dump it out. For the saplings and stuff, we need a list filter for every one of these logs, and that looks like it's it. Because if we put sticks in the main one, it will get voided if we have too many. Same with apples, same with saplings. I already checked that down there and made sure that is the case. So I think we just put in Birch, spruce, cherry, and then oak as well was the first one. And then we also need to set this list filter. So, just put in one of each, hit the OK button, put that there, reverse this, it shouldn't pick up anything. Perfect. And then if we, this is gonna break a lot of stuff. If we, oh, dang it, I just missed it. We need to set up another belt here. And then if we do that, can we, I don't think we can put stuff, if we just throw it on the belt, it will count. So let's follow these saplings. It should go down the main one and into that far thing, and then this chute should be empty. Perfect. So let's do the same thing for the rest of the apples, sticks, and saplings. Let's see, I think that's all of them. So they should all be down here. This is empty. That means it worked. Yep, perfect. And now we can try it with the wood. So let's try a cherry log. That looked like it got picked up. And I assume it went to here. Let's actually, if we go downstairs, we can check how many drawers were cherry logs. I don't have cherry logs set. Where did the cherry logs go? Oh no. Of course, it went into these because these filters are yet to be set. Let's just reverse all of these. And then cherry logs should go into here. So that did go into the barrel, but as I suspected, this is not going to have anything in it. So let me run down here and I'm going to change up how I store this stuff. So I'm going to put end rods here. I don't have chains, so I am just going to remove this. No, wait, stop. No, I didn't know how to fix it, so I just broke it. Let me get all this yucky stuff out of here. We don't want that. That's gross. Okay, and now we have cherry logs in here. I can put this back right there. There we go. And I'm just going to have most of the cherry stuff in here, like slabs, stairs, whatever. Okay, this issue should now be fixed. I'm hoping that cherry wood, all the other stuff is actually going to come in here now. So I suppose we just wait, confirm that this is unloading stuff still, and that it will work. Yeah, so in here we have 7 spruce logs, sapling, and a stick. We don't really care about the sapling and the stick, but we do care about the spruce logs. So we'll see when this connects. We'll see the spruce logs exit. There we go. And we care about these the most. Let's see. We're going to go in, and they went in, and they should now be downstairs. I think we were at like 129 or something, or 100 and less than 180 for sure. So that means it is working. Love to see that. That is super awesome. And this low-key wasn't too hard to make. Once I switched it up to use windmill bearings instead of the mechanical bearings, it made it a lot easier. So I'm very glad I did that. And it does look kind of pretty. Like, it's a really satisfying circle. So I'm a big fan of that. I suppose what we can also do, we can just throw the rest of our wood down here and watch it do its thing, and it's already in. Well, we could barely watch it, but we watched it. So I think that is going to be the end of the episode. We made a ton of stuff. This whole construction of this thing was in this episode, which is nuts. We also created the entire pathway with iron, blackstone, the 6 things that we make over there, trees by the end of the episode, linked it all up to this whole system, which smartly checks to make sure that there is actually room, and then if there's no room, turns off the machines and links it up with our main storage system down here. And it's super pretty looking. Like, this is beautiful and super industrial, so I love to see that. I think the next thing we're gonna have to do next episode is create the cobble generator that I was talking about, and maybe some other building stuff, or maybe some more farms to get some more building blocks that I want to use in the future buildings. In the last episode, we made literally so much progress. You can see it under my feet right now. We got these belts going. We got the tree farm behind me that you can see is working pretty well. It just cut down a cherry tree and now it's going to other stuff. We made the all-in-one machine here that is currently not on. We also made this whole storage system thingy that basically connects all of these items down into our drawer system down below. And Also, when it's full, like this, it then sends it over to the farm and turns it off or tells it to stop sending stuff, which is so crazy and such a good system to have in place. So now if I like ever take out diorite or something, it'll turn that system back on and we will be good. In this episode, I want to set up a cobblestone generator because although I have diorite, andesite, pretty much unlimited iron, a lot of quartz, oh my gosh, and a bunch of other stuff, bricks even, I don't have any stone or sand, which is really surprising. And there's no automated way right now for me to get that. I thought it'd be good to design that, build it. And while I was like thinking about how it's going to work, I thought it'd be kind of interesting to hop into a testing world and kind of show you my design process. So here we are in my creative testing world. You can see a couple of the farms that you might recognize, the all-in-one one, another all-in-one one, a third all-in-one one, a fourth all-in-one one, a fifth. I think this is like the initial designs for the iron farm, but if you've seen the video, I obviously compacted it quite a bit, kind of into more what this is looking like, actually. But what we care about is way over here. I just kind of yoinked the cobblestone generator bit of the farm, and I've done a bit of work on doing this type of thing. It has the same, like cobblestone goes into the funnel that goes into a vault, and then gets split up into two different sections. This is just filtering on cobblestone or gravel, because we will need that in a minute. And this one's just cobblestone. And then I have a lot of belts and a crushing wheel back here. I want one cobblestone generator that can output into stone, cobblestone, gravel, and sand. Each of those can be turned off, and it increases the production of the other three, if that makes sense. So if I fill up on cobblestone, I can produce more sand, gravel, and stone. The way I wanted to do it is with a thing called, what is it? A thing called brass tunnels. These things on paper are really cool. If we turn this on, it will sort the items and spit them out one by one, which is super great. But for some reason in this version that I'm working in, this doesn't go at full belt speed. So as you can see, this is super slow, and if I just remove this one, it zooms. So that's why I can't use these. It is fixed, I think, in later versions, but unfortunately, I'm just not playing in those, so I can't use it. So instead, I'm using a vault and some chutes, which is kind of what I've been using in the other contraptions as well. The basic system that I have here is I split the cobblestone into cobblestone and gravel, goes down into these crushing wheels. The gravel I want to then split in half again, put half of it back into this vault to get crushed into sand, and then the other half just to be stored. The storing part's easy, and the same with cobblestone. I want half of it to be stored, which is easy, and the other half to be then smelted into stone. My initial thought process was to do something kind of like this, where I have a little like sideways belt going up here, and then obviously for the gravel, I need a way to split it. Again, half of it goes into the item vault and the other half gets stored. So if we turn this on, we can see kind of where I want stuff to go. And if I connect that up, we can see cobblestone is being yeeted a little bit too far away for what we need. But I'm not really sure if there's a better way to do this. All right, so the next update I have is I'm just throwing the cobblestone into this item vault up here. The biggest challenge now is splitting this again and having half of it be smelted into stone. Okay, this is the first test that I did. And the interesting thing that I guess it's good for you all to know, when stuff goes into this andesite funnel, it prioritizes this smart chute, which probably means that it just prioritizes the closer one. This is also, I bet, happening here, but the crushing wheels are either like full or they don't have enough. No, they can't be full. I don't know what's happening here. I think it's just like reading that the crushing wheels have stuff, so it is putting stuff on the belt. But since it's just an air gap here, it doesn't know that it's already full, so it just keeps going. So instead of doing a depot or something like that, I think it might be good to just have it drop onto an open airspace, get blown by a fan, and then afterwards get picked up by either a funnel or another chute or something like that. My plan, I don't know if this works, is to hopefully shoot stuff into this. If I connect this, it goes into the item vault. Oh my god. This is the stupidest thing I've ever made. Okay, so this does go in here. That means that I can split this up. I can split this up into a chute that just drops normal gravel and another chute that drops gravel back in here and redoes it. So then it gets sand as well. Now we have sand in here. Okay, I've done a little bit more work here, and it's working kind of well. As you can see, we're getting sand in here. I switched it up so that the gravel and sand and all the other stuff, I think it's also flint and clay that goes in here, gets thrown up in the chute, and then it gets separated here. Because I was thinking, why not, like, I don't need sand way up here if I'm going to bring it back down here anyway. So this one is getting sand, clay, and flint, and then the gravel by itself is going back up here and going in here. And then I was hoping that it would get split into two here, and then it could just go down into the chute, and then we'd be good. But that doesn't seem to be the case. If I just place a block here, we can see, I think all of the gravel that is being made is going straight back into this chest, as you can see. Let me actually jump over here, because this has actually been successful. These are actually splitting the cobble evenly, which is awesome to see. So we are getting a pretty even amount of cobblestone and stone into this hopper. Okay, what if I, instead of doing a chute, do two funnels here, and then if I pop both of those out, can I? No way. If I just replace that, I can delete all this stuff up here. This actually looks like it's working. If we remove, oh my gosh, we have so much sand. No, we're getting way more sand than gravel still. I think it is a little bit more even. And I mean, all we care about is like kinda even. Okay, it's not super even. But I think we're getting a pretty even amount of cobblestone and stone, which is great news. It doesn't look like we're keeping up with stuff, which is what I was going to test next here. Because obviously, if all four of them split, that's great. But we also need to make sure that all four of them can run on their own and produce still a ton of each of the four things. And it already looks like we're not going to be able to keep up with cobblestone and these andesite funnels, which is worrying. I'm curious if I can switch this to brass funnels. So that'll drop whole stacks, which for now isn't a big deal. I think it will be kind of soon. So once this is empty, oh, you know what? It's pretty even. Okay, yeah, I think that's good enough. And then let's say we want just sand. So everything but the sand is powered, which means this should start filling up. This item vault is, that's good. The gravel is no longer being connected, which is good. And all of the sand and stuff is going into here. Now, I'm curious, because we're only using one crushing wheel. Are we able to keep up? Okay, yeah. We are nowhere near going fast enough to be able to keep up with all the cobblestone. It is filling up fast. So that means it's just that we can't double crush gravel and sand. Okay, so I've been doing a little bit more work here. I threw in a second set of crushing wheels, and it is able to go full speed with just sand, which is really good. However, as you can see here, gravel is not being split. Neither is cobblestone, which is weird. So I think the reason is that we are feeding both the gravel in with one funnel and the cobblestone in from one funnel to one funnel, meaning one funnel can keep up with the output. So it's not really bothering using the second funnel. So I think I have a little bit of space here. If I can scooch these crushing wheels back a block, I think I'll have more space in front to be able to add in a belt or two to be able to maybe make this a little bit faster. And at a minimum, make it one block shorter, which would be great. All right, so the final, hopefully, progress update is this thing. I shrunk it down. It's 5 blocks wide, which is pretty sweet. And then I scooted these crushing wheels back as far as I could, and it is pretty even. You can see here I've done some testing with all 4 of them up at once. We're getting pretty much the same amount of cobblestone and stone, a little bit more cobblestone, but that's okay. And then almost the same amount of sand and gravel, but much less sand and gravel than cobblestone and stone. And that's just because the speed of the crushing wheels is going to be slower than not crushing stuff. And I don't think there's a way around this other than having like a bajillion crushing wheels and doing a lot of math and making this thing a lot bigger. And I'm going to be honest, if we can disable stuff specifically and we can produce just sand or just gravel whenever we want, then I don't think it's too big of a deal. So I think now we can actually finally build this in our survivor world. But let's go over some of the raids. So I already talked about the 4 at a time thing. But then also I tested it with just sand, which should be kind of the slowest one. And we got pretty much 20,000, which is, if you add up all these numbers I think get up to 21,000. So it is pretty much at the cusp, which means the gravel, cobblestone, and stone output, if you run just one of those, is going to be very similar, if not better, which is great to see. So yeah, let's grab a schematic of this and bring it into the survival world. All right, we are back in the survival world. And while I was prepping on doing the material gathering that I need for this, I have 0 redstone. Now, I think for just this session, I'm going to just gather it. Oh, I guess. Yoink. I'm going to just gather it by going mining for a little bit. But I think soon we are using a ton of redstone. I think I had 300 or 400 redstone dust that we've used in the past, I guess, last video. So I think we kind of need to get a redstone automated thing going on. But from what I've looked into it, those are complicated and kind of difficult. So I think maybe next episode we jump into that and get that set up. We might need to build a whole building for it, depending on how big it is. I know we need like potions and automatic lava. So it might require more space than what we have up here, which would be a shame, but it would mean that we get to focus a little bit on building, which we haven't done in a while. So yeah, I think that'll be the plan for next time, but I have to go mining. And we're back with all of our stuff that we need. This is done except for creative motor, which we don't need, display link, and stressometer, which we don't need as well. So I suppose we can just hit play. I already laid it out, and it's already doing its thing. This is going fast and is looking pretty spiffy here. We're obviously not going to keep the drawers or really any of the front storage system because we're going to link it up to our thing here. But that shouldn't be too big of an issue. And this looks like it's working so far. Yeah, and it wanted the cobblestone and stone in there already. I'm curious if it'll super glue it for me, because it did require super glue this time, which is really strange because normally it doesn't do that. I don't think it'll give us like an indication that it needs super glue, but I think it'd be hilarious if it actually does. Placing in the redstone now. It glued everything together and it dinged saying it's finished. I'm curious. The glue actually worked this time. Oh, interesting. I wonder why that is. I have no idea. Anyway, we can now, I actually have to break this side, get and put the water in all of these stairs, and then we can start with the lava. Water is now in, putting in the lava now. That's not lava. There we go. All right, the last lava source we need. Where is it? It's right here. There we go. And now this should just work. I'm gonna, oh, it's not gonna work because volts are all weird. For some reason in schematics, you have to replace the volt blocks because they just never, ever, ever work. I'm gonna set those in a minute, but we can check to see that it's all working. Ah, of course. We haven't hooked it up to anything. It is now connected. We can turn it on and hopefully it'll work this time. These guys should rotate. Yep. It's making cobblestone. Are we getting cobblestone in here? It looks like it. We are. This fan is backwards. You know what? It's probably because I mirrored it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so... Ooh. Okay, I need a vertical one. There we go. Now it's working. So I mirrored the schematic just so that this wall, this is like a really flat wall here, just so that it could be up against the wall, funnily enough. And apparently that switches the rotation of some stuff, which is so interesting. I don't really know how the gearboxes work, to be honest. So I think that's just how it's gonna be. Why is the gravel part of this not working? My guess... Oh, you know what? I bet the fan under there is not working as intended. Okay, so I'm in the chute and the fan right now is pulling downwards. This is a tight squeeze. I don't know where the fan is. This is the fan. Okay. So if I... Where Where does this go? Oh, no. Okay, come back down. Maybe this is why you don't mirror contraptions, folks. If I rotate this like that... Okay, so that's still going to work. And now if we connect this... What's happening? Move upward. Perfect. Okay. And then we just need this one to be going the right way. Which it should be. When I also apparently need to set these things. Okay, this is looking kind of good, but we are not getting enough items that I would like here. So we're getting 4 things of cobblestone, but we're not getting the gravel that I want. Oh, okay, so this isn't able to do anything. It's these that need to fix themselves. Which is so weird that this didn't happen last time. Alright, so we're setting that to exactly 2 now, which I think means it's probably going to work. It's going to work all right for what we need, but now I have to replace all of my wall because I deleted most of it. There we go, and now all we need to do is hook this bad boy up to the main circuit here. Alright, I think we are set up, but I need to set these filters, so... If we head over here, we need sand, cobblestone, gravel, and stone. So let's set all of these like this. We also have to invert them. And then we also have to quickly set this filter. And then I also need to set these back here, which is now done. And I think... we are good to go. Let's move these so we get a good view. There we go. And final test. Gravel, sand, flint. Where's cobblestone? Cobblestone's going in. I think we're good. I think that's everything. Okay, so let's make sure. It looks like everything's working. This is looking good. I also want to make sure that clay balls are going in, and then down here, the only thing I need to do is find clay balls. Do I have clay balls? Oh my gosh, maybe I don't. That would be funny. I totally don't. Oh, okay, well I don't have clay balls in here. So let me, I suppose, set clay balls to the same place Flint is, put a void upgrade in there, and... we're golden. Okay, now that this is all up and running, it's been running for quite a while, and I've just been like staring at this occasionally, and it looks actually pretty even. Like usually we get one of each thing in here, so I think the modifications that I made are working a little bit. I know obviously if we make, like, if we turn off stone, cobblestone, and gravel production, the sand just won't be able to keep up, because it's only dropping 2, gravel at a time. But if it ever gets to that, I can just remove those filters and then it won't be that big of a deal. So I think for the rest of the episode, we're going to make one more farm here. I already have the items prepped in this chest. You can see up at the top there that there's a bunch of stuff. And there's a bunch of stuff in here. And it's going to go right about here-ish. It is a farm that I don't really need right now. It's a dirt farm. I have 36,000. But it's going to help feed into another farm that I'm going to make maybe next episode, maybe over here. I don't know if we have enough space. I want this area to be for enchanting, and I've kind of left it be sad, but I think over in this section, I'm going to have the farm that I plan to make next episode here, but it needs a dirt farm, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, because then that might spoil the next building that I plan on making. So yeah, let's get this dirt farm up and running. It should be as simple as hitting play. Sure, let's go for it. So this is going in here. It's actually really, really compact and small. The original dirt design was from a YouTuber called Uncle Ranger, who kind of made this thing. It basically, when you craft coarse dirt, it gives you 4 dirt and only uses 2 dirt. So you make 2 dirt profit every time, and you just spend gravel, which, as we've already seen, is infinitely farmable. Is it already done? I mean, it is a really small farm, so it actually could be already done. I think it is. So it's a design from Uncle Ranger that I just compacted by 1 block on either side and then a block shorter. And all I need to do is fill in this with water, and then I need a lava thing here. I'm gonna actually get some more framed trapdoors. And now if we just throw this in there, that shouldn't flow anywhere. And I think we should be ready to turn it on. So once I connect this, it should start going. Yes, it does. Beautiful. And now the only thing we need to do is feed in some starter dirt just to get this thing started. All right, so if we come over here, drop this, and then this one, this should start, yep, making dirt and placing it. So the thing that this uses is coarse dirt when right-clicked with a hoe. Uh-oh. It's always a vault issue. Of course. Okay, now this thing should work. So the vault, and also I forgot to place it in this minecart here. But if we, let's say, place a coarse dirt here, you should see it gets converted into dirt, as we saw. And then it gets spit out here. Beautiful. And now we should just have dirt coming out here. Lovely. And now this should start working. Nice. Okay. This is using the trick where in vanilla, just normal vanilla Minecraft, if you right-click coarse dirt with a hoe, it will turn back into normal dirt. In the create mod, the mechanical plow does the same thing as a hoe. So it basically turns the minecart into a movable object, moves the plow, makes it right-click on the coarse dirt, turning it into dirt, and then pretty much right after that happens, the drill here breaks it, it gets put back into this vault, and put back onto the depot there. Now, how do we get this into our system without just running out of dirt immediately? Down here, I have a threshold switch, which is set to 5% down to 2%. So basically it waits until it's 5% full. So I think that's like 150 dirt blocks. And then it lets this funnel open until it's 2% full. So it drops 110 out. So we still have 40 in the vault. And then we make a profit of 110 dirt. Every once in a while, it's not super fast, but it's also super reasonable, in my opinion. All right, so now all I'm doing is connecting this funnel to the main system just by putting a belt here, connecting it like that. And now if we place these blocks back, all we need to do now is wait for this item vault to fill up to, I think it's 150, it could be more, it could be less, and then we will see it actually work and put stuff in. But I haven't set any of the filters over here, so let me definitely do that. I think I'm just going to set it to this one. There we go, those filters are set, everything is going in properly, so we should now be filling up and this thing working. Oh nice, as you can see here, the sand is full, and so is the stone, but gravel and cobblestone are both keeping up, so that means 2 here is still a fine amount. What this probably means? I think sand, yeah, doesn't have too much space, and then stone, I just put in a storage upgrade ×2, because I don't really know if I'm going to use a ton of stone, but it's good to have, like, 8,000 is plenty. And then for gravel, I have a diamond one, so that's going to be going for a while. And then cobblestone, I have 2 storage upgrade 2.5s, so that's going to take a while. Sand is already full. I'm not too worried about that. I just didn't want to have to go mining sand myself. So I love to see that. And then dirt is going on its own as well. We have 16,000 dirt, which is quite a bit. We don't have a lot of grass. What I could do is create a little addition to this where I just pour water onto dirt blocks, because as you can see here, you just need a spout and dirt to make grass. So if I want to do that, I can, but I don't think I have too much of a purpose for grass blocks specifically. But if I ever need like more than 8, I'll set that up like right next to this or something. But that is going to do it for me today. we made a boatload of progress. I kind of showed you my design process and how compacting stuff works and how many iterations each machine takes. We then built the machine in the survival world, kind of cheating with the schematic cannon. We then connected it to our main system. We're already full on stone and sand, which is great. And then we finished off the episode by making the dirt farm way back there, which is compact and kind of fast. And I think it's already unloaded some of the dirt here, which is great to see, and it looks like it's working properly. So that'll help with our farms and stuff next episode. Today, I know I said maybe we were going to build another building or a redstone farm or something else, but I'll let you in on a little secret here. I want the building to be made out of mud. And spoilers, that's why I made the dirt farm. But what I didn't realize is that packed mud requires a wheat or straw, both of which I do not have, which means I need a farm setup of some sort, and I don't think my 9x9 with most of it being not wheat is going to do it. So I think today we terraform and completely fix up this, like, part of the mountain here into a super cool looking, like maybe rolling hills type of farming area, something cool. I want to get a train in so that we can transport all the items back to the main base. I want to build a barn up on the top of this hill and move all of our sheep over to there. And then we can automate sheep farming and all that stuff, and maybe also cows and some other things. But this is going to be a big project. I don't know if it's going to be in one episode. We'll see how long the farming bit takes, but that's what I want to do. So I think the first thing I need to do is lay out some plans of where a train's going to go and how kind of I want this to look. Because right now it looks a little bit uggo. So I think first things first, I'm going to clear out most of these trees. I think we're just going to go like from here on like this top of the mountain area like this. I mean, obviously we can expand it forever, but I don't think we need that much stuff. I think we mostly focus on this main hill area here, but I need to take out all these trees because they'll be ruining the vibe, low key. With a full inventory and probably much more of logs and stuff later, we now have a pretty clear area here. Now I think comes the time of setting up the railroad and how I want that to be. I'm not sure if I want it at all on this side. I think it's probably best if I have it go across this way, have it loop kind of around and up here into the where we're going to build the big barn area at the very end, and then head back down and meet up here. Uh-oh. There we go. So I think we can have the train going around this way. But on this close cliffside, I want to do kind of a Machu Picchu vibe where they have like steps of farms going up. And I think this cliff is cliffy enough for it to actually work. But I need to get a lot of building blocks, including some mossy cobblestone. We don't really have a moss farm, but I think we have a bit of moss and probably enough to get started at least. So I think we just cut into the mountain, start from the bottom, work our way up, and see where it gets us. I don't really have a plan other than just some flooring going upward. So I think we'll see how it turns out. So I'm thinking we start about halfway up here. So if I think this is probably a good height. If we dig along here, break out a couple of these blocks. Yeah, I think that'll be good. I don't know how in I want this to go. I think 4 blocks is pretty reasonable. And then if we terraform this just a little bit, like this, we can have some walls coming down here, maybe jut out the base of this thing a little bit, and then I think that'll be cool. And then we could put our next one at the same level, like here, and have this one be curved, which I think would look pretty sweet. And then maybe like another semi-curved one here. I think this could look pretty good. I'm gonna tear down some of this mountain and do a little bit of wall building, terraforming type of stuff, and we'll see if it looks good. But I am using like Machu Picchu photos as a reference. This could be our kind of viewing platform. But I think this can look cool. While I was actually looking at this, I realized that I can upgrade my backpack to get another slot here, another upgrade slot, and then get a stone cutter upgrade, which would let me stone cut just whenever. I don't even know where it went, but it's a thing, trust me. And I think that could be a play, because it's super not as expensive as I thought. You just need a smithing template and a netherite upgrade, which we have one of. So now we should just be able to throw in these three. It still has all our stuff, so we're good there. And oh, it gives us 2 extra slots. Oh, that's sick. And some extra storage space. Love to see that. So now we can make the stone cutter upgrade, throw it in there, and now we can just stone cut on the fly, which actually does save us like a lot of money when it comes to stairs and walls and stuff like that, because crafting them is more expensive for some reason. Okay, sleep. Okay, and this is going to be the roughest of first drafts here. So just to like give you an idea of what I was hoping for, and obviously it looks pretty horrible right now, but I think with a little bit more work, and I wanted to use a bunch of these different moss blocks here, but they're kind of too uniform for what I wanted to go with the mossy cobble and the cobble. So I might not be able to use them, which is such a bummer because they add a bunch of green, but I think as you can kind of see, it looks too structured, which I want it to be like a little bit ruinsy, at least on the edges, so that it feels like I've been, so it feels like the factory, I guess, has been kind of rekindling this to its former farming glory. But we can also see, let me place some of these back with some nicer looking blocks here. There we go. You can kind of see where I'm going too. So we have tough cobblestone and mossy cobble in there, and then this whole bottom area is just deep slate terraforming for right now. I do obviously want to change this. It's probably mostly going to be moss and mossy cobblestone with just some juts of deep slate, but I wanted to get the shape in and see if the colors worked, and I think they kind of do, which is great news. I want to get some moss in here as well. I'm not sure where, though, because obviously we could just throw some in like this, and if we, I bet, bring this down, like throw some moss down there, and then keep adding stuff in, I think that'll make it look quite a bit better. So I think that'll be step 2 of this little thing, and then we can go about actually figuring out what I want to do with specific details. My plan for this build, unlike the factory, the factory I just built up in one episode and it was really quick. I want to heavily detail, like, just this section today and have this little bit be done of the whole thing, because I'm going to be honest, the way I play Minecraft, if I'm finished building something and it looks kind of good, like I would say the factory looks kind of good, I'm literally never in my life going to go back and detail it. So if I just force myself to detail this heavily the first time, I think it will turn out a lot better and still fit with kind of the theme. So yeah, I want to terraform and get this little detail. I might not even get to this episode, but I want to get just a little bit in here, and we can chip away at this as we go further into the series. So I'm not too worried about finishing this whole mountain today. I know maybe 4 minutes ago I was saying I want to do the whole mountain. This has taken so long. Even though it doesn't look like it, it's taken so long. So we got to find at least a little bit of common ground. Yeah, I think a little bit of moss, a little bit of grass, a lot of bit of bone meal and other stuff will turn this into something that looks super cool. So yeah, I will see you all in a minute. Okay, another little progress update, and I think this looks infinitely better. I kept the same shape, but I changed out most of the coloring here. You can see very little deep slate remaining, and I wanted it to be mostly in like the shadowy bits, so that you could get the kind of the fake shadows of deep slate like in the depths here. And I think that adds a lot, and I really like the way it looks with the normal rocks here. And I think if we get this going along the entirety of the mountain, it's gonna look so nice. I also tried it out with some shaders, and oh my goodness, this looks beautiful. Obviously, when we have crops and stuff here, it's gonna look really great, but already this is looking super cool. But it has taken me like 4 hours to build this little bit. I hope each next one is gonna take less and less time. You can see here that I already mapped out my second platform. It's going to be on the same level as this one, and I already mapped it out with a windmill bearing just to make sure that this is the right radius that we can harvest at, and it is. I'm not sure if it's too far of a radius. I think we'll see once we get to placing the blocks underneath it. But I think I want to have this connect up with the ground here, and then do a similar kind of outcropping to inlet type of thing. So I guess let's get started on that, and yeah, then we'll see how it looks. This second one is done, and it took way less time. Let's see it. There we go. I think it looks really nice, and I really like the connection down here with this other mound-ish thing. I still haven't done anything under the water yet, but I think I do that as like the very last step. And then also I plan on, I'm not sure yet what I want to do, but I plan on having a second and third level here. I don't know if we want it to be like exactly above it, or if we want them kind of separate so we have a flat platform in this area. I probably want it uniformly, but I think we can try uniform, and if that doesn't look great, we can switch it up. But I think it's looking really good, but this is taking so long. So I think I'm definitely going to get just this part done this episode, but I think it looks so good. I think the detailing is great. And I want to be honest, I'm not great at terraforming, but I think this is turning out really, really good. So I'm very, very happy about it. I think now it's time-lapse time. And hey, how about we do a talking over time-lapse instead of just some music with stuff going on. So hi, I'm me. I don't have a bunch to talk about, but I'd like to thank you all for watching the videos, liking them so much. Channel has grown, I think, double in size in a month, which is crazy. So thank you very much for that. And then some other stuff. I'm still in school, and like the end of classes are coming up, same with finals. So maybe the next 2 weeks, the video schedule isn't going to be as perfect as I'd like it to be. And then pretty much right after finals, I'm going to Germany for 2 weeks. So it'll be even more crazy. But then I'm starting work, and then after that, it should be pretty okay. So semi-soon, it should be back to a normal schedule. But the time lapse is already over. So back to me. And there we go. Oh my goodness. This took so long. It is 3 days later. But it looks so, so good. Oh my gosh. And it's functional. We got grass here, two things there, a couple more here. I plan on maybe having one more there. And obviously if we expand this further around the mountain, we'll have plenty more. But I think most importantly, it looks super, super good. And I'm happy about this. I think we have to see this with shaders on. So there we go. Shaders in the morning sun. And a perfect viewing platform. This looks so good. And obviously once we finish off the top of the mountain and then also kind of the rest of the sides, this is going to look crazy good. I want to also incorporate this. Obviously this building is going to be way out over the mountain here, so I have to do some terraforming. I want to continue this style over to the actual main mountain hill base side, which I think we'll be able to do. Obviously I haven't done any detailing like down here. I'm going to throw in some tall grass, and I've already thrown in one azalea bush here just because I was missing like a little something, and I didn't know what exactly I was missing, so I was trying out a couple things, and this azalea bush stuck. But I need to do a bit of detailing, but let me walk you through, I guess, what I'm thinking while I'm building this stuff, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know what I'm thinking. So for grass purposes, I'm kind of just going to throw it down everywhere, and then occasionally make them a bit taller. I totally forgot to turn the shaders off. So for grass, I'm just like throwing them down here and not really caring about where they go. I think the main thing is getting a little bit more depth and, I guess, height, but maybe not height. Height might not be the right word, but depth or something else to the terraforming that we're doing. I think maybe I try out some carpets in certain places, I would say. Like maybe on top of some mossy cobble. I think that'll look okay. Oh, also, during the time-lapse, you could probably see that I started mining really quick. I got an andesite exoskeleton, which gives me haste 2, and as a trade-off weakness, but the haste 2 is super helpful. And that's what made me zoom through everything, which is super, super nice. But yeah, as I was saying, there's not really a method to the grass placing madness. It's just place something everywhere. But for the actual build itself, I feel like the thought process was I want it to look really mossy, but not just like a blob of moss. So it was mostly trying to balance the number of moss things here while keeping it feeling like it's really mossy. And I think the grass is going to help with that. It'll just add some more moss flavor without adding a ton of mossiness. I don't think that's the right word, but you know what I'm saying. And then I also wanted to keep like these areas relatively man-made, so I kept the tough backdrop and kind of like 3 blocks under it to make it feel like this was placed here on purpose. And then everywhere else, it's mostly like stone, andesite, gravel type of thing. So hopefully that actually works, and I think it does make it look pretty good. And as I was talking about earlier, I'm keeping like the shadows of like in caves doing deep slate sporadically, just because I think it does add a little bit extra of what we were missing. And then I was thinking while I was building to add some extra like buttons or maybe pressure plates just to add a little bit more depth. And I think that'll look pretty good. Okay, so I think that's most of the grass in here now. Obviously a couple more bits here and there. But I think this is looking overall pretty good. And then if I also just grab a couple buttons and just throw them down, you probably won't notice them from far away, but I hope that if you're like looking a little bit closely, you'll be able to tell that maybe just a bit more detail went into it. Alright, and I think that will probably do it for the buttons. As I was buttoning though, there are some stairs that I actually really like the placement of, and I think maybe I dot a few more in just for some added depth, just around and about. Now I'm looking for places on like a kind of flat wall like this one, and I'm just throwing them in, not like that. I'm just throwing them in like a corner stair setup like that. And then maybe another one here. And then depending on what's behind it, like sometimes there's dirt behind it. Let's see if I can find one. Yeah, dirt. So if I can find something here, I'll switch it with deep slate and get it just a little bit darker in there. And I think that does add quite a bit. There we go. And I think that is now done. Stepping back, it looks like even that little bit adds so much. Like the little extra grass, the little buttons everywhere. I didn't think you'd notice it that much, but you could notice it a ton. And the little gaps in the stairs. I think it adds a little bit of it's breaking apart type of vibes instead of like compared to the uniform not breaking apart specifically because that's the whole point of it thing. I low-key might even add more buttons because it's so noticeable and it makes it look so much better. Like I expected it to not look as good as it does in all honesty, but like specifically when you're on an angle, it adds a ton. Okay, I think that is now done. And it looks so good. I'm so happy about this. This is going to be a forever long project. I think probably just as long as the rest of the base. But this can now do what we want it to do, which is be a farm. So the only reason, let me remind you, that I wanted this is so that I could grow more wheat. And I'm going to do it in a fun little way. So obviously, actually... Oh, does this work because it's raining? That would be fun. I was gonna say, obviously, this won't actually be wet, but I guess it will be. The reason I made these things for deep is because water, as you can see in this little gap, is going to be placed here, maybe with a stair. Oh, that could be smart. Because if I put a stair here, then it won't look like there's a gap, but it'll still hydrate the crops. So let's see, if I throw this in there, that should hydrate that little bit, and it's raining so we can't tell, but the intention is to use this as a wheat field and rice field and a couple of other things eventually when we get to it field, because I want packed mud so I can build the other buildings. I guess the other one building for now, and we don't have any packed mud, so that's the only reason we're building this thing. Which might be a little bit overkill, but that's okay. And then this whole bottom section should be fully hydrated and we can start already planting some crops. This will eventually be automated. I'm going to have in the back here windmill bearings with 8 sails on them and harvesters. Harvesters obviously just harvest and replant stuff, but the good thing about that is that it can go through blocks. So I'm just going to have it occasionally show up and come through here, but otherwise it's going to look great like this, and I think that will work and look really cool. Why is there zombies in my house? Well, now that they're gone, let me grab some wheat, or seeds I suppose, and we can go plant these things. I'm actually not really sure what this is going to look like with all of the seeds and stuff in. I hope it still looks good. Let's see. Oh, that actually looks better. Oh my goodness. This is gonna look so cool. Alright, I just waterlogged those 2 stairs behind the walls on this level as well. I'm gonna just throw wheat here, and then that's probably enough for now to get us started on the amount of straw and wheat that we'll probably need. I can obviously add more if I need it, but all these crops should be fully hydrated. It's raining, so it's gonna be hard to tell, but they should be. And that is all of the seeds that I have just already. This looks so good. I'm still gushing over it. It's taken so long, and we're not even like an eighth of the way down the entire mountain. But when this is done, it's going to look beautiful. And here it is with all of the farms hydrated and stuff is growing. I added a little bit more here just because we had some more seeds. But it is looking so good. And once we get in the rest of the crops and even higher up on the mountain and stuff, and then the large factory type of thing up there where we process everything in a train that comes over with like a bridge, it's going to look so cool. Welcome back to another video on the Create mod. In the last episode, we made the beautiful mountain behind me, and in the intro, you saw that I built a little more on the top and added a bit more detail. While I was editing the video, I thought I didn't do any bamboo at all, and it looks so cool. It makes it look more overgrown. It adds a little bit extra color and height to the green, which we didn't have really before, and I really like it. I also started adding this top bit that's kind of caves more into the flat bit of the top of the mountain that we'll eventually get to. And then I also added some more farming areas and stuff. And today I think we're going to make these farms actually useful, because right now they're still manual. They look beautiful, but this is a Create mod. We need to automate things. But first, the video that I made came out 3 days ago on Friday is talking about some of the things that everyone should have in their Create mod base. And I only have 1.5 of them. I technically have the andesite, brass, and copper casings thing. I have half of an andesite alloy thing that only kind of works. This horrible thing that doesn't really work to make precision mechanisms, and then nothing to make large, small, or cogwheels or shafts. And I'm gonna be honest, I hate crafting cogwheels. It's so horrible. So I think the first thing we do is set up maybe another line or something like that to get that going. But before we get into that, I think we need to talk about the interior of this place. Now, I don't know the vibe that you get when I walk in here, but the first thing I get is, why is there nothing anywhere? Other than over in this section, it's just so empty and so nothing, especially coming through this door. Like in my view right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 machines, which is pretty horrible. So I think we today get a little bit down on what we want the vibe of this place to be. Now, I think we have it be a different vibe than this area. I think this area is more homely and not what I want for the main bit of the factory. However, I think we can change up some stuff, like mostly how you would walk around the factory. Right now, it's just a big empty room with nothing in it. I think we add pathways maybe down here, and then it branches off into 2 different directions, like here or something. And there is a big machine, maybe the crafters I move over here, just to block off the space. And then we go like this, and then we head over this way. And then behind the crafters, we have another machine like here. And then we have a little pathway down this way, for machines over here and machines over here, with enough space to be able to use them all and all that fun stuff. And then over here, maybe we just have this go towards that for now. And then what we could do, so the goal of this is to kind of block off your line of sight, because that makes it feel more cramped, claustrophobic, and like more stuff is going on, which is why I want a big thing in the way right here, so that it feels like, uh-oh, I have to like go somewhere else in order to do stuff. So I'm thinking, instead of just a straight line all the way down and all the way down here, I think we have a pathway here that goes this way and then matches up with a pathway going along this way. And I think we kind of lay it out like you would a city that hasn't really been planned, I guess, or it's been over-planned to make you feel like you're trapped inside, which probably isn't the point of a city, but I want it to have that kind of chaotic vibe in here. I think first things first, let's get a interior path design here. I think maybe we do 3 blocks wide, because the outside path here is 7, and I'd like to squish it a little bit. We might be able to pull off 5. So I think we maybe do a little bit of testing and see which ones we like. I also want to get lighting involved. So that is exactly what I did. I really like this design. I'm using these chiseled deep slate kind of tile looking things on the outside to make kind of like a pathway thing, and then stairs over here, just a little bit of depth. And then in the middle here, just normal deep slate with some shroom lights that are the same lantern kind of chiseled style as the ones up here. And I think they look really cool. So I think what we do is we just bring this up and around and maybe connect it to some other bits and then call it a day. But yeah, let's get started on building these pathways. And there we go. The pathways are all in. I think this is looking pretty cool. I really like how this kind of curves with the more homely wood style over here. And then we also have plenty of space for some cool farms and stuff. I think we schematic-ize, those aren't real words, all of the things that we need. I should have everything that we do need, hopefully, for all of them. And then I just got to grab some schematics and place these bad boys in. I want kind of everything to be up against the pathways here. It's not the end of the world if we have some space in the back here. And I think for most things, we really won't have too much space. Like this one obviously is super small because it just makes some shafts. But I think all the other ones should be okay. So if we throw these in and get, let's do andesite alloy. Sure. Let's do casing. Let's do cogwheel. And then the precision mechanism one. Okay, so this is the andesite alloy one. I think we just set it up here, bring it forward and down. One thing that we can do, since obviously we don't have a creative motor, we can connect this cogwheel up to this thing, but it's on opposite sides. So if we flip it, ho-ho, there we go. So yeah, I think that's a good spot for that one. I don't remember what this one is. Oh, this is the casings farm, and it needs to be sideways like this. And then I want to get this in between, if I can fit it. I don't know if it will fit. In between the shafts and the casing. Okay, that's good. Oh yeah, it is. You can see, yeah. So it's perfectly lined up in between those so that it just fits. And then the same with these two. So love to see that. So these 3 are all good. I think the next one, is this precision mechanism? No, this is the creating of the cogwheels. This thing's huge. I think we just throw it in the middle area here. Something like that. Because I think, if I remember correctly, the precision mechanism thing is too wide. And then if we have it like that, those will fit right next to each other, and I think looks super cool. Okay, that's super good news. The last thing we need to do is actually build all these with the schematic cannon. I think we just start over here and work our way around. And then I am just gonna quickly check the material components. Yeah, we're all good. Okay, and I've dug out just a little bit of space so that the ground will work. And it's gonna start placing. This should be pretty quick. So let's see. And it's already done. Love that. And I'm just going to grab an additional cogwheel, connect it up. There we go. And it's working. But now we can move on to the casings. I think I might have said casings here. Andesite alloy. Now we're moving on to casings. This thing, super compact, super nice looking. I think if we just throw this in, we might want it 1 block lower. Yeah, I think we do want it 1 block lower, just for vibes purposes. So let's cut out these blocks just to make sure it'll fit. And then if we throw this bad boy in, check the components, we should have everything, hopefully. Yup. And then hit play. That was the wrong one. That's okay. That one's a super simple one. Which was the right one? This one. Now if we throw that in, check the materials. We just need a barrel. Okay, I threw a barrel in. I'm just double checking that everything's still good. Yes, it is. Send it. Now we should have a cool little system here in the floor. Oh, nice, it's already done. And we have a bunch of space back here. I think, now that this like whole section is done, I think we connect it all up to a power source somewhere. Those are all set up with an on and off lever that turns them off. This one just works off the same one as this one. It's probably fine. I mean, we still have no signal. It's because it's off. We still have 120 stress units, thousands still remaining. I don't think we're ever going to use all of one steam engine even, which is a bonkers amount. But now we can move on to kind of the cooler ones, the precision mechanism and cogwheel crafter thingies. We should already have the stuff for both of these, so... gearbooks. There we go. Now it's done. I'm going to break out the ground here just to make sure that nothing breaks by accident, and then we can get going. And... skadoosh. Things are going in. It's looking good so far. It is done. Beautiful. And the astute among you might have seen that I already have this thing set up. I forget if I just need a shaft here. Is this going the right way? Yeah, it is. Let's go. Okay, we'll be able to test this in a minute, but I want to finally get the precision mechanisms in, and then we can test all of them out at the same time. And yes, everything's good. Hit play. And this thing is such a clever design. It's so compact. It's so nice looking. I will obviously need to redo the volts because they broken, but everything else should be working like right away. And it's already connected to the power that I tried to connect it to earlier, which is great news. And it's done. Okay. And I think, excuse me, allegedly, if I just replace these, that's now a big volt. Beautiful. And I think we are all good to test stuff. I do have to set up an on and off switch. So that turns off. That turns off. We can now test all of these things. Let's first test out the andesite alloy farm. I'm going to just throw in pretty much half of each. And there we go. It's already making andesite alloys and it's pretty fast. This might be the top speed. I don't remember. But it's still fast. I think it is the top speed. It's 1,000 stress units. I think so. And it's fast. This is super nice. And next up is the casings farm. We can do andesite or copper. I think I have plenty of andesite alloy actually. So let's just do that instead. And then if we throw in like a couple stacks of wood, unless it's going the wrong way. Oh no, wait, it's not connected to anything. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, I think I just missed a block. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. So that means it's working, and it looks like it's making andesite casings, and it is. Love to see that. Next up is the shaft farm. I'm gonna take just a stack of andesite alloy, and oh, it's just backwards. I switched it with an andesite funnel just because it can keep up, so there's not really a point in doing a brass one. I guess the brass one does look better, so maybe I'll change it, but we're not even like a third of the way down and already have 2 stacks of shafts. That is crazy. I think this thing is like 1.5 times better / more efficient than crafting the andesite or the shafts themselves, because it produces 6 per every one instead of 4 or something like that. So it's actually really quite good. I'm going to do precision mechanisms last because for this we need a boatload of cogwheels. It might even be worth duplicating this to make large cogwheels just all the time as well. I'm not sure. And then for this one, we also just need some andesite alloy and some logs. So if we throw in both, everything's going the right way. It's getting crafted into these, and we get cogwheels. Now, this thing, for like a stack of gold, takes like 5 or 6 stacks of cogwheels. It's exactly 5, because 5 times a stack is a stack. So we need this thing to run a lot when we want to make a bunch of precision mechanisms. But I think if we have it going like just occasionally, it will be good enough. These all look sick, but I think the one thing I don't like right now is the floor. The smooth stone floor, for better or for worse. The deep slate stuff looks sick, but I think it just doesn't match well with the deep slate. But I know that Chipped has a lot of cool, I think I probably want white concrete looking things. They have a lot of cool ones, including like the hazard concrete and all of this other stuff. But I think I go with wired white concrete. The reason for this is mostly just sadness, because this hazard and all of the other like line based ones, you can't rotate them for some reason. So you just kind of get like super lame lines just always facing this way, and you can't ever make them go this way. So I think we just do the wired one, which looks pretty cool, and it's connectable. So I guess, let me show you. Let me go grab some. Okay, we have a couple stacks here. So if I just take off all of these, you can see it connects like this, and then it gives us a nice white border in between the deep slate and the wiredness, which is basically just deep slate 2. But if we replace everything here, I think it'll look pretty sweet. Oh yeah, that already looks super cool. Like that right there, it looks way better than the smooth stone. So I think we replace all of this just everywhere. And then we can see how the cogwheels are doing and hopefully get to testing the precision mechanism thing. Okay, so I laid out all of the pathways here, and I think this looks pretty sweet. I really like the outline of it around the blocks. I think that's a super cool thing. And I think it looks really good in the back here, where there's like a little maintenance path, something. And we do now have enough cogwheels. I'm just making some gold sheets so we can test it. But we actually have plenty of cogwheels. That's actually really quite fast, and this is just about to be done here. So if we now throw these into here, this should make a bajillion precision mechanisms, and also some garbage, like a clock or something. I don't get it either. And we are almost done. I think there's 10 more still to go. We have 44 precision mechanisms. This took like 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? It took way less time than my stupid dumb one right there that I finally get to take down. And it's already done so much faster. And we got 49 precision mechanisms, a bunch of other stupid garbage. Somehow an iron ingot? Sure. But I mean, that's crazy. That is used for so many weird things that are obnoxious to craft. Brass track switcher. Oh, this is above my pay grade. I'm not dealing with that. But the precision mechanisms work. The cogwheel works. Everything works. And it looks pretty darn cool. So now I think it's time to get to the actual point of this episode, which was hopefully getting at least a little bit of automation in for our farms. So I've already done a little bit of testing, and the windmill bearing going around in a circle thing will farm it automatically for us. So all I need to do is like sneak in back here and make a little house for the windmill bearing to be, and then we can test to see if it actually works and I got the dimensions right and everything. And then we will be automatically farming wheat, which will be sick. I also probably don't want just wheat. I want other food things. I'm currently growing like cabbages and onions or something, but I'll want rice or a bunch of other stuff, because the main reason we're making this is packed mud, and straw is technically better than wheat, and you get straw by crushing rice. So growing rice would be kind of the ultimate goal. I don't think I've ever seen it though. I think first of all, let's get to making this farming thingy, building this out, making a little dome here so that we can test everything and make sure it works. And then we can get to, I suppose, actually farming this automatically. We aren't gonna make like a whole system yet up at the top, but that will be the eventual goal. Have it all flow up into the barn factory thing that we make up at the top of the mountain. But I think baby steps for now, and hopefully we'll be able to at least automate most of the packed mud process. Okay, I haven't tested this, so I don't know if it'll actually work. Oh, I should probably super glue this, but I think it will, to be honest. If we have the harvesters here and we just right click this bearing, it's going to go super slow, but we should see it should hopefully go through the wall. It does. Okay, good. It doesn't break the bamboo. That's good news. Oh, I don't have a chest on it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Where's it going? Oh, is it just getting pushed along? Ah, I don't think I have a chest. I do. I can't place it. Okay, well. Oh, dang it. Okay, it doesn't fully work, which is perhaps an uh-oh. It's weird that it didn't get this. Why did it not? Hold on, what if we... I'm gonna throw a chest on here and then be confused about why it didn't pick it up. Because it should, right? If it's getting these, why isn't it getting these? And I think it does go through it. Maybe it just is a not 100% chance that it picks it up since it's on the edge or something. Something weird. Oh, dang it. Maybe it doesn't get it enough because it looks like these are getting it like half and then this one just barely doesn't. Okay, that is a bit of a bummer. But I suppose that just means we're going to have to throw like some moss or tuff there and call it a day. But it does look like this thing works, which we love to see. And then we can always throw in some portable storage things below it to have it take stuff out. So I'm not worried about the item take outage. I'm just bummed that this isn't the correct size, but it does still kind of work. I am going to stop it for now. The thing I'm worried about is I've been using the windmill bearings, which makes these blocks able to go through other blocks. So like theoretically we could just block this off and from the outside it would look really quite good. Over here, since these are straight lines, I feel like I have to use a gantry shaft. But I don't think that gantry shaft blocks can go, or like things on gantry shafts can go through walls like that. So I might have to try to figure out how to do a windmill bearing on a gantry shaft, which could be fun and entertaining, but maybe also impossible. I'm going to dig this out and first see if the gantry shaft thing will just work, because that'll be amazing. Okay, I have a super janky setup here just to check. Yeah, this thing won't move because there's a wall here. Okay, that was what I expected, which means I'm going to have to do some weird stuff with a spinning windmill bearing on a gantry shaft, which I am worried about working, but I think it would be funny if it did work. Okay, so to now test this, I'm going to right-click both of these at the same time. Okay, so it doesn't work. This thing needs to not be moving for this windmill to go, which might mean we just have to have multiple static windmill bearings across the whole way here, which is fine. I think a little bit less cool, but still fine. But I do now need to test to see how far away we can put it and it still pick up the corners here, because those are going to be the hardest ones to get. Okay, the next windmill bearing is set up. I'm going to right click it and then get out of the way. So now hopefully, there's not a good way to test this, but hopefully it should come all the way around and get to this corner. Now, unfortunately, just by the way this is built, I don't think there's a way this can't go over the edge here. Depending on how horrible it looks, I think we just keep it and call it a day, but maybe, actually, maybe I'm being dramatic. I think we'll see. This should meet up just along the line here, and it does. No way. Is it just going to be perfect? I don't know if that'll work. But if it does, we only really have one block that's all weird. And then it's, I think, good. If so, that'll be sweet. I'm not sure if it'll work, but if it does, that'll be super sick. So now these both work. I think we can just duplicate this up above here on the next level here, and we can actually fully test it. I think it might be just easiest to dig out this back area here. I will never remember that I have haste 2 just in a backpack here, but I probably should, because this makes it way better. Okay, I have these two now set up on the top floor, so we can see if it actually harvests everything. Let's right click both of them at the same time and then hide in a hole while we fly out. It's already going. It looks like it's collecting everything. We want to make sure that it doesn't go over. Perfect, and it does not. But I'm waiting for this other one to come out. It's coming kind of soon. Here we go. It is the correct distance. Let's hope that it gets this one, because if it does, then that means... Yes. Okay, so that means this one down here will get this one as well. And that is these 3 already finished. Obviously, what we need to do still is a couple of things. You can stop, and you can stop. We need now to get some of those item extracty thingies to extract the items. I am a wordsmith, but once we extract the items, we then need to bring them probably just upwards for now. I don't even know, actually, probably not even upward, because I don't know where we want them to be just yet. So I think maybe we just put them in a spot like just down here and call it a day, but it shouldn't be too difficult. We have enough height to be able to do everything that we want. And it should be pretty easy. We just need those portable storage whatever thingies. Okay, so I made this thing that just sends the items down that way. If we turn this on, oh my god, it's still so slow. Okay, we're gonna do all of this again. I think I just use a rotation speed controller because I'm no longer poor. All right, now let's try it out. This is going the right way. Love that. And now, it's not connected. I gotta glue you. There we go. Okay, it looks like that didn't work the first time. And now, there we go. We get items. Beautiful. So I think let's do the same thing with all the other ones. And then we can get a super temporary storage system over here somewhere or something that just stores everything that we need. And then we can hopefully make some packed mud. Okay, I am getting pushed around by all these belts, but I think everything should be now connected. This one's been running and it has been throwing stuff out there, but I haven't checked any of the other ones because I want to see if doing it now will make it work. So everything is now running. I'm going to hide in this corner and go into free cam. We can see it is being harvested, and it's at least mostly in sync with this one. I think as long as it is pretty good, then I think we're okay. And then I just got to make sure these two are pretty out of sync, because I think I went 1, 2, 3, 4, but I can fix that later. This one should continue harvesting everything here. This one's got 1. There we go. And now we should see in a second here, both of these connect to their thing, start dropping stuff, throwing it over there. Same with this one. It's not connected. Oops, I forgot to glue these. This now means our farms are getting automatically harvested. They are just currently being thrown into a pile right here. But if we wanted to, we could just throw down a barrel with maybe... Do I have an andesite funnel? I do. There we go. And then let's just toss some stuff down here. It will all go into this barrel. Love that. Eventually, I'll want to send this up all the way to the top floor, up to where the factory is, and then we can process all the seeds, the wheat, the everything. But for now, I think I just do it semi-manually down here. But if we get more in here and up at the top, we have a couple more that we can set up later. This thing will start coming alive, and we can finally automatically harvest wheat and get some packed mud. Because that's literally all the reason I built this, is so that I could get some packed mud and build the next building that we want here. We have made a ton of progress in this episode. We pretty much completely rebuilt the structure and vibe of this little area here. I'll eventually want to pull out these machines up against the pathway here and maybe move this crafter. But I really like the pathway that we designed, the kind of the layout of hopefully all the little machines and stuff in the factory. And then we also automated, finally, the farm harvesting. We're getting wheat, a bunch of it per hour already. We probably have like 300 in the time it took for me to build this. So we're gonna get a ton of wheat really quickly. In the last episode, we made this interior with the beautiful pathways winding and weaving along. We also made the 5 farms that I talked about forever ago, it feels like now. And they all work flawlessly. And then I also finished off a little bit of the automation, just 3 of the, what do we have, 7 platforms? I guess 8 if you count this one. 3 of the 8 platforms that we have for farming, just so that we can get some mud blocks. What I want to do today is maybe a little bit different than what you were expecting. You see, Mr. Beardstone and his ultimate wisdom, the person that made this pack, they updated it, and it now includes quite a bit more fun stuff. You can see my zoom is all zoomalicious instead of... Sorry, you're probably throwing up because of motion sickness. Zoomalicious because of whatever, and... there's also some more stuff. So first, we have some fun little torches. These things prevent mob spawning in a huge radius. I think it's like 64 blocks. It could be more or less. This prevents passive mob spawning. This is just like floaty lights, which is perfect for the ugly ceiling that we have up here that I want to light up, but I don't think any lights would look good. And then these things is clears residual light from a feral flare lantern, which is the invisible light. I don't know what this means, but maybe we'll need it. I have no idea. They also have some fun little create things. We can make a create cooker, which is just like a grill. I think it's probably good for automating food stuff, but I haven't looked into it. Some chunk loaders. I don't really know what these do, so let's look at it. Chunk loader will keep the current chunk loaded when giving rotational power. Oh, it does not work when the rotation speed is too low. That makes a lot of sense. What's the difference between andesite and normal? Chunk loader gives comparator output when it's active. When a rotation power is lost, there is a short delay before the chunk is unloaded. Oh, it's configurable? Chunk will stay loaded if power is restored during this delay. Oh, well, this is very good. What about the brass? What are you fancy ones for? You better not say the same thing and just be brass. You're saying the same thing so far. You better stop it. You can figure out the loaded range. Oh, you can set the, okay, that's why the brass one's cool. Well, you and I both learned more about that. I don't know if I'll ever use it because I just love lagging out the main place where I stay. But if I ever make, oh my God, if I ever make a guardian farm, perhaps, then we can load it. I don't even have to AFK it. Or I guess a gold farm in the nether, or a bajillion other farms that are location specific. Anyway, we also, I talked about those things, have something really cool. Waystones. These things, not a huge fan of. They just let you teleport wherever you want. They're not super expensive, but they are really good because I'm lazy. And I love teleporting. It's basically like flying, but easier. And it would probably actually be really helpful for annoying stuff. Like if we have a guardian farm over here, teleporting straight to it instead of having to fly over there. There's also probably more mods that I forgot about or haven't thought of. But it's not my monkeys or my circus. Why are they all going in here? Oh, they're not. They're just silly. Okay, well, this is fixed. That's good news. Oh, and also in the comments, I got some really good ideas from some folks about maybe doing minecarts on these flat ones instead of the rotatey boys, because minecarts probably can go through stuff, which is a really good idea. So I'm definitely stealing that. And then also perhaps putting ferns on top of the bamboo. I assume there's like some cheaty way to do it, but oh, okay, that was not me. Just putting a fern on top of it does not work. So I think unless there's some easy way other than like glitching the game high key, I'm probably not going to do that. So let me know down in the comments if there's an easy way to do that, because that would be great. What even part of my face was that? Anyway, I have been talking for so long. I don't even know what we're doing today. I said it and now I've forgotten. Oh, that's right. The plan. We need some mud, and not just mud. We need wet mud. No, we need it packed down. The reason is because normal mud looks stupid. So first we need to make normal mud just by mixing dirt in a water. And then after that, pack it. I'd like to get straw. The only way to get that is with rice. And I'm almost certain I don't have any rice somehow. I have no idea where you find it. Yeah, I don't have any rice. Is this rice? No, that's onion. Why do I have 3 wild onion? I'm horrible at storage. Oh my goodness. This is the worst. Anyway, I guess we're just going to use wheat for now. I will have to manually bring over the wheat from the wheat farm because we don't have a train yet. And we're not getting one anytime soon. There's my face again. We're not getting one anytime soon. But I think first, let me get a mud farm going. I think I'm just going to yoink the dirt off of this pathway here. Just like craft a little bit of mud from here. I don't think we're going to need a ton of it. And if we do, we might even be able to convert this to a mud farm. I wasn't really expecting to have mud here, so that's why it isn't very good. But if we need a bajillion things of mud, then we can get it. I suspect pulling it from the belt will be good enough. So I think we just do that and hope that it works. So I thought of this, and I don't know if it will work, but if we grab the U, okay, grab you, get dirt, put dirt on you. Will you let me, if I get another pipe, do this? Okay, the answer is no, but I bet if I just, no. My torch just wanted to run away. You can't run from me. I'm too powerful. Okay, perfect. We have a basin with water in it. We just need a mixer, and I'm out of andesite alloy. Well, isn't that just convenient? We can use our brand new farm, and it's already made. We just pick it up. And now, oh, we're out of andesite casing. That's so crazy. We could use our, oh, it's already done. That, folks, is why you do everything before you need it, because then you can just do the fun stuff. So now I think if I were to pop you on that and then somehow scam my way, and actually I'm going to move the whole thing over because I have a fun little bonus plan here where, first of all, now that'll just line up all perfect like, and then second of all, it will just perfectly connect to this thing. And now if I throw the brass funnel on this with a dirt block, I don't have a dirt block. Stop. Oh wait, dang it. It ran away. Grab you, reverse it to go into here. Now, according to my calculations, this should just work. I suppose we can... Oh, it's going. That is our first mud block ever, and we don't have anything filter-wise set up for it, because I don't even think I have mud in my storage system. Well, I think that's fine, because if we just have this go straight into a packed mud thing, then we'll be good. So, I think next up is the packed mud. We just need mud and wheat, or mud and straw, but we only have wheat, so that's what we're doing. I am going to grab all of the mud that I can, and throw it in a item vault. The reason for this is because I have to manually bring over the wheat, and if I'm slow to bring over the wheat, I don't want the mud to back this whole thing up like we saw in the beginning of the episode. So I think it's probably just best if I put it here like this, and I'm gonna actually switch this to a 2x2 volt so we can get some height on this boy, and then if we place the basin here, we can throw a brass funnel there. Do I have mud? With mud, and then a mechanical mixer up there, perfect. And we just have to connect this with a cogwheel, perfect. That is now connected. It's already going full speed. If we now, I think the last thing we need to do is obviously get the wheat in and then set this up with some belts. So now if we connect all you and you, it should now go perfect right onto the main belt. And then we can also grab 2 more hoppers, throw it down there with a barrel. And now, if we throw in our wheat, it should start going, yep, into the basin. So now all we need is for this dirt farm to make some dirt for us. Or I guess I could just run down here and grab some dirt, because we only have 57,000 of it. We're running low. There we go. And we're actually getting mud in here already. And we're getting packed mud out, which is awesome. So this is already making stuff. Eventually, if we ever get some straw, we'll be able to double the amount of wheat straw per mud thing that we make, and then we can really ramp up production here. Or I could just bring in a bunch more dirt for mud making purposes. But until then, it'll give us at least a little bit of packed mud so that we can get started on storing up for the next build. It's gonna take a lot of mud. This thing is huge. I think this build took 20 stacks of each block, maybe only 10 of each block, but still a bunch of it. So we're gonna need a ton. I think now though, we do something a little bit different. I need rice, if you haven't seen, and I don't know where to get it. So I think we go on a little adventure to try to find some rice. I'm not really sure where I want to go. I think probably down to the left over here, just because everywhere else is like a little bit explored, and this is like there's nowhere anywhere. Where do we even go? So I think we head down to the left. Maybe I look up what biomes you can find rice in, because I genuinely have no clue. And then we should be able to use the nature's compass. Can I just search rice? That would have been cool. That would have been cool. And then we can go try to find some rice and maybe even add on to, because we still have a bunch of platforms. We have 5 left that we can turn into rice farms or something else farms. There's a creeper. I'm not going there right now. First things first, we need some rice. But honestly, I don't know where to get that. So I think I look it up, and then we can put it into the nature's compass and just go there and hope that we find some rice. Apparently, it is a jungle biome, which we already have it locked in. We could also do a swamp, but I think jungles are more cool. And then also, I don't have any food. So I guess I need to do that first, but then we can go. We are now well fed. We got enough mutton chops. Now we can finally go to the jungle. Before we go though, I should probably make some waystones because then we can throw one down here and then teleport back instead of having to fly all the way back. Now, waystones, I think they're kind of cheating, but if they're in the game, I'm using them. So how do I make? I need amethyst. I think I have that. Oh, I do. I also need ender pearls, which I have 0 of. Okay, well, we can go quickly to the end. I don't remember where the end is, but otherwise it's pretty cheap. We have just enough emeralds, which is good. But yeah, I suppose I have to go to the end, maybe set up a waystone there once we get there, because then we can come back here quickerly. That's a word. But actually, also what I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here and pick up a couple blocks of iron and head to this village to maybe get some more emeralds. Because now that I'm thinking about it, 3 waystones in total is probably not enough. And thank you. Give me more. Did you just nod? Okay. I don't want a bell. You know what? I think 49 emeralds is plenty for what we need. Now it's time for the end. And I'm a little bit worried because I think I might have to do the whole Eye of Ender thing again because I genuinely don't know where it is. Please just give me some ender pearls. I know that I'm going to get ender pearls to go to the end to get ender pearls, but also it's so that I can get ender pearls later without having to do this. Because oh my gosh, these guys are the worst. Finally, I hope 4 is going to be enough. I only have to get there because I've already put it in the Eye of Ender into the thing. Oh, excuse me. We have the Eye of Ender again. We gotta go this way. Still this way. It broke again. Oh no. I'm not gonna get there. We're gonna have to go all the way back. Okay, I remember this area and I feel like maybe it's down there. Is it like, yeah, it's down right here. Okay. At least we made it. I remember this. The one thing I don't remember is where in the world I went. Oh my gosh, I finally found it. Now I just need to figure out where the portal is, and then we'll be good to go. I feel like it might be down here. Nope. Ooh, I think, yeah. I remember complaining about this because this is where I came in last time, and it's literally right here. Beautiful. Okay, I think we can just go in. We should be able to make a waystone in here and place it just in the end, and then we should be okay. He's got a jukebox. Okay, we now have a stack and a half of ender pearls. We should now be able to make the waystone. Oh no, I don't have obsidian. Genuinely, I completely forgot that these were here and made of obsidian. Like for a second, I was like legitimately annoyed that I forgot obsidian. But this is actually good because if I wasn't making a waystone here, I would have totally forgotten to get any obsidian at all, and that would have been a big issue. With 35 things of obsidian, we I put it away. At least now we can make them. We have 6. That's pretty good. There we go. So we've made 5. I'm going to throw one, I guess, just right next to my bed. Home! And now I think these warp stones are like self-teleporters. If we do this, haha, we can teleport just like that. But now we can use that to just teleport back home whenever we need. And I guess I'm going to go quickly back to the end, place a waystone down there, and then we can get on to go into the jungle. And then we can finally get a rice. All right, and there we go. Now we can skedaddle and actually finally get to a jungle. Now, this thing is 2,000 blocks away. We have a hike. All right, we should be. Oh yeah. So allegedly, if this is a big enough jungle, we'll be able to find some in like a little stupid river, or like maybe a pond in the middle of this thing. But I don't know how much I believe that, or you know what? It actually looks pretty big. There might actually be perhaps a rice thingy around here. And there is a chance that there isn't going to be one here, but we could maybe still find one if we go to a swamp instead. It might be easier to find there. I'm not seeing any, so maybe we try a swamp. This is some weird world generation. What is going on here? Ooh, a mangrove swamp. Maybe that counts. And I suppose actually this might be a good spot to get some mud for our build if we need it. I'm not sure how. Oh, and double also. Let me get some propagules because I don't have this wood type. I don't know if I'll ever use it, but if I do use it, I'll want it. I didn't find any in the mangrove swamp, but there it is. I think we only need one rice thing, and then we can make an infinite amount of rice things. Just to be safe, I'm gonna fly around real quick and try to get more. I'm pretty sure you can just plant this right away, and it'll just work. Oh, here we go. We got the mother load. Nice. And if I were smart, I think if you shear them, you get the actual rice thingies, which are better for what we need. The reason is if we crush it, we then get rice, and then a 50% chance of straw. Straw is the thing that we care about. Makes it like a bajillion times easier to get that packed mud that we wanted. But we are home. Hello, Mr. Crow. We have our rice. I think now we can maybe get to actually planting it. So rice needs to be in like 1 block of water. So I could plant rice here. It does need to be planted on grass or dirt or whatever. But if we just head over here, we could probably, I think maybe we only need 2 rice things. I think here is a good spot. And right now I'm just replacing the stone with grass. Dirt will work obviously, but I'm just broke all the grass, so it's easy to place it right back. Because again, rice cannot grow on stone, which in all honesty makes a bunch of sense. But now, if we waterlog this, there we go. That is now covered in water, and then I think, yeah, nice, nice, nice. So I just placed the rice things themselves down onto the water, and we already have some growing. I think if we can, in here, check to see how good crushing the rice thingies are, because I'm pretty sure, and this might ruin the whole thing, I'm pretty sure the automatic harvesters harvest it with the silk touch whatever thing, like how I broke it with the shears correctly. Like I think the harvesters get the whole rice plant and not just a little ball of rice, which will mean that we're going to get some straw from it. And we did get 6 straw from crushing it, which is exactly 50%. I think that's just getting a little bit lucky. Oh, and it looks kind of cool. It looks like a little pond, which I think is a pretty neat setup there. But in the background, I think we can break in here and place another one of the harvesters, the spinny boys. And then obviously, oh, right, this is going to be a different distance. What I actually was thinking, instead of just like, because down here, the corners don't get reached, I think we just extend the length of the harvester by 1 block and call it a day, because I'm not too worried about how great it looks, and it's not going to be like present the whole time we're looking at the build. So I don't think it'll look too bad, and I think it'll make the overall thing look a little bit better. I'm hoping I just dig straight into the, I don't think I will. I was hoping I just dug straight into the below ground thingy, but I think I was too far in. Okay, I was literally 1 block too far. But we can now connect this up with this thing, which is great news. I think I'll probably just have it drop down onto that main belt and call it a day. But first we need to set up the harvester. I think if my calculations are correct, the windmill bearing should go right here. And then we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks this way. Now, if it looks really bad, then I can shorten it by 1 block. Like if it comes way out here, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come out to like here and then go run away in a tiding hole. All right, this hole is now dug out. I think the next thing we need to do is grab our sails and harvesters and get these bad boys set up. So if I just place this all along here, and then we should just be able to, and I got to make sure I do this in the right orientation. I'm pretty sure they're all facing downwards like this. All right, and then on the middle block there, a barrel, and then we should see that this is actually just going to work. Nice. I do want to go check quickly to see if this looks good. I think it should. I don't see a way that it could go. Ooh, you know what? I might. Oh, when it gets the grass too. Okay, yeah. Okay, the 9 long one will not work, but that's okay. I can just place probably some moss might be the best, or throw a quick moss carpet. Beauty. There we go. And then the same thing, I think it's this one? Which, shame that we have to break it, but at least we get the rice back. Another quick moss there. And now let's try it. This should now like be fully invisible pretty much until it enters out here, which will be really good to see if that actually, yes. Okay, so that does work. And then obviously these aren't fully grown at all, but it should be able to harvest everything properly. Am I dumb? I think if I just move this whole bearing over by 1 block, it might still work. So let's try it. Yeah. Oh, that's way better than re-terraforming the whole place. Okay, yeah. Nice. Okay, I like that. Now we just need to set up the item collection and everything, and then we'll be good to go. And it shouldn't even be that difficult. We're just going to need these portable storage interfaces glued on, of course. And then if we do this with just a chute underneath, we should be able to maybe even shoot it all the way over to here. I don't know how good chutes are at being diagonal dropper thingies. But if we can just direct it all the way onto this belt, that would be sick. So I suppose let's try it. Oh my gosh, it might actually work. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this actually worked. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. This is hilarious. Okay. I don't even think we need any redstone here. If we just wait for the rice out here to grow, then we'll be good. It is interesting, actually. Looking at this, you can see that it says up at the top, rice crops growth 33%. I think it needs to get to the tallest height to be able to then grow rice. So we're going to have like this green stuff just popping out over the water, which actually is going to look super cool. Oh, actually what I could do, just as a little bit of a test, I could throw in 1 moss carpet in here just to make sure that the items actually get down. And then I am going to build a new hole for people to go in. And then we should see that it just falls straight onto this belt and goes eventually into the barrel here. So we're just about there. We should see it connect. Yes. Uh-oh. I don't know if it worked, but I didn't see it. If we fly over here. Oh, it works. Nice. Okay. Sweet. Okay, that means this chute works. I can't believe it works. It's so silly. But I mean, I guess, sure. So that means that works perfectly. Now, I guess we just need to wait for this to actually give us some rice. And then we can test to see whether or not everything works, and specifically if it gives us the whole like rice bushel thingy, or just like the little rice balls, because I'd like the whole rice bushel thingy. All right, I've been AFK here a little bit, and you can see already in this barrel, 3 rice pancettas. I don't know what they're called, but I bet we have more down here. I need to wait. Excuse me. I also set up a little bit more of rice stuff. We saw that they just went in. We have 14. I've also been planting quite a bit more. So if how can I leave? If I can skedaddle through here. I've also started planting more on this other side here. And I haven't set this up, hooked it up to the main system yet. But I'll be able to do that pretty quickly. But this process at the start is going to take probably quite a bit for it to actually do stuff. But once all of the rice is grown and this one is also growing, maybe we throw in one more thing for rice, but I'm not too sure about that. Then we should have enough straw per hour or minute or however much we need to be able to make enough packed mud. And you can see here, I probably, yes, we're getting a bunch of packed mud pretty quickly. Obviously, our dirt farm is going to be faster right now than the amount of straw we can produce, but I expect that will change, hopefully in the near future, especially as we get more rice and stuff all set up, and it actually starts growing. Because right now, it's just been growing to the start height, so we haven't really gotten a bunch of rice yet. But I hope that'll change. And another cool thing that we might be able to do at some point is get some organic compost, which, as you can see, if you just like place it down next to some water maybe, it can make rich soil, which just helps stuff grow faster. So if we're like full up on this area and maybe most of the rest of the mountain, we can always switch out the soil with rich soil, and that probably will grow it quite a bit more. I don't expect that to be an issue because, again, we're just getting packed mud and probably some food later on. But, I mean, already we have a bunch of wheat, so I suspect we're going to get a bunch of rice as well. And with that, I think it's time to end the episode here. We made a bit of progress. A little bit of everything was done. We got waystone set up, which is super cool. I can just teleport or wherever I want. To home? Whoa, I'm here. We got the end, found it again for the second time, and also the third time because I needed to go back. We also got some rice, set up the rice farm, and have really, really good possibilities of finishing off this packed mud farm. I think maybe eventually we can fully automate the process and bring over the straw and have like a fully automated packed mud farm over here. But that's going to be a while. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. Today, we're going to still push off the build of the next building because I'm scared of building something else. And, oops, ow. And I have some plans that I want to get to before doing this that will not super be necessary, but will be funny to do. And it involves this area here. Now, in between episodes, I started putting together more, as you can see, more of the farming equipment thingies back here. And I think they should all work. I haven't tested a single one of them. So let's do all of them like now, and we can make sure that all of them works. And I'm curious if, first of all, this grass is going to get yoinked, or if this azalea bush is going to get yoinked. Neither of them should, but who knows for sure. Let's see if this azalea bush gets eaten. It doesn't. Okay, that's good. And then this should link up. And then I have down below here the biggest shoot ever. It just keeps going. And low-key, this looks like a super cool steel beam that you can do diagonally. So I might use this more. But if we head down here, we should see that it'll connect down up into the main belt. And we should see kind of soon a bunch of rice coming in. There we go. And we got almost 2 stacks. I'm not sure if it was just from that harvest or it was from multiple, but we got a couple. And then we also have, as you can see here, quite a bit of stuff over here. So this one is the rice farm that we built but didn't hook up last time. And then this is an empty one. I'm not sure what I'm going to put in it just yet, but we have an empty one there, an empty one above here that I also hooked up and should probably work. I haven't tested it either, but this should be like the right length and everything. And then I have this one, which a lot of people in the comment section said, if you use a minecart on the flat ones, it's probably better. And I've been testing it just a little bit here, where if you go like this, it'll send it and then instantly flip it around, which is probably a better solution. The only issue is that if you keep it powered, it does this weird circle thing and won't get these corner of the crops. So you have to depower it every time it arrives and then repower it. So I'm not sure if I just set it to a timer and call it a day or do something else, but thankfully we don't super need this done just yet, so I'm just gonna procrastinating. Now, I didn't look at this one at all while it was going, so I guess we have to wait and see it go again. But in the meantime, let me also turn on this one. Right, yes, because this is actually too far, so I'm just going to need to break these 2 blocks and fix that later. And I think the same is going to be true down here, yeah. Okay. But other than that, these both work, which is great. And now we can try this one down here. I think the same thing is going to happen, where we're going to need to break this corner and... Whoa! How did you get there? Oh, he's going to get pushed by the carts. I wonder what happens. I'm curious if it'll get these corners, because if it does, then I don't need to go do that. You're so dumb. You're a dumb idiot. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't get these 2 corners, which is fine. So I can just go get some moss and place it in the corners here, and then these will all be working, which is great. And I also learned down in the comments that with the rice pina coladas, that if you cut them on a cutting board, you get a 100% chance of straw instead of just 50% by crushing them. And we have in this game a slicer, which is basically an auto knife thingy, where if you place a knife on it, it will cut up whatever's on the belt into a bunch of pieces. So we can do that with the rice and get both straw and rice panaticles and just have it keep going on the belt instead of having to crush it and put it back on a belt and all that fun stuff. And then we also get more straw, which is great to see. I'm going to leave this in here because we're not focusing on that this episode. Instead, I want to focus on, as you probably have seen from the title and thumbnail, a big old hole. Now, this won't make any sense until I actually have the hole and put something in it. But I'm being vague so that you are also interested in what the heck I'm doing. I just think it'll be funny to have a hole, but there is going to be a use for it. So first, we need to dig out a hole. And to dig this hole, I am going to use one of the mining machines that I made in like episode 4. This old thing. And I dug out a circle here already. And I'm going to also want, so this circle is going to be where the hole is, but then on the outside circle, so like this bit, I also need to dig out because I want it to not just be like a stone hole all the way down. I want to have like a design pattern going in, and I think it could be kind of cool just to excuse you. I want to have like a design pattern going down, or maybe just like black concrete. I haven't thought of it just yet, but we need to now shift all of these drills to make a big old circle and probably craft a ton more of them. And it's now done. We have, oh my God, this thing is huge. So the original one was this big. Just for your reference, this is gigantic. The circle, for your just fun info, is 8 radius. So there are probably about 3 stacks of barrels here. And the radius is 1 more for all the drills. So we have probably 4.5 stacks of drills here, which is a ton, and it looks so scary from down below. Oh my gosh. Wait, this is actually horrifying. I haven't tested it, so let's try that now. It should be as simple as flicking this thing. Oh my gosh, my game is lagging. But it looks like it's working. And we could just ride this down to the bottom. So we're obviously going to get a ton of like garbage, cobblestone, whatever, stone, other stuff. I'm not really sure if I'm going to use it at all or just throw it out. Why is the dirt so loud? It's so laggy. Oh my goodness. It is menacing though. I suppose I made a little bit of a mistake gluing everything together. So let me bring this back up, because we're going to need to just send it back down again for those 3 drills. I don't know how I missed these though. Now everything's connected. We're sending it down again. It should go actually the exact same speed because we need to break every single block on this side, but this thing looks so sick. It looks so cool. And once we have like the design in for the outside of the hole, I'm not sure if I want to do just flat black concrete all the way down and make it just like look like a bottomless pit, or if I want to have like a circular kind of helix pattern all the way down. We are finally at Deep Slate, and we're just going through all the fun little caves that we've already explored. This is like a little adventure for this drill machine. Whoa, this is a cool little tunnel thing, we found diamonds, which is nice. The reason I'm so for the black concrete on the walls is numero uno, I can just place the concrete powder along the sides here and it'll just go all the way down and we can stack it up that way instead of me having to build it all the way up. But also, I want it to look like a bottomless pit and just have it be a hole to the abyss, basically. And I think the black concrete will make that look super cool. So I think that's what we do. And then at the bottom, I have a little secret surprise that we'll get to semi-soon, maybe, hopefully. All right, this drill should now be done. I've let it run for a little bit longer. It looks like everything stopped spinning. So hopefully it is done. Maybe one of them hit bedrock. All right, let's head over. And I need to reverse this. Yeet. Come up. Uh-oh. What is happening? It shouldn't be stuck. I'm just gonna start breaking stuff. All right, all the glue is gone. And so are all the rest of the drills. I didn't see any glue that looked like it was stuck to any bedrock. So I'm not sure really at all why this was such a fail. But I guess we can bring this now. We can now bring this up. And I mean, the main point of this was to make a big old circle hole. And we did that. So I think this was quite a successful success. So now let's pack you up and go home. Oh my god, this is hilarious. But we don't even need to go home. What we can do instead is grab our black concrete powder that I already made, because I am a critical thinker, and just start placing it down. Now, I'm actually going to do something way smarter. Since this is a big ol' hole that is all super lame to fill, I am going to place down the first layer here, and then I'm going to go craft something that is a part of the game that is new. A new mod that I didn't really want to get into, but now that I'm looking at how big this hole is and how slow this just by itself took to fill up, I think is kind of worth it just for this application. So let's go and grab that thing. Now, to make this, I need a diamond and 2 sticks, and the crafting recipe is really, really simple, and it's actually quite cheap for what it is. It is a wand. Now, I am not sure if you can enchant this, but if I can throw Unbreaking on it, that would be lovely. And I'm not sure how many uses this gets out of it. So let's see. It kind of looks like it. Well, hey, it does actually work. That is sick. So we have Unbreaking and Mending on it. These things, if you've never used them, just make building so easy, but only if you're building a flat wall of nothing, which is exactly what we're doing in the hole. We're just building flat wall of nothing. So what this is, you can see that there are some little black outlines here. If I right click, it places in a whole row just immediately, and another, and 2 more. So we can just go up and we're out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, we didn't get... Whoa. I didn't know you could do this. This is like a full inventory and a half of black concrete powder. Oh my goodness. It's good to know. I don't even think I have this many blocks. Just period. That's a lot of blocks. I need triple that. I need 4 or 5 inventories worth. I didn't even get a third of the way up. All right, and we have... That's not the right inventory. We have 3,000... black concrete powder. This is 2 more inventories or so. Hopefully this gets us further up. I mean, it's looking really menacing, which is what I was hoping for. That's a full inventory. Okay. Okay. We might be able to get to the top with the rest here. 1 more inventory's worth. Oh, I thought we were there. No, we were so close. Okay. I need to go make a stack more. It's way more than a stack, but a stack more, and then we will have just fully used this entire diamond wand, which is hilarious. Now, the way I've been getting all this black dye, for some reason in the create mod, if you crush coal, you get 2 things of black dye, which is whatever. I mean, I guess, but I don't really think that's how it works, IRL. All right, but now we got another full inventory's worth, and we should be able to just wand it up. Okay, and then the very last bit. Nice. And if you, oh, this looks cool. Okay, this is sick. Now, the whole point of this is something I will say in a second, but we need some water. The reason I need water is to make this black concrete powder into just black concrete. I know the texture of it looks pretty cool, but I think it will look more menacing even as just straight black concrete. And it'll make it so that I can work at the bottom of the pit without a bunch of concrete falling on my head. So I think if I just do this, just all the way around, this should turn everything into black concrete powder. And that is the very last one. We just need to now wait for all of this to reach the bottom and then clear out. But it now looks so much more like a black void. If the water wasn't there, I would be so confused. Oh, this looks sick. This looks super cool. I'm gonna quickly sleep and see what it seems like. See what it looks like in the daytime, because my guess is going to be sick. Okay, this is what it looks like walking up to it. And I know on the YouTube compression thing, this is gonna look like a black hole. For me, it also looks like a black hole. And the water's still going, but once this is done, it should look super menacing, and then at the bottom, just like bedrock, but we'll get to the bedrock in a few. The hole is now fully done, and oh, now I can't get out. Well, I guess this is a good time to explain what I plan to be doing here. The view from here looks so weird. It looks like my game is glitching. What is going on? It's just, whatever. The plan down here is to just place lava in this area. Now, not in a like perfect circle up all the way, but instead in a like cube of like, I forget what the actual math is, but it's like 20 by 20 by 20 or something. Ah, it's actually 25 times 20 times 20. And the reason for that is because I want an infinite lava source. Now, the create mod considers an infinite lava source to be anything with 10,000 lava source blocks in an area, which is coincidentally 25 by 20 by 20, which means if we just dig this out a little bit and have it be a, 20 high by 25 long by whatever section, then we can get an infinite lava source just in the overworld, which means we can pump it to a bunch of different machines, steam engines, anything, and it will never run out. The main reason I want to build this is because there's a video coming out next Friday, this upcoming Friday. What day is this? This upcoming Friday. That is a fun little machine that needs a ton of lava to actually work. So to prepare for that, I am going to make a big old lava hole. Now, I don't know the exact dimensions. I assume I just go 25 this way, 20 this way, and 20 blocks high. But I could also do 25 by 25 here and then 16 blocks high, which might actually be smarter. So I think if I mine out these more blocks this way, these more blocks that way, and then the same thing on these sides, and do it 16 blocks tall, then we will be golden. I'm going to use a similar minecart contraption to the one I made for getting ancient debris, where I just use a minecart and have that mine everything for me. Okay, this is 16 blocks tall. That's actually way bigger than I thought it was going to be. But then we can kind of just need to make it as big as we can, because that'll make my life as me easier. Okay, this is a 16 tall by 10 across thingy. I'll only need to do this like 3 times on like each diameter axis. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think if we just place a minecart here, a void cart. Okay, that's way better. Now we can actually see it. If we put a minecart right here, it should just be able to pick up the thingy. Let me grab, where are you? And then I just need to glue everything together. Now we should be able to just push this into the thing, and if I have a lever, all right, it has been acquired. Pick it up. Ah, nice. Now if we grab all of this and head back into the pit of despair and sadness, if my math is correct, I need to place a thingy there, and then I should just be able to throw in some powered rails, maybe one more of these, light up all of these things, and we should, oh, 16 blocks is tall. We should just be able to in a second here, turn this on and have it go. I know I don't have any things, barrels, but who cares? This looks like it's working. Ah! Stop. Why did it do that? Okay, well, this seems to be pretty cleared out. And then we just need to do this a couple more times. I'm always just absolutely terrified of something horrible happening, even though this is like the most basic mining contraption thing ever. Thank goodness I'm doing this with a big old machine, because this would have literally taken me an hour and a half, and it took me 10 minutes. So I was thinking, maybe I should just do it by hand. It probably isn't going to take that long. This is a big old room, and I, even with haste 2, cannot insta-mine this. So this would actually take quite a while. There we go, and donezo. Now this should be exactly 25 blocks wide and deep, and obviously 16 blocks tall, because that's how it works. But I'm just going to measure real quick that we are actually 25 blocks wide, because I would hate for it to be wrong by a block and it not be an infinite source, and then learn that like 80 years later. So this one is 26 blocks long, which is fine. I'm not worried about it being too big. I'm just worried about it being too small. Okay, and this one is 25, which means I'm going to double check the math, because if I'm dumb, I'm stupid. 25 times 16 equals exactly 10,000. And this one's 26 blocks wide, so it'll actually be even more. So we should be able to make this an infinite source. And at nighttime, this is spooky. I can't even see the sky. What the heck? I guess the point is to not go back into the hole once the lava's in there, because there's lava in the hole. But I do need to somehow get the lava in there. So at a minimum, I need to go at least into here and fill up my netherite backpack here, which has, what, 640 buckets worth of space? Ah! What are you, you're spitting at me? Stop! You're not supposed to be here. This is the soul sand place. I hate the mosquitoes. They're horrible. Why were you even here? As I was saying, I think I'll need to do this like 20 times to fully fill up the system. But if I place my backpack here, it should start filling up, and it is beautiful. And then once this fills up, eventually we'll be able to then bring it back over to the overworld and use another hose pulley to pump it out into the makeshift lava lake that we are building. At least for just this little bit, I am going to remove some of the helpful stuff in here and just add more stack upgrades. Oh. Okay. I am okay with that. So I just multiplied the total stackage by 3. Okay. So now we have, what, 2,500 buckets per backpack? And this is going to take literally 4 days to fill up. So I am going to wait just in a little hole. While that is filling up, I guess it's not because it's in the nether, but while that is filling up, I think it might be a good idea to set up how we're filling up this big old hole. I assume the best idea is going to be get a hose pulley the hose down to the top of this big old square, and then pour lava into the hose with the hose pulley until it fills up the whole thing. And I think when it's at the top, it should fill in from the bottom up, and that should solve most of our issues. I think the best idea is to just get some concrete and find the middle and just hope that it's this. I don't have a pickaxe, so I cannot check. The backpack isn't fully done, but I do need my pickaxe to actually see if this thing is filled. So I'm going to head back with my backpack and try to figure out a way to get this hose pulley in the right position. I think that is now the middle. I now have to run back up the super long way. Once I get back up, we should be able to place the hose pulley in the middle, have it go all the way down to connect with that block, and then just start dumping lava out. All right, and I've set up everything, hopefully, that we need. I'm going to pop down the hose pulley here. And this is not anywhere just yet. I need to make sure that it's in the right spot. So if you flick this, it should go down and stop on that block there. And we'll know it works. That looks like it. I mean, we have to go down there to double check anyway, But I think now we can hook up a pipe over here. And I'm just going to go this way. And then a mechanical pump facing this way. And then if I get just a cogwheel, hook that up to you. Actually, I want to not do that. And then if I put my backpack on this thing, this should start pumping lava. I don't want to do that yet because, let me get over. Let's jump down and make sure that it is in the right spot, and then we can delete this block. Oh, nice. Okay. And you should stay there, and this should be right at this level here. And it is, I think we're good. I hope, and this is probably not the smartest idea, but I am a gambler. I hope that if I block this off, I won't have to come down here again. All right, we're back at the top, and let me try to put my backpack on here, and then we should see lava dumping out. Yes. Yeah, and it's placing blocks. So it places, interesting. It places them in like a tower, like a straight line down, and then places them in each corner, it looks like. And what's more interesting is that it doesn't let the water or the lava flow, which is super strange. And then if we look in here, we should see this is still going down, meaning that this is actually working. So now I need to AFK here until this fills back up. Or I guess this empties and this fills back up. So over the next like hour and a half, I tried to fill it up, get it to the level that I want, because as you can see, it's not at the level, and it stopped like filling itself up once it became a bottomless supply. So I had to block up some of the blocks to have it continue filling itself. And even then, it seems to be lying about it being a bottomless supply. So I needed to go fill in lava manually because maybe that would do something. And then I also sent the hose all the way down to the bottom to maybe think that it would work. I've relogged the game just to make sure that that wasn't an issue. And after quite a long time, I was finally able to maybe it be a bottomless supply. So I plugged in my backpack and went to sleep for the night. And here we are in my hidey hole for sleeping overnight. And I think this should be full. Perfect. And I might go back in my hidey hole. This is still a bottomless supply, which is what we care about. Let me go hide away, and then we can go check to make sure that the hole is still full of lava and doesn't look dumb and stupid. Okay, so this looks good. And then underneath, I don't remember what it looked like fully, but I think this is it. Meaning, if I break those like remaining cobblestone blocks, our job will be done. And beautiful, I am an intelligent person that put... Ah! You are the scariest person in the world. You can't just go right behind me. Oh my gosh. That was horrifying. Okay, well the cobblestone's cleared up. That means the thing is going to be done soon. That's good news. So scary. All right, and the hole is now complete. We can, it might be a good idea, raise up the hose pulley a little bit, but it is now a bottomless supply and should hopefully be bottomless for the rest of time. That would... No. Suck it back up. Oh, dang it. Well, that's going to be falling down for months, it feels like. Well, this was quite successful. I did not expect a big hole to take this long, but it is now complete. And that is unfortunately all the time I have for this episode. I hope you liked the building the hole project of the hole with lava in it. It was surprisingly difficult to actually get the lava in the thing and have it, the bottomlessness actually work. But I think either placing the lava buckets themselves, like manually, or just having the hose pulley go down to the bottom and then sucking it up from the bottom fixed it. So if you're doing this and you're Create World, make sure you do one or both of those, and hopefully it works for you. In the last episode, we made this giant hole that is now an infinite lava source down over yonder. And today, again, we're pushing off this build because I instead want to work on up top there, which you can see already has some stuff going on. In between episodes, the combination of all the things going into the barrel was too much. While I was AFKing this, it like overflowed and was backed up for miles. So I upgraded it a little bit. I came, if we can, down here. I just moved all of the items to go onto this belt and into this encased fan with chutes going all the way up here onto this belt, getting cut up with a knife if it's the rice plants, and then turning it into straw and rice. Eventually we'll do something here with the wheat seeds, but before that, you can also see that I've laid out some blocks here that I'm actually going to change a little bit, but I want to get working on a little bit of terraforming, but mostly the actual barn that we're going to have, just so I can get started on item sorting and composting the seeds and dealing with all of the straw and stuff and rice maybe, because right now we just have an item vault and that's not helpful for anyone. Before we do that though, I had some big brains in the comments that were just like, you could just have the harvesters be on both sides and then that solves your problem immediately. So thank you. But again, we're not focused on that. We're doing a build. As you could probably tell by the thumbnail, it's going to be hopefully Bdubs-inspired and less like this one. I still think this one's good, but it'll be more of like a far away type of thing. And I'd like to be able to walk you all through my thought process and what I plan on doing with it. So let's quickly lay out the new layout. I also am going to have it be at like, I think that level's good, that Y level, because we're still going to need to have all of like the mountain here go up to meet this point. And I think if it's flat the whole way, it'll look a little bit weird. So I think like a little bit of elevation change just to get up to this point, and then we should be good there. So I'm just going to use smooth stone to lay out the area, because I do like the black concrete, but since I'm not doing every other block, I need to be able to build it. And black concrete right next to each other is so bizarre to look at, as you've seen from the hole, that I think smooth stone is going to be easier to kind of show you what's going on. I still don't hate the size that we have here, but I think it might be a little bit large for what we want. All right, so this is about the length that I want to go. It's smaller than the other one by quite a bit, but I think with a barn like this, it doesn't need to be super big. And if we need it to, we can kind of just add on little bits and pieces. I think the train that's going to be coming around and over here isn't going to be part of the main barn itself. It's going to be like a separate other building. So we don't need to take that into account. And then this is going to be the width of it, with each of these kind of like blocks here being wooden pillar thingies going up like this. And I think this is a good ratio. I might have to make it longer, which isn't the end of the world. I want it to be kind of longer than it is wide, and it is pretty wide. So I think we'll see once I've built up at least this front corner, see how long it is. And if it's too short that way, we can always expand it and it won't be too big of a deal. I will want the entrance to be on this side and I guess on the other side as well, which probably means we'll need to move this entire thing, which isn't a big deal. I was expecting this to be in like one of the corners. So I think I'll move it eventually once we get the build itself in. Before we get there though, I need to get the blocks that we need. Some of them we have, spruce, dark oak. We don't have dark oak, but I don't really need that much of it. Mud, that was something I super needed. And at least we have the farming capabilities for mangrove. So these, I tested it just to make sure. These trees, super weird, like spawning thingies. They got like the weird roots that go every which way. But how is that the weirdest way to say but ever? But the saws will still cut them down, which is what we care about. I just need to turn you off. Yep, break all the things, whatever. Replace that with the mangrove propagules, and then just place, I guess, 2 down right now. And I think that's all we need to do. What we can do in the meantime is grab some terracotta, because that is the next thing I need. We, again, don't need a ton of it. It's mostly going to be mangrove, but we do need some. And I thought during this material gathering time lapse, a lot of you don't know me at all. So why not tell you a little bit about myself? But we're out of time. We have all the stuff that we need. I'm going to quickly take a little nap, and then we can get started on building. I'm first going to terraform, just get a floor, because currently it's floating on nothing. And then after that, we can actually get started. I have a boatload of dirt and not a lot of grass. So I guess we're repping dirt and hoping that it's gonna spread eventually. So we got the wand, let's get to building. Before I was so rudely interrupted, I was talking to you about who I am. So as I mentioned in like the last time lapse, I think, I am just about graduating, and by the time this video has come out, I have graduated, which is so fun. I go to RIT, and the real ones that have watched like 3 hours worth of streaming content that I've produced will know that I major in cybersecurity. I also play quite a bit of ice hockey. I play with the RIT team. Here's a picture on the screen now of me. This is the coolest picture I have of myself ever, so soak it in, it doesn't get better. I'm also going to Germany. I should like be flying out right as this video comes out, I think. And while I'm there, I hope to maybe make a vlog or some other video, which should be a lot of fun, but that is all the time I have for this time-lapse chat. So if I missed anything or there's anything else you want to know, leave it down in the comments and I'll respond to it in a video at some point. And there we have it. From this angle, it looks so good. And that was kind of the point. So in the time-lapse, if you're like, this is kind of strange, it looks a little bit weird, that was generally the intended purpose. I just noticed something that I forgot to put on there. That is, like, it's not the intended purpose, but it's just because I'm not Bdubs level of good at building. But the point was to make it look really good from far away, because I'm not gonna be up there. The point is for me to not be up there, but to be able to see it from down here. And I think I accomplished that really well. And I think even though it doesn't look stellar from up close, like I think I could have done a better job, I don't know how to. So we'll have to survive. And I thought I forgot these bits, but I didn't. I think I should replace some of these with trapdoors, just because you can't see it from all the way down here and it looks kind of flat. Just in that section there, it looks pretty flat. That's what I noticed before, but it's just that the signs don't load in from this far away. So we got to get some trapdoors and buttons and other things. And then this thing is this cool trapdoor thingy where I think it's this one. I think this one's going to be the closest to the mangrove one. And I really like how the mangrove one looks. Like I really like the circle there. So yeah, let me place maybe this one, throw a trap. Ooh, never mind. Maybe I do it on one of the dark oak. See how that looks. That definitely looks better, but it's kinda uggo. Maybe we just do the pointless one. So let's throw this on here. What does it look like? It might be better on the dark oak. Why are these all so ugly? Why is the mangrove one so nice looking and all the other ones are hideous? Third try's the charm. I'm sure of it. And the third try is gonna just be the normal one. And I'm giving up. These will still look good. I can put it right on top of the spruce and it won't take too much away. It might even add stuff because currently we just have two spruce right next to each other, which isn't really the best. Yeah, that's just immediately better than all the other ones. And then I might just throw one here for the vibes. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think I like that. And I'm gonna also add it just to a couple of different places over here, just so that we get just a smidgen more depth or whatever. Just for anywhere that looks like it's missing a bit of depth. There is quite a bit of mangrove trapdoors on these two levels, so we're probably fine. And then I'm also, again, copying Bdubs for pretty much the whole thing. I am using his like lighting and shadow technique to just have contrast behind the lanterns and stuff, just to make it seem like they're shining light on the back wall here. And since we're going to be looking at it from down here most of the time, I had it so that this was like the perfect spot where all of the lights have shadows backwards and behind it in like this diagonal from this corner. And the same with the windows up here, where there's just like a slight extra bit of light on the edges of all of the windows. And I really think that is what ties this whole thing together. And for a not creative brain like myself, I think I did a very good job. And it's not as hard as you would think. Like if you're like, I could literally never do this, I'm not creative, really. I just can copy people. So if you can copy people, you can do this. And I think it looks really good. I think it looks great on the hill. Once we get the terraforming up next to the barn itself, it'll look super good. I think the very last thing we do in this episode is move this thing just over to the corner here. Scariest guy ever. Come over here. I'm okay if you blow up in the middle of the grass, but not near my build. There we go. So I think the last thing we do is just move this over to the corner here. Why does the mud... Do Endermen pick up the mud? Is that what's happening to it? Because I swear I placed that. I have no idea. I genuinely don't remember is the issue. I'm saying this for the record. If anything moves, it's Enderman and not me, because I would never do that. I would never touch a build this beautiful. But I don't remember if it's an Enderman or not. So I can't know for sure. I gotta get rid of Enderman. They have to go. I need an Enderman ban. One thing that I super need to do is these big torches require diamonds, so they're kind of expensive, but these prevent mob spawning in like a 32 block radius around the torch. And what sword is that? Okay, I thought it was diamond. I need to stop these mobs spawning because apparently, one, Endermen are... I heard movement. I'm going insane. Apparently, Endermen are trying to kill me in real life, and just by moving blocks, they're not really doing anything real, like, specific. But that's basically killing me. And then there's so many creepers everywhere. Why are you here? Go away. There's another one there. Go away. So I need to go get a bunch of diamonds and get big torches. But yeah, let's move this whole thing over. It shouldn't take too long. We can also, actually, if we tear it apart, see how much stuff we have. Oh my god. The answer is a lot. I've been doing this for 4 hours. Thank goodness for backpacks as well. Look how much stuff is in this thing. It's so much. And like the inventory space I needed to build this thing was obnoxious. I would hate doing this in vanilla without a backpack. Why is there a sign out here? Did I break this and forget to pick it up? Probably. It seems on brand. So if I've done this correctly, this is the new spot. And we just got to dig this way until we can actually get there. This is now working in the new spot. I just have to bring this all the way up. Hope that a creeper doesn't spawn on top of me. I'm really worried about that last one. Oh, no creeper. Hooray. There we go. The belt is set up. I just have to run down one more time here and grab power and hooked up, connected, and working, which we love to see. But I also want to at least have like a proof of concept done for what we're doing with these items. So we have straw, wheat seeds, and rice. Straw, I'm just going to leave because it's probably just going to go straight in the train. Wheat and wheat seeds, well, actually wheat, I think we can probably send to somewhere else in the barn area here for like breeding sheep or something else. And then the wheat seeds we can actually compost. So let's start with the wheat seeds. I am going to just do a funnel with wheat and a hopper and a composter and another hopper. And for now, that'll be it because we don't have a floor. So then we can just do this and this should be dropping down and we'll soon get our first bit of bone meal. Well, hey, there it is. And this will just build up over time. We obviously don't need a boatload of bone meal right now, but it's good to have a passive source of it. Next, I want to real quick grab some sheep from the pen and bring them over to the barn area. I don't really have a good way to do this, so I think I'm just going to try to break this fence, have a few escape, and then replace it as quick as I can. Ah, nice. Okay. Now you sheep, come with me. I only need like 2 of you to survive. So I have 2 sheep now. I started out with like 8, so killing it so far. And I'm just going to come over here, lock you in a pen until the end of time, and you will hopefully make a baby. Fabulous. So now to bring the wheat over there. I'm not sure if I want to actually turn on the system yet, because I think maybe eventually I'll want to have a system to automatically breed them, like maybe a water wheel that just like pushes them around in a circle. That might be the best way to do it. I'm honestly not sure yet. So maybe we just make the plans for a pathway for wheat and have a belt that goes along here, stores it in another vault or something here just for the time being until we get something going. So I'm just going to put it at this height. I'll want this factory to have a lot of belts and mechanical things going around, so I don't want to hide it in the ground or anything like that. And I'm also not sure how far these belts can go. It is this far. Perfect. So if we just connect you up again, there we go. And then we can also grab another brass funnel, place it there with wheat, and now that's for wheat. And then for now, I'm just going to use a 2x2 volt on the end here and throw a brass funnel on the end of it. And the last thing we need to do is get this thing hooked up to power. And something that I haven't used at all are these encased chain drives. They're basically just a belt around a shaft, but they are maybe cheaper, maybe more expensive. I always have arrows in my face for no reason. But I think in this case, they'll look just like a little bit cooler So that's why I'm doing it, but I'm not really sure if it's worth it. So to do this, I actually took away this belt here, and I think we should just extend this one as far. No, stop, no, stop, no, stop, no, stop, no, stop. I forgot to, I had to break the funnel and I forgot to put wheat back. No, there we go. Wheat is now in there. And if we use these encased chain drives, we can connect those two, but not yet because we need to take all this stuff off this belt. And now we can put these down and it'll just work. Now, I think since we have so much rice in here still, it might be helpful to get a list filter and compost rice and seeds, because if we see what rice is made for here, it can be used for composting, or you could pack it into a bag of rice, which isn't really helpful, or you can make food with it, and that is really it. So for us right now, since we don't have any like full set of food thing automated yet, other than rice in a bowl, but I'm not doing that. It might just be best to compost it for now and just make this whole thing a little bit faster. And I think that'll actually be good. The list filter is set up with rice and wheat. I'm going to just skadoosh, and we should see, yeah, a boatload of rice falling in. We have 1,500 rice and about 1,000 straw. This is going to take a while, but we will get a boatload of bone meal. We already have a stack in 11. And with another 1,000 rice, we'll probably get up to 300 or so bone meal, which is a good start. For one, not having all the farm set up, and two, just like dumping rice into a little pot. So we take that for sure. Oh, and also the attempt at the mangrove thing with this tree farm did not work at all, because I don't think the mangrove saplings, the propagules, grow until after the tree spawns, and this thing goes around too quickly for it to actually work. So that was a bit of an L, but it at least farmed all 60 propagules for us. And okay, never mind. It didn't really do anything. But maybe if we need more mangrove, we can make a real farm for it. I know you can bone meal the propagules or the leaves, or do something with bone meal to get a bunch of propagules, and we can replenish it that way. But I think we just kind of got unlucky with the mangrove-ness. So I'm going to reset this back to the normal 4. Oh my god, wait. I forgot to switch this back for so many reasons. We actually have a lot of spruce and mangrove in here, and it's actually been despawning. Oh my god. Well, that means the tree farm will work. We just need constant supply of propagules, which is doable. So I'm going to start this bad boy back up. Spin. I'm going to start this bad boy back up, and then we can put stuff into it. Yeah, and we can see now everything that's going in. I was being a little bit silly. I'll give it that. Oops. I probably lost out on about 400 mangrove, but that's okay. We can get that all in a good hard days in a bit of work. Okay, now we can fill this thing in with all the saplings that it needs, and easy peasy. There you go. Oh, now go. Yeah, and it's planting stuff. So eventually, let me switch you around and then remember to turn you back. But eventually this will work, and we'll get mangroves soon. But that is going to be all the time I have for today. We made a bunch of progress this episode, a bunch of building, a bunch of little other things, and hopefully next episode we are going to get a lot of diamonds, stop all the mobs, and maybe continue working on the farmhouse, and hopefully maybe get the automatic sheep farm set up. That could be fun. Hello and welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we built this beautiful barn, and as you saw in the time lapse in the intro, I added a little bit of terraforming along the edges here. It isn't detailed, as you can see, it's kind of bland. But once we get the whole thing around the barn in, I think I'm gonna try to build some like little custom trees and bushes around here and make this pathway a little bit more like tree coverage over the pathway on either side. So the details will come later. But today, instead of building, we are, as you can see, getting some diamonds. So I want to not have mobs spawning here every 4 seconds and blowing me up. There were like 4 creepers here while I was just sitting that blew me up. So I want no more creepers. And the way to do that is to get these mega torches, which require diamonds and gold blocks, might I add, which I mean, we have a few, but not a lot. And we especially don't have any diamonds. So that is where this behemoth comes in. It is 2 chunks wide and 14 blocks tall. And I haven't finished it. I just got the drills in for right now. It's looking menacing. But in the back here, we're doing a similar setup to what we did for netherite mining, where we have just rails with deployers placing down rails, and then this will be placing on blocks. If we rotate this, I'm going to put cobblestone in here once we get a couple cobblestone things so that we can place blocks here. In case, let's say there isn't a block here, we then won't be able to place the rail and then the whole thing will stop, and we don't want that. So we have a block placing thing, a rail placing thing, and then a power placing thing, because at least for the netherite one, I needed to have powered rails here, even though maybe in earlier versions of the create mod, you were able to do normal rails and it would keep going. When I tried that, it stopped after a bit of time, but it did stop. And then back here, we have the plows that will pick up both the torches and the rails here and put them back in the storage system to get reused. I think I've glued together most things. We obviously still need chests and storage of some sort. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna have a trash can of chests or if I'm gonna have like chests that just dump out a boatload of stuff, and then I have a backpack with a magnet and a void upgrade in it so that I pick up everything and then void it immediately. Okay, I think we are ready to try this. I'm gonna throw in every but one torch, the controller rails, and some cobblestone, and then I'm gonna place this down and turn it on. And it looks like it works. And we could just pick it up like that and take it with us. Now comes the way scarier part of trying this out down in the cave somewhere. I'm going to go down into this cave and try to find a more hidden, secluded area. And I've already looked it up. Diamonds spawn the most at Y level -64, which I think is just the bottom. Ooh, I dug into a deep dark. I'm not sure how deep or dark it is. We're at Y level -52, which I think is pretty good. I should have switched it to cobble deep slate, not just deep slate, or not just cobblestone, because I forgot that deep slate was the thing, to be honest. Oh, we're at Y level -59. This is going to be bedrock here. All right, I'm going to place down these controller rails, cart assembler, set this bad boy to lock rotation, and place this in here. I do have to dig out a bit of this just because I don't have drills absolutely everywhere. And then, yeah, let's change this to cobble deep slate, throw just some additional cobble deep slate in there for now. And then we might already even be good to send it. So yeah, let's try it. I'm just going to turn this thing on and see what it can do. Items should be going, yes, into that barrel. Oh, is doing a little jig. Oh, that's super easy to fix. That is semi-good news. Let me really quick just reconnect it here. What was happening is that this deployer, I think, yeah, this one, is placing the items backwards. So my guess is if I just flip it around like that, that will fix it. And we already have a full barrel of cobbled deep slate. We've gone 2 blocks forward and we've already found diamonds as well. Beautiful. And I think if I just turn that on, it's still placing them backwards. I'm not sure why it's placing them backwards. What we can do is replace the controller rail, the directioned one, with just a normal power rail. And then that should just place power rails and it'll keep going without having to change direction and stuff. And then what I'm also going to do is place a brass funnel down here because I can automatically pick it up with the iron backpack on magnet mode, which will delete deep slate, tough, and cobble deep slate. So it won't fill up all of these things just immediately. And then we won't get rid of redstone or gold or diamonds or lapis or whatever else we're going to mine down here, which should be good. All right, and test number 2. I forgot to lock rotation. That would have been bad. Let's go. Ah, right. I didn't connect it. And after quite a bit of troubleshooting, the 3rd, 4th, the 5th, the 7th tries the charm. Go? It's going? Nice. We immediately ran into lava. We do have diamonds and more diamonds and more diamonds, which is great, but this is annoying. I think what this did is it turned off the redstone torches. We should see, yeah, the powered rails are still there. It's just the redstone torches got washed away from the lava. That has finally been picked up. That was actually quite a pain to do. But now I have to figure out a way to power the things without using redstone torches or levers, because they also get washed away by lava or water. I suppose I could try normal rails. I don't see why it would work this time, other than I actually did upgrade the version of create to .f instead of .e, so maybe that will actually fix it. I'm not super hopeful, but it is worth a shot. So I'm gonna throw this back down. So if we just switch that with normal rails and then grab a torch and send it again. You dropped all the rails. Okay, let's try this again. And this should just go straight through the lava here. Oh, it would have done that if I got rid of the rails. And now I'm at the exact same spot I was before. Ah! Okay, we've gotten rid of all of the powered stuff. We're just doing normal rails. Everything should work. I forgot I needed the minecart again. Minecart is in, and there we go. It is going slowly but surely. All right, and we've gone quite a bit. It has stopped, which was kind of expected, but just from the looks of it, we are getting quite a bit of diamonds and equally quite a bit of redstone, which we love to see. And this game is a little bit broken now. I think we had too many items. I think instead of just dropping stuff, I think it might be best to put in a bunch more chests and then break everything at the end when I'm all done. In this little space, let's grab up all the diamonds and redstone that we get and see how much we actually get from all this. The total haul from this thing is 22 diamond ore, 38 redstone ore, 17 gold, which we actually take, and then a bit extra redstone dust. I haven't even looked in the barrels here. 10 more diamonds, even more redstone and gold in here, which we love to see. And then this one, lapis, boo. I am gonna go run and grab some more chests, fill up this whole back thing with chests, and then we can actually run this thing, maybe with like a seat on the back of it, and I can just sit and chill while this gives me money. There we go. It is finally up and working. I had to do some sketchy stuff for this thing to work, and I guess that didn't even work. I don't know why. Like, some of the glue just doesn't work some of the time, but it is now working. We have a bunch of storage in here, and we can fill in more if needed. So now comes the fun part of me sitting here for at least a bit of time. I mean, we have quite a few diamonds. We should be able to make quite a few torches, but I will want to sit here just to get a bit more diamonds. Maybe be able to afford the stack upgrade tier 3, which is really expensive. It's 8 blocks of diamonds. But I mean, in the distance it took for here to like here, we got 20 diamond ore. So it is possible. I just don't know what the rates are going to be. So I'm just going to follow this thing and see how it goes. This is the exact reason why we need the torches that prevent mobs. But where did you come from? Did you walk all the way over here? Why I oughta. But yeah, ought I did. All right, to talk about the haul. We are back from the lovely extravaganza that has just occurred. I don't know what I'm saying, but we got a lot of stuff. We got a stack and 22 diamond. I think this is in about half an hour to an hour, as well as 14 diamond, not including everything in the barrels from the actual mining machine. We'll get to that in a minute. I'll just like place it over there or something. We also got a lot of redstone ore, which is great. I still don't have a redstone farm, and they're low-key really complicated, so I'm gonna do that later, but it's very glad that we have a lot of redstone. We have even more dust, some lapis, it's the worst thing in the game, and 55 gold, which is actually pretty good. I'm not sure how. I'm curious. So obviously in the create mod, you can crush the deep slate ore, or really any ore, into 2 of either raw gold or 2 diamonds, and then a 25% chance for an additional one. I'm not sure what the odds are for Fortune 3 mining, and I'm curious to see if it's better or worse to actually crush them or not. I am going to crush them because I'm lazy and don't want to mine it myself, but let me know down in the comments if I'm wasting like diamonds or redstone or gold by crushing it instead of actually mining it. And here is the haul. Honestly, not a bad showing. So we have, what is that, like 5 stacks of blocks of redstone, which is amazing. I think this is the most we've ever had. 3 stacks of diamonds, a bunch of gold, and that's not even talking about the minecart contraption with a bunch of stuff still in it. But now we can get to actually crafting the giga torches or whatever they're called. So as we looked at earlier, these things are pretty giga. We only have enough gold for 27 of them, and I am going to do 25 just so it's a semi-even number. And I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I'm gonna want to use the gold for something else at some point. It doesn't actually say the radius, it just says a big radius. So I am going to place them in strategic positions, and by strategic, I mean I'm gonna dig in a hole and then place it right there. And then do that in a couple of different spots around the base, just in different weird areas to try to get as much coverage as I can, and mostly target these areas here, and then up at the barn area is super, super bad. So I'm going to target that area too. And then we should not see many more mobs spawning around here, which will help a ton. Honestly, that might even be good. So we have 2, as you can see, all the holes in every building layout here right now. And then I put at least 2 underneath this thing, 1 over by the path over here, and then 1 in this little mound here. And since I don't know how big the radius is, I think we'll just have to see where mobs are still spawning and then prevent them. And I just remembered someone in the comments was talking about how these will prevent spawning of these guys as well, the mobs farm spawning. Okay, but maybe not. Okay, it might just be far enough away, which is good. Beautiful. So that still works. And we still have a bunch more torches in case we run into any more issues and we find a bunch of mobs are still spawning like up here somewhere or something, which we love to see. So it's now nighttime. I think it's a good time to check to see, and it's looking good, if there are any mobs. Actually, I don't see a single one at all. Is it nighttime? Where's the moon? Yeah, but I don't see a mob at all. This is wonderful news. That means no blowing up, and also no dying, and happiness, which I haven't felt in years. So we can now move on to another Bdubs special, custom trees. Now, as you can probably tell, not great at building, trying my best, I think is the term. And I'm gonna do a Bdubs copy moment, which I feel like is how you're supposed to build, right, in this game. But I'm gonna do a Bdubs copy moment, and he has some really fun custom tree designs that use tough walls, of all things, which, if I can figure out how to get a stone cutter, tough walls of all things. I know that we don't have all of the fun tough blocks that he does just yet, but like tough walls here that we can use as like a petrified wood type of thing. This isn't as good of a texture as what is available in 1.21. So right off the bat, this might already be a fail, but we might be able to sprinkle them in. And I want them to be kind of thin. So I'm going to, obviously the base wouldn't normally start with fences, but we'll figure that out once we get there. I think something like this makes sense, that a tree, it's got like little limb thingies. I'm a professional tree person. It's got little limb thingies, and then it's got some leaves around it. I really like the birch leaves. I think they do a lot to, like, I think they're a good color for the, like, even I didn't mean to do this. It feels like the hill and stuff here is like kind of drained of color, which I guess that's what happens when you do only gray and like one color of green, but it feels kind of drained of color, and the birch leaves give me a similar vibe. And I know in at least a video somewhere, I think Bdubs talked about having like air gaps in between some bushes, so I'm gonna leave this middle section blank. I'm probably gonna leave this one blank, and then maybe we top it off with spruce. No, I think that's the wrong color to be going. We could top it off with oak. This looks horrible, by the way. I'll figure out a better way to do this, but I wanted to bring you along for the ride for my first attempt to show you that I am not an artiste in the slightest. You know what? If I trim down this bit and have it be more of like a this way type of thing, I think I have like an okay shape right now. I think I tried to go too big on the bottom bit here. I think that's what's killing me at the moment. I am starting over because that was really bad. So let's do this again. Let's get a good limb shape going first. So I want this to kind of curve over the way like this and kind of hang down. Okay, this is the first attempt. And while it's bad... Okay, the slabs are the worst part. While it's bad, I don't think it's the worst one ever made, but I am going to take it down. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave it, and I will get better as time goes on, and I'll replace this one at the end once I go all the way around the barn. I don't know what to do with these spruce fences because I think it looks bad regardless. Another little progress update. I think this is passable as a tree. I've watched 18 million, and that might actually not be an exaggeration, custom tree tutorials. I currently have 4 tabs with a bunch of different custom tree images, and I still don't know what I'm doing. So if this is okay, then I'll allow it, and I think it looks okay from the 2 main viewing angles, the one on the path and the one down there. It does super block the door and looks out of place because we don't have anything else, but I'm hoping that when I build more, we will have a bunch of trees and it won't look stupid, but I guess we'll see. What I totally forgot to do and got immediately sidetracked because I wanted to build a tree for some reason is we didn't empty out the minecart for all the cool stuff that might have gotten. So I suppose let's go do that. So we're over here. I'm just going to place down this thing and oh, ow. I knew that was going to happen. I flinched in real life. I think we're going to have a boatload of stuff here. Yeah. So I am going to delete everything because I don't really care about a bunch of deep slate. And if I ever need, like, I think I have 50,000 deep slate in the storage. So if I ever need more, I can just run this for 8 minutes and get literal gallons. We did just get some diamonds. Oh my God. Another stack? Excuse me? This is the best noise ever. I know I say that every single time something happens in this game. Like I said it with the precision mechanism farm. I'm saying it with this. This might actually take... What? Wait. Why do we have so many diamonds? What is going on? This has absolutely blown my mind. I forgot to turn this back on. I did not expect in a million years to get anywhere near 3 stacks of diamonds from running this. These drills don't have fortune. So we got 200 diamond ore blocks. We got more than that. I thought this was going to be like a pretty good farm, a pretty good quarry thing that would like be kind of helpful for finding diamonds, but more helpful in just unveiling them. This might be the most diamonds I've ever had in my life. We got another full stack? Are you kidding? So I think in the 30 minutes that I ran this, maybe an hour, I don't know. In the 30 minutes to an hour that I ran this, we got like 500 diamonds and oodles of redstone, like literal, like each one of these little portions is an oodle, I've decided. And we got like 9 oodles. That's a lot of oodles. This is actually crazy. I don't know if anything could have prepared me for this. I'm baffled by how successful this was. So we have 4 more almost stacks of blocks of redstone. So we have 5,000 redstone now. I think we started with 700. And then we have another 3 stacks of diamonds, 4 stacks of gold, lapis, nobody cares, and a boatload of zinc and iron, which I guess we don't care about iron because we have a crazy iron farm. But oh my goodness. So I suppose now that we have a bunch of gold and we already are going into the big torch mode, as you can see, I think it might be a good idea to get these fairy lights. Is that what they're called? Feral flare lanterns. I don't even know why I thought fairy light. I think that's a different mod. These aren't too expensive. They require gold glowstone. I don't think I've ever mined glowstone. How do you even get glowstone other than going to the nether and finding it? I guess you have to go to the nether. Well, it just needs glowstone, some gold, and some glass. Gold and glass, easy peasy now that we have a bajillion gold. And these lanterns, they're not like invisible like you would maybe think. It places invisible lights, meaning the feral flare lantern, like if we put it down like a torch, it will spawn in around it invisible light things. So it's a perfect thing to put it inside of these because then it'll spawn lights above and below, and then we won't have to, 1, light up the ceiling. These dark spots won't be here. And then we also won't have to light up this level, which will also be super helpful. Oh no, something's backed up. An Enderman was here. What's backed up? Oh no, mud. Oh my God. We have so much mud. Well, now that we have a lot of diamonds, we can just splurge on a diamond upgrade. and that'll fix the issue. I do want to stop the mud creation though, because there's no need at all. And dirt is now already full, which I suppose might be good news. But yeah, I got distracted again. Let's go to the nether, grab some glowstone, and then we can place in some of these feral flare lanterns. Ha ha ha, idiot, it's going through the portal before it's hitting me. All right, we're back with some glowstone. I need to crush it down into the glowstone dust. Beautiful. We now have everything we need to make this thing, and we can make a stack already. I'm just gonna throw them in the floor up here. I could just place them down like this, block over top of them, and I'm gonna just do this around kind of everywhere, and this should place in a bunch of, oh, there's a thing in the way here. This should place in a bunch of invisible, like, sourceless lights. And I'm going to also remove all these torches, and mobs maybe won't spawn because we still have the mega torches down below. Again, I don't know the radius, but it seems like the mega torches radius is actually pretty huge because I don't see mobs anywhere, which is still really surprising. Like I only need to place like 6 mega torches or something stupid. So I'm not sure if it places in more invisible lights as time goes on, but I might have to place a couple in here for it to fully light up the whole area, just because it's high key looking like it spawns in like 3 maybe and then stops, which we obviously kind of need more than just 3 per little like zone. I've thrown in all but 14 of these feral flare lanterns. That is so hard to say. I've thrown in all but 14 of these feral flare lanterns, and it is working. As you can see, I mean, there's sourceless light. Like right here, this is light and it's sourceless. That's what sourceless light means if you don't know how to hear, but it is kind of sporadic. And I mean, I think like right under here, there's a flare lantern. So I just like throw in more and there's one right here. So I just keep throwing them in until they get up these spots. I don't know if it's just random where they choose or if there's like a specific pattern or something, but I've just been like flying around looking for dark spots, going to a light spot, placing a flare lantern down because it feels like they place them like kind of diagonally to where they are. But again, I'm just saying random stuff that is probably not true, so don't super take my word for it. If you know in the comments, please let me know if there's a way to know where they're going to place the random lights, or if like there's some secret behind it, because that will be amazing to know. But so far I'm just placing them and hoping that with 100 flare lanterns, it'll eventually be covered. As you can see here, I put 2 down here already and it is still dark. I don't know what to do, but if we go down here, hopefully this will be less shadowy. Oh, it looks so weird. Okay. I'm not sure how to fix it. I'm gonna be honest. I think maybe we just suck it up. I throw in, no way. It's gotta be something that I'm doing that I can guess where all the flare lanterns are, right? Oh, I also shouldn't be, oh, okay, it's because we have a bajillion. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks, yeah. And the last one is in, and I misplaced that block. We are done with those. I suppose we'll see. Maybe if like I relog, something will happen, or just like random stuff will fix itself. But I don't have super high hopes. But it's not the end of the world. I mean, in vanilla, you don't get feral flare lanterns, so I'm not too worried about finding a clever light source like these shroom light lanterns on the ground and stuff. And we could do something cool with the ceiling instead of just smooth stone up here. So I'm not super worried about it, but we'll have to do all those plans and do all those things in a future episode because that is all of the time I have for today. So thank you all so much for watching. We made a bunch of little random progress. We literally got 700, 500, 800, 100, a lot of hundreds of diamonds. We got a bunch of gold, a bunch of redstone, which we also need. And we tried our best on a custom tree. It doesn't look horrible, so we take that. Welcome back to the My Face simulator. I am currently just in my scaffolding in the main kind of living room area because that is the safest place from creepers, even though in the last episode we ran around everywhere placing down big torches, those bad boys, which prevents mob spawning in a large radius, and given the 0 mobs anywhere, it looks like it worked, which we love to see. We also, over here, did a little bit of terraforming in the beginning of the episode. We built this path that's going to meander down and kind of around to eventually maybe a bridge or something that goes over to the main island. And then we also tried our best at a custom tree, which I think looks pretty decent, especially from the two main angles we'll look at it. And I think it fits the vibe that I'm going for. We just need way more custom trees on either side of it, and I think it'll blend in quite a bit more. But we're not doing that today. As you could probably tell from the title and thumbnail, we are trying to figure out redstone. Redstone, if you don't already know, is a pain to automate in just like the semi-basic create mod. I have quite a bit of other create mod things, but if we look at redstone here, we can fill cinder flower, which we'll get into in a second, with a potion of strength. Potion of strength isn't too obnoxious. It's just blaze powder and an awkward potion. The difficult part is getting a automated source of blaze powder, because you need to have a blaze farm that drops blaze rods, and at least having that in the overworld is really difficult and probably impossible. I'm not too sure, but we'll get to that after we make the redstone farm. The other half of this is the cinder flower here. The real only automated source is getting netherrack, crushing that down into cinder flower. And the way you make netherrack automatically is mixing andesite and netherwort on a heated blaze burner. We obviously already have an andesite farm. Netherwort is super easy. You just throw it on one of the farms and have a harvester harvest it. The only challenge is blaze rods and figuring out how everything goes together. Since it's been quite a bit since the last time I did one of these videos where I showed you kind of my thought process and design process for making this, the last one was this build here, I think it'll be good to get into a creative world and show you what I'm thinking, how I'm doing it, and maybe you can learn some stuff about the create mod or just about how I think, which might be useful. I don't know. So without further ado, let's jump into a creative testing world. We are back in the creative testing world. You can see quite a bit of machines, and if you watched the previous video, you'll recognize these things. But over here, I have the beginnings to hopefully a good system. So the main issue I've been running into with creating and automating netherrack is that it requires 2 inputs and a thing underneath it. So we technically need 3 sides of this thing for inputs and outputs. The issue with that is that we can't just have a line of basins. We have to have 2 basins side by side, and then one side input, and then on either side we have an output into a chute onto a belt. I've already got this semi-working, and the good news about this is you can just extend it to as long or as far as you need, depending on the speed of the farm. And now we can work on the actual crushing of the netherrack, which is going to be done here, and putting it into cinder flower. And then we can get to the other half of this, which is the potion of strength. It's only 25 millibuckets needed, and the 1 blaze powder gives us 1,000 millibuckets. So if I do my math correctly, that means 1 blaze powder gives us 40 redstone dust, which isn't a ton, but if you think about that as 1 blaze rod, it gives us 80 redstone dust, which is a little bit better. What that does mean, though, is the potion of strength crafting and stuff is going to be way faster, and we probably just need 1 basin versus the cinder flower stuff, which is going to take way longer because it's a 1-to-1 from netherrack to cinder flower. After quite a bit more testing, tweaking, and all of that stuff, we have finally a mostly working system here. So what happens is, as I showed earlier, the netherrack goes into the crushing wheels, gets turned into cinder flower. Cinder flower goes up onto this belt and gets put into one of the 9 little systems here that squoosh potion of strength onto the cinder flower, turns it into redstone. That just gets put back into a creative crate for now. And it is quite compact so far. So all things good here. The last thing we need to do now is make the potion of strength. I'm going to hope that I can put it just here on this 1 block area and keep it in the whatever 7 by maybe like 8 blocks tall by something blocks long footprint, because that would be amazing. But we'll have to see in a smidge and see if I can actually do that. So the first thing we need to do with the potion of strength is first make an awkward potion, which can be made with water and netherwort, which is pretty easy. We do need a blaze burner, but since we already have netherwort coming along this way, I think we can delete this block that I've just been using to stop the belt here and put it straight into a basin. So if you place a basin like that with a blaze burner below it, and for some reason, I'll show you this in a millisecond here. If we do this, this is gonna spaz out. But if I put a funnel on the end of it, these basins will no longer pick up netherwort. You can see at the top there, it's going down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and it's not getting refilled. And I assume it's because this funnel at the end of the belt is getting priority. So it's taking all of these 3 on these 2 blocks for some reason, and this one is not allowed to pick any up. If I remove this, and maybe also this one, you can see it then just picked up some, but again, it won't refill itself. So to fix this, we'll use a depot here so that this can still pick it up. It's not connected to the belt or anything, but this belt will throw it onto the depot if, let's say, we remove enough netherwort. You can see at the top, 16, still getting rid of it. There we go. It just finished the stack, and now a new stack got put on, and this thing can still pick up items and still make netherrack. So that's the only item input that we need for the awkward potion. The next thing we need is to connect this thing up to lava. Oh, that would have been almost really bad. And I think that's really the only way we can do it. And then separately, we need an infinite water source somewhere here. We'll need a mechanical pipe of some sort to pull in the water source. And we obviously can't have it here because then we would need a block here, which we cannot have. But maybe if instead I did something like this, did like a little cogwheel thing, hook it up. And then if I can place water source on top of this block here, let's try it. I think it'll work. We can place the mixer above this barrel, which is a good blocker. I'm going to put a water source here and here. And then we just need a block here and like that. And then I'm hoping this doesn't spill everywhere, but I think it's fine because oh, it spilled there, it spilled there, it spilled there. I think that's okay. There's no real redstone in here, so I think we're fine. If we do an andesite casing there, we can now remove that block and be fine. These are all waterlogged. This is getting water in here, perfect. And it has 1 bucket of awkward potion. Now I'm curious if I grab another basin here, connect this thing like this, and if just for now we power it like this, is this going to put the awkward potion and a water bucket in here? I'm not sure how to get just the awkward potion. Time to Google. Ooh, so it turns out we have a smart fluid pipe, which can help control flows by fluid type. You can specify what source you want to extract, and then we can put the awkward potion in there, and that will work. Okay, that's good news. Here, I'm going to scooch all of this over 1 block. So I've scooched it over and extended this by just a little bit. If we place the smart fluid pipe down and then grab an awkward potion and place that in this filter, that will hopefully just select the one, we'll see, and then throw mechanical pipe down and then 1 more pipe like this. And then if we connect it, we just got an awkward potion. Beautiful. This obviously isn't the dimensions that I want, but I might be able to compact it in a minute here. Nice, and compacting it was pretty easy. I just threw in some other stuff here. The last thing we need to do is set up the actual strength potion making. So this is just going to be blaze powder and an awkward potion. I'm going to just require blaze powder as a item to put in here, which isn't the best, but I think it will do. And again, we need a blaze burner here with lava connected to it. Beautiful. We have the awkward potion going in, we have the mixer, and then we need an output, which is going to be a challenge in and of itself, and an input, which is the other half of that challenge. See, we only have this side that we can really get stuff in and out from, because this one, while it does have 1 spot here, it's only 1 spot, because this basin is taking up this spot here, and everywhere else isn't really going to work. And in order to fix this issue, I put a mechanical arm here that will place blaze powder into the basin, and I'm getting them from way down here. I know I said in a little bit earlier that I was just going to have blaze powder as an input. I was able to squeeze in the crushing of blaze rods into blaze powder, getting them filtered out onto this belt here and going all the way along here onto this depot. Thankfully, I think this is the max block limit. This mechanical arm can reach this depot and can also reach this basin. As you can see, if we take from there and deliver to there and put it here, it can reach both. And if we had blaze powder on this, it will put it into this basin. As I said, I also rearranged this thing so that we can now crush blaze rods into blaze powder. So if we throw in a stack of blaze rods here, it will get crushed into blaze powder, filtered out, put onto the basin, and will refill itself, which is beautiful. I also set up the output here with a smart fluid pipe that brings itself all the way around over to here to a temporary holding tank, just so we can get a little bit extra potion of strength just chilling in case we run out of blaze rods and don't notice immediately. And then it continues on back to the spouts here that go into the system that I kind of worked out before. And then after that, it just goes straight into whatever storage system you want. Obviously a giant item vault right next to it is probably not what you want, but it's in a creative testing world, so we're just throwing it here for now. So I've been running this farm for quite a while, and thankfully it doesn't back itself up, which is great news as long as you don't put in too much blaze rods or blaze powder, which in the tutorial that's going to come out Friday, I will have a smart on and off switch for this, so you won't have to worry about it. I've been running it for a minute now, and we already have 500 redstone dust, which is super awesome. And you can see a pretty constant flow going in here like this, which is great to see. Obviously, this thing is super overkill. At least for me, I prefer a fast farm that I only have to run every so often than a super slow passive one. Because obviously we can cut this down to one mechanical mixer making netherrack and 2 spouts, and it'll be fine and work great. But I prefer getting more to the max limit of making the potions and stuff and having it be a little bit more even. So that's why I'm going with this gigantic system here. And I think it looks super cool. You can really put power in from anywhere as long as it's in the right spot, which is a great feature of this thing. But enough gushing over it. Let's figure out how to build this in survival. We are back in survival, and I wanted to kind of first lay out the pathway and perhaps maybe part of the floor that we're going to need. And then I want to build it around here-ish. And I found these blocks. I'm actually going to remove this top layer of black concrete here. I found these blocks that are exactly what I was looking for last time, that I couldn't find. I don't know if since updating to the newest version of Create and Chipped and everything like that, the complaint I had with the weird warning blocks was the same before, because you couldn't turn it before, but now you definitely can. It still doesn't look good, but these things are the solution to that. They connect to one another if you have them next to each other, and on the corners they have a cool little thing there. So I'm going to use this as kind of our warning track for every machine, the pit, and everything else that we're going to have in the area. There we go. And in my opinion, this is going to look super, super good once we have a floor, and we can put it around every single machine that we're going to make. So I have the schematic for the farm here. It is this big. There we go. And I'm not sure exactly where I want to put it. I think just in the middle is probably a good shout. If you were to walk straight in, we want it in the very center here. And then probably just up against the wall like this is going to be fine. That's probably in the middle. I do want to rotate. Oops. I do want to rotate it because this side looks so cool. But yeah, I think that's good. And then for height placement, I'm going to want to put it at floor level. So one above. And then we'll have this thing going around the whole way. And then actually, I'm going to scooch it one block that way, because now we can put the warning track behind it, which I think is going to look super cool. There we go. And that's what it'll look like once it's actually in, because so far it's not real. For the inside blocks here, I think I'm going to do the same as what we did over here with the white, wired concrete or whatever. I think I have some... Yeah. So this block is super cool. I think it looks sick. It's like a deep slate vibe with a white border. And since we're going to have a machine above this, we won't really see the deep slate, so it won't blend in super a lot. Let's grab the schematic, and yeah, so that's what it's going to look like once the machine is in. And you could just see the white border around it, and the rest is mostly hidden, which I actually prefer. So now comes the time of getting everything that we need, putting it in the chest, and then hitting play on this bad boy. So I will see you in a minute. Since we're going to need blaze rods for the farm itself, I think it might be a good idea. Oh, come on. It might be a good idea to prep the yoinkage of this spawner so that I can bring it maybe to the overworld. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet. In order to actually bring this thing to the overworld, we would need to pick it up with the wrench. And if you watched the video a million years ago, I am not able to do that. But a bunch of people in the comments were like, you can change a config option to let that happen. And I might do that just because I think it'll be fun to have a blaze spawner just in our normal spawner spot. But I think I'll decide that later if we need more. So that is set up. I have all the blaze burners that I need. So escape. The materials are all acquired. We have everything we need here. So I think we just send it. I need gunpowder. Gunpowder obtained. I'm just going to hit send it because it should all be in the right spot. And it looks like it's all working. The things we will need to fix are the item vault, as per usual with all schematics, it just won't ever work, which is fine and kind of easy to fix. We'll need to input lava, which, ow, we have. Love to see it. I want to know in the comment section if you think we should do like the glass fog texture above it. I tried it in a creative testing world and it didn't look crazy good. If you think I should, because I like the hole with the lava at the bottom, but also I think fog would look cool, but maybe I just did it wrong or something. So if you want, I can try it out and see what it looks like, and then maybe we'll change it, because the tube doesn't matter if there's blocks in the way now. Once it's already placed, it will matter if I bring it up and then back down again though. So we have to first decide the height of this thing. I probably want it like around this high up, so I'm gonna need to move it anyway. So we're not putting the glass down today, but let me know if I should put glass, make it foggy. But this thing I think is already almost done. It's gonna make like a little ding when it is done. And it looks super cool. It's like perfectly squarular, or as, oh, my game crashed. I guess that's not good. I wonder what happens if your game crashes in the middle of placing down the schematic. Is it gonna kill you? Is it gonna be annoyed? Oh no. Ah. All right, let's hop back in here and hope that it didn't break too bad. Okay. It's mostly done. It looks like it saved its progress. Okay. So game crashed, didn't break it, which is good. I didn't know that was gonna be an issue, but I'm glad it didn't break it. And almost everything is pretty much fully in here. I will need to replace these fluid tanks here, but we'll do that once it dings. Oh, haha, it's done. And we do have some leftovers just because I couldn't be bothered counting. As you do with any schematic, replace all the fluid containers and just 2 of the vault blocks. That's a 3x3 now, that's a 1x2. I think everything else is good here. We will need a water source on these 2 cogwheels here, which I might as well do. Sweet, that is now in. And I suppose next up is just linking up everything that we need. So on this side, we're gonna need nether wart. This side, we're gonna need andesite, and both of those need to be gathered from over there. But for just a moment, I'm just going to use barrels and transport it manually, because I think next episode or the episode after, we're going to get into transporting items from the storage system here over to there in that building. And we don't have a ton of nether wart. It might be a good idea for me to quickly run over here. I don't know where I want to grow nether wart, because I think it's going to be very obviously in the way. I think we just try it here and see what it looks like. So let's see what this looks like from far away. You know what? I think it adds a cool color to it. I'm not too annoyed about that. So I'm also going to do it up here, because this thing is going to burn through netherwort like crazy. I don't know the rates specifically, but my guess is like 2,000 an hour. Maybe more. So we'll have this be soul sand, and once this grows enough, then we can place more down. But I want to test out the redstone maker and make sure that we actually get some redstone. Barrels everywhere. And then I'm also just going to throw the blaze powder onto that, because that's going to go down to the other side over here and fill up, I think, this one with blaze powder to make the strength potions. Lava is coming in here. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, the good thing about this thing is that it will just work no matter which way you put stuff in. We throw that in. Lava is now filling up these. Oh, and water is leaking from somewhere. Where is water leaking from? I think that was a glitch. Weird. Well, that's now fixed. And this thing is working. These blaze burners are filled with lava, which we care about. And then these ones should be as well, all of them. I can't see that last one, but I assume it is. And now we could try to put in netherwort and andesite. Now this isn't really going to be fast enough, I don't think, to get us anywhere, but it'll be a good test to make sure that everything actually works. Yep, so we've 29 netherrack in here. This is really strange. So we have 29 netherrack in the item vault, but this brass funnel is not dumping anything out. I'm going to break and replace this again, and that fixed it. Well, now that works. I'm going to move this back to exactly 64 because it is better if it is 64. So this works. Beautiful. We would need some more nether wart to throw it into this awkward potion, which I suppose I can go snag. So obviously once we have like a full supply of nether wart and everything, this will be a little bit better. But that's in. Nether wart is good. Blaze powder awkward potion makes a potion of strength. Goes in, and we are getting redstone. That is awesome. So the actual numbers I think for this thing is that it's going to need 16,000 andesite and nether wart per hour in order to work at full speed of 25,000 redstone per hour. Obviously, I don't think there's any reason you would need to run this for more than an hour, just period ever. I don't ever expect myself to input 16,000 andesite and nether wart in here at a time, but this is going to be a great source of redstone, and we already have 27, which is a crazy amount for not even a stack of nether wart in here. And while we do have 6,000, this stuff goes so fast when you're trying to make the rose quartz things, which are 8 redstone to 1 rose quartz, and that's used for any of the fancy schmancy stuff, like the smart observers, smart shoots, brass funnels, and I'm so glad this is working. This is awesome. But that is going to be all the time I have for today. We made a super cool, compact, and fast farm. It does require a lot of stuff, so take that into account. And I kind of showed you how to build it, how I thought about building it, how I designed it, all that fun stuff, and then we started getting work on the floor of this build here, and I think next episode, we're finally going to build it. I've been putting it off for so long, I think I kind of have to. So watch out for that. But again, that's going to be next episode. What's up, nerds? Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. Last week, I did a live stream where I finished the back of the barn. And as you can see here, we actually have some cool detailing work that I didn't super copy over to the other side, but I did remove some of the lights here just to remove some of the repetitive patterns of these like lights lighting up the background. And from down here, it just looks like a pattern because you couldn't really see the lights. But now if we look, you can see that it's actually not a pattern of lights, and I think looks a little bit better. But today we're not working on this at all. Instead, as I promised, we are working on this building here. In all honesty, we're probably not going to finish it, but I do want to get at least like this half done. The other half will come, but it'll have a different style. I plan on doing this one with like a 1-story type of thing, and then the other one being 2 stories. But to get started, I need some materials. So quick material gathering time, let's go. We have at least a good starting point. As you can see, quite a few interesting blocks. The first thing we need to do is take down this stone brick, because instead we're going to be doing mud. This is going to be more of a like darker-ish, orangey browny build. I mean, this one is literally all orangey browny red, but there's not going to be, I'm lying. I was going to say there's not going to be any like gray or white, but that's why we have the observers, droppers, whatever. I'm loosely copying, I guess. I took inspiration from Impulse's build on Hermitcraft, where he made the reactor thingy. So I'm loosely copying that. It'll be quite different, but still loosely copying it. But I have to remove all of this stone brick because we're doing mud instead. All right, and I thought, why not copy some smallish beans a little bit and do one of these things where I build and talk to you at the same time. So the bottom 3 is going to be similar to the other building here, but with some texture, because texture is important. And I'm just going to be throwing up some rooted dirt mud blocks here all the way around. It's going to be the same all the way around. All right, and that bit is done. That didn't take too long. Now comes the more annoying part. I am gonna grab all these droppers and observers and stuff. I have to clear out my inventory because there's too much mud. That's what happens when you roll around in the sand, in the mud sand, in the sandy mud. And then we got observers, blast furnaces, and droppers. And then I probably want some temporary blocks. And I'm gonna do something that I saw from Impulse as per usual, as I mentioned earlier, where this is like going to be a too tall little doohickey here. It's just going to be a Mod Podge, I think that's a real word, of droppers and stuff to make it look busy on this area. So you'll see it once I get a little bit more in here, but the main bulk of the base is going to be quite simple and basic, and then this is going to be the area that mostly draws your attention. And then we can do cool stuff with droppers and the observers. Since they're directional, they have little arrows on them, as you can see. So if we make them go upward, it has a whole new texture, which is super neat. So let me do this for just a quick second, and then you can hopefully see about what the final product is going to look like. All right, and that has now been done all the way around the ring here. Now I think it might be a good idea to get going with the main bits, the main bitty bits of this thing. So we're going to use brown terracotta for most of it. Brown terracotta is interesting because it's a dark color and brown. That's the color theory class for today. Thank you all for coming. And we're going to do 7 blocks wide for each section of this, and then a 2-block gap for these gray things to go up, and then another 7-block thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the same thing again, and then another 2-block gap. And then once we get to the entrance, we'll just do whatever it'll let us. But this is kind of what it's going to look like. We obviously have to extend these bits up. Of course, it's raining. Just like that. There we go. And then for now, I'm just gonna load this up with brown terracotta so that we can get a good vibe of the area. So that's gonna be how tall it is. There's obviously gonna be some more texture on these walls, but for now, let's just get them in. I've only semi-built this in creative. I do like a little test piece in creative just to make sure it doesn't look super, super dumb. But I haven't done all of it. So you're going to be doing this kind of with me. I'm going to grab some of the bricks that I made that you saw for maybe 1/4 of a millisecond. And in the corners here, I'm going to make it feel like moss is starting to grow in. And these different brick flavors are actually pretty cool. And oh, I forgot one ingredient. Hopefully we actually have enough of it. And I know this is going to look out of place for now, but once this oxidizes, I think it's only 1 step, so it shouldn't even take that long. But once that oxidizes, it'll look even better. And then we're gonna do this in all 4 corners, kind of like just seeping in slightly, just to make it look like it is breaking open and apart just a little bit. Oh, and you can already see, this is the color that we're going for. Not this stupid bright one. It's supposed to be more muted, more oxidized. I might need to go make a honey farm maybe next episode so that we can actually keep them like exposed and wax them instead of them just going to the super green that's on the roof right now. But that's the color we're going with. As you can see, it blends in so much more and actually fits instead of just being ugly and bright. And that is now done. As you can see, we've already converted 1 more over here, which means this should be pretty fast to actually convert. Now I obviously have to do this for the rest of the walls. So, it's done. I'm just joking. I still have to do it. As I was building this, and as you could probably tell, it's kind of ugly. So I'm going to change up the style a little bit. If you could just follow me over here. As you can see, up in this corner here, I've already changed up a little bit. The thing that I'm running into is that there's no like cohesiveness. So they just look like scattered bits. And I did kind of want to make it like a mossy, like in the corners thing, but I don't think that's going to work as well as I'd like. So I'm going to switch it over to it being a rusted type of thing. And obviously we're not going to use granite here. I just didn't have any terracotta. So I think using this might be good. And then we can see if it'll actually work. It might even be better instead of normal terracotta to do a transition between the brown here and the red. So granite isn't too horrible. I just think it's not the perfect color. Okay, this is going to be the new look, and I was comparing between orange and normal terracotta, and I honestly think the normal is going to look better, and I think we can add more details to the wall if it still looks bland after we're finished building the rest of the base. So now comes the point where I have to redo everything, which is great. This bad boy is a little bit done, at least the front wall kind of is. We mixed it up. I think it looks better. I still think it's missing some details, but I'm not going to go into it yet, just in case it'll look good by the time we're done. Because I do think the furnaces, blast furnaces, droppers, and observers is supposed to direct most of your attention. So I'm going to leave any detailing of these walls until like the very end when I absolutely need more details. We now need to get working on the roof and I guess kind of the other furnace pillars here because I don't have those on any of the other sides. So I guess quickly, let's do the corner pillars and then we can get to the roof. And I bet you're wondering, hey, why are the walls still brown when the thumbnail it's clearly not brown? And that's because I didn't like the final result, so we changed it, and I'll show you that later. But I wanted your input on whether you liked the brown or if you like the new design more. So let me know down in the comments which one you prefer, and if brown is a resounding yes, then we'll switch it back. All right, and then we built up a little smokestack attempt here. I ran out of smooth stone, but this is about what it would look like. We obviously need to detail this thing and make it like look good. I'm not really sure how I like it. I haven't done this bit in creative at all. So maybe I need to hop in there and really quick figure out what's going on. But the rest of the base is pretty much done. The rest of the build is pretty much done. I'm still not super sold on all of the rust that's going on, but maybe if like for places here, I can change around some of the colors and that might make it look better. We can continue tweaking this as we go on. But the final step is the smokestack, and I don't think smooth stone is going to work. So I'm going to go down as much as it'll let me, which is just that much. But this would go up probably to like there. And I think it starts out too wide. But then also I think the stone is too much a contrast with the brown terracotta. So I think I'm going to go hop into creative and figure out a good looking thing for this because right now it's not working. I have a solution. The only issue, as you've seen probably from the thumbnail, I assume I've included it somewhere, is that I do not have the blocks for it. So I guess we need another quick time-lapse session montage of me getting all the blocks that I need for this big old circle. I think it's going to look really nice and kind of cool. I don't know what it will fully look like, but I at least have a plan, which is better than before. So I've seemed to run into a slight predicament. And that slight predicament is probably like 2,000, 3,000 blocks in bone blocks, which are notoriously a challenge to get. I just converted all of my bones from the skeleton spawner over here. We have 3 now into bone blocks, and we have 181 bone blocks, which means at this rate, I would need to AFK at the skeleton farm for, I think, 4.5 years, which might mean that I need to make a bone meal farm, which isn't too terrible and probably easier in the create mod than with other things. This means I need to make a cobblestone generator or something if I'm going to use the normal vanilla bone meal farm with some like create mod tweaks or something. So I suppose maybe we try to figure out a cool way to make a bone meal farm using the create mod instead of just doing the standard moss to bone meal conversion type thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, we have a billion farms here that all produce seeds and stuff. Some of them are trampled or whatever, but they all produce compostable objects. So I thought, why not just increase the composting production? And then we have some hoppers down here. I already have a couple stacks from one of the hoppers being filled up, but we have so much in the backlog, 3,000 straw, all of which is compostable, something. So I'm just going to compost most of this stuff. And now I guess I get to sit here doing nothing, twiddling my thumbs until bones get turned into food. That was a meal joke. I caved. And instead of twiddling my thumbs for the past day and a half, I have been making a bone meal farm. You might be asking, why not just do one in vanilla? That's a great question. It's because I was like, there's no way that's the easiest way to do it. And it probably was. But I also found this cool design from a YouTuber. I'll put him on the screen now. I think he like just has a couple videos showing off some cool stuff. But this is like from ages and ages ago where most of the stuff doesn't even work anymore. So wherever it's happening, chutes being able to go into composters is no longer a thing. So like that's how old it is, if that's a good indication. But by probably maybe compacting his design, more my style, and his not working in this 1.20 Create Perfect World game, I made this bone meal farm, which is basically the same speed as the vanilla one, but I made it, so that's pretty cool. And it has the benefit of looking super dope, because look at that, oh, it squeezes it out, all like that. So basically what it does is it gets stone, converts it to moss, turns it moss into bone meal. This is revolutionary, folks. And it's actually not too slow. It produces 20,000 moss per hour-ish, and about 2,000 bone meal per hour-ish. which is pretty good. I've been literally running it for probably an hour and 10 minutes, and we're at 2.425. And it just uses, like, we lose 1 bone meal from despawn every 5 minutes or whatever, which is so negligible that I just didn't bother putting in a request system. But enough talking. There might be a tutorial on this if you all care. Like, if you want a tutorial on this, then for sure I can throw schematics in the schematic thing too if that's necessary. But honestly, the only real reason I made this was because for some reason in all of the 1.20 tutorials, bone mealing moss from below the stone should turn this into stone, but it doesn't, and it doesn't at any level ever, which is so strange. So I don't know if that's a create mod thing or me thing, or like just I'm unlucky, or if I'm playing in 1.20.1 or something, but that doesn't work. So I needed to put the moss that we're bone mealing on top of the stone, which does reduce the rates by 2 blocks. As you can see, those 2 blocks below this dispenser and moss block will literally never turn into moss. But that's basically negligible. And I mean, 2,000 bone meal an hour is good enough. And I already have a schematic of it. So I think I just need to gather the materials, throw this into our world, and then sit AFK and have it be faster. Also, since I haven't been on this server, or this map, this world, this whatever for a while, this is my first time seeing this in like a day and a half. And honestly, I like it way more than I did before. So good job, previous me. I'm thinking we build the thingy in this barn here because, I mean, bone meal is like basically a plant, and I feel like it makes sense for it to be in here. I am not sure if it'll fit. So we'll have to do the math there, but it maybe might. And I think it'd be kind of neat if this is like a super crowded barn. So I need to grab some schematics. All right, so this is how big this thing is. One thing I need to verify before I actually build this in survival is if it's directional or not, because some of the moss farms are in fact directional, but also I think this is going to be too big for the barn. I will try my best to fit this thing in here. We're basically already at the width of the barn. Well, I'm going to just bring you with me. All right, so this is the size of it in the new base building that we're building. It takes up so much space. Oh my gosh, really? It didn't look that big. That is huge. I guess I'm very happy that I built, oh, I am building, it's not done. I am building the second area because, oh my goodness, this is definitely the biggest machine I've ever made. It just needs a lot of horizontal space, I think, is the biggest issue with this, because moss will not convert if there's blocks above it, which is why these 2 blocks are never going to be moss, because there's 2 blocks above it. So you need to scooch it all the way over. But I think, honestly, this is a pretty good spot. So I'm going to yeet down the cannon. Tell me what you need from me. All right, so this thing is relatively affordable. I think that's going to be the biggest setback here. And maybe the biggest lag causer? Ruh-roh. Maybe I switch this to just andesite funnels or something else. Belts, perhaps? I don't know. Well, I fixed the hopper issue by just doing belts instead. And also, totally forgot, but it doesn't use any stress units, which pretty neat. If you ask me. We are getting a little bit of falling edge. Hopper issue is no more. I don't even know how many hoppers we have now. 28. I think we lowered it by 100. And from what I've gathered, it's only kind of directional. You just need to either add or remove a gear shift, and then otherwise it'll work. Oh, you know what's cool about having a backpack with all your create stuff is that if you put it down next to it, you get a boatload of things checked off already. Love that. But I still have like 84 million lines of things that I need to do, so not great. All right, schematic cannon should be good other than the creative motor, which we're not in creative, so we don't have. And I'm so scared of pressing start, and I don't know why. I feel like I'm always scared. Go. Okay, it's working. I don't know what I expect, but every time I turn on the schematic cannon, I'm always terrified of it breaking something. So I'm just gonna watch from up here. Oh boy, it is done. Finished. Okay, this looks like the thing that we care about. I do need to fill this in with a hint or 2 of bone meal, and then otherwise it'll turn on and continue running by itself. But I'm honestly terrified of turning this thing on. But first what I gotta do is fill in all the water, fill in all the lava, because it doesn't do that for you either. And we should be able to see if all of these are filled. The reason I'm checking this so closely is because I am terrified if any of these are not filled with water, because then we'll have lava spreading everywhere and it'll be hard to fix, and it's a whole debacle. And then I'm just going to grab the glue and double check that it did everything right, which it looks like it did actually, so that's good news. So obviously we need to connect this bad boy to power, which you can low-key connect it anywhere except for that gantry shaft, and it'll work. So I'm just going to carry power all the way over from way over here. So hopefully everything's going the right way. This will be a good test. It looked like it worked perfectly right away. Awesome. So the only change that I've found for directionality is that you'll need to just remove this shaft and replace it with a vertical gearbox or gearbox or any way to reverse the polarity of this gear shift here. And then otherwise it'll just work, I think. So let me quickly grab some bone meal just so we can fill up the dispensers. And I'm just going to grab all of it. It doesn't matter. We're going to make a boatload more. And then I'm going to throw, sure, 3 stacks and 3 stacks. So if we turn this thing on, it should start going. So the first round will just be stone and not work. And then perfect. That's good news. Looks like everything's working and we're getting bone meal back up top. I think everything's working here. While testing, yeah, and we got some here. There is some items being dropped down, but that is the cost of not having 100 extra hoppers. So I think lag-wise, it's actually better to just have items floating, if because it's only like 1 or 2, and they despawn after 5 minutes anyway. So I don't think I'll be too worried about it. Obviously, I haven't tested it for more than like an hour and a half, and of course it's raining. But I think now will be the first like super long test of this thing, and I will come back with any issues that I run into. It is 4 or so hours later. I set up a little itty bitty like just crafter for bone blocks, and we have quite a few. This is definitely not going to be enough for the big ol' spire thing that we're making, but it's a very, very good start, and it'll at least let us build while this thing keeps running. It's a pretty simple design. It's just bone blocks all the way around in a tower shape, and a little secret of these things continuing up, which at least during my testing looked super dope. So we're going to continue it. I guess there's nothing else to do other than just start building. So enjoy the last little bit of the time lapse for this tower. We're done. As you saw in the time lapse, it went a little longer than it should have. After I built this, I was like, dang, this looks kind of bad. So now I changed it again. This is the 3rd change that we've made so far. So killing it on 3 CPE changes per episode for the build. But I think this looks dope. And once we get in the other half of the build, I think it'll fully tie it all together. But we've done so much this episode. We built a moss farm. We built this entire building. We changed it 3 times, 5 times. We changed it 18 times. And I suppose that's probably why you test things in creative. But with all that progress, I'm going to leave this episode here. In the next episode, we're going to work on the interior. It's a little bit dark in here, and this is dirt and not real roof. So I hope to get some pathways in, light it up, maybe move up this thing. And next episode, I'm going to show you a couple of options so that we can vote on what we want to do with the lava pit. If we want to do the glass fog technique or 18 different variations of those. So that'll be next episode. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we made too much progress and a lot of unprogress. If you didn't see it, we built half of this base, and we're not done with this half, but we are mostly done with it, which is always good news. And in this episode, we're going to build the second half of this, but this wasn't the only thing we built. If you notice, there's quite a few bones and another machine over here. I decided for funsies just to fully design another machine. I don't know why either. And this is, if you couldn't tell, a moss farm, a bone meal farm, a some farm to get moss and bone meal, and I've actually collected quite a bit of it. Okay, this is an exciting intro for everyone that cares about rates and stuff, but for no one else. So let's get into it. We are going to finish this build. The second half, I've already planned out in creative because I'm not a fool and can learn from my mistakes. And I feel like this one, even though it's quite busy and entertaining, is missing more like height, because it's just like a little cube with a tube on top. And I thought, why not add some more tubes on these cubes? You can see why I got that confused. So we're gonna add a bunch more cubes and tubes on the tubes and cubes, and then we're gonna add a big old cube with some tubes on it. This doesn't make any sense, and that's because I don't know what I'm saying. I hope to also get a little bit of the interior done. I'm not sure if I'm going to finish it, but I just remembered that I need to do the warning track around this build, because this is a build now that needs a warning track, but we'll do that after the build. First, we need to gather materials, and I honestly think I already have most of them. We're going to be using a lot of tuff, and I'll walk you through the design build process. We're going to try to like invert the use of the observers and stuff and the bone blocks. So we're going to have smaller bone block areas and more observer bit areas. But because observers and droppers and dispensers or whatever are super expensive, we're going to transition it over to polished tuff, and we're going to add back in some of the rust, because I think me, along with you guys, really liked the rust idea, and there was some hesitation on the brown and stuff, and I completely agree, because that's why I tore it down. But I think the rust will actually work and make it look super cool. So enough talking, let's get to material gathering. I think it's going to be really easy. We just need a bunch of tuff, and we need to convert this into a different tuff flavor. I think we're just looking for polished cut tuff, so I'm going to need to make a lot of that, and then pretty much just more of the materials that I used to build this thing. I might actually already have it, which would be a first. And we have, hopefully, all the materials back again with furnace, blast furnace, observer droppers, and whatever. And then also we got sand, smooth sandstone, sandstone, tuff, all of the rust blocks, except for mangrove. I forgot mangrove. And then some white terracotta, because we put it in a little bit everywhere. And I think we also have diorite. Beautiful. So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to finish off this half of the build. And it's going to be quite simple. We need our bone blocks. That's like the most important block. The first thing we need to do is I'm going to extend this 5-block thing over to this other side, which is actually incorrectly widthized. It's the wrong width, is what that means in English. So I'm just going to scooch all of these blocks over because I can't be bothered doing a different pattern. Beautiful. And then we can just build this all the way up, and that's good. Now we're going to connect these boys. I obviously need to texture the top bit. I probably should have done that just immediately instead of being a silly goose. But now we can bring this all the way down. It's going to be fairly simple and straightforward. All right, and then we just need to get in a smidgen of texture. It's kind of difficult to do this with just sandstone on the top, so it might actually be worth doing one of these and getting some sand just like that, just that we get some different texture up here. There we go. I think that's enough there. And then the main thing, the tubes on the cubes that we wanted to do, is smaller ones of these towers, more smaller smokestacks, because I feel like this one's kind of lonely being all there by himself. So I'm just going to grab my wand and go up. I feel like that's maybe a good amount. Yeah, we're obviously going to texture it and do all that, but first I want to just get the shapes in. Those are now in. I think they're all the same size. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. But now we get to more blast furnace dropper tunnel thingies. This is going to be a little bit shorter. So all of these are 3 tall because this tube is so big. These are going to be 2 blocks tall. So it should make it a little bit more believable, and it's going to be symmetric this time instead of the other one. Oh, another thing I forgot. I feel like on this side of the build, there's just too many. So I'm going to remove, I think it's this center one, this one here that goes around, because it perfectly splits up this one, and then also the 2 top ones here, which I think actually work really well. So I'll have to do this in a minute, but I can't. Let me get up, but I can break off some of it quickly now just to show you what it's gonna look like. All right, it is removed, and this is what it looks like from the front. It's not super different, but from the back here, it breaks up the just constant observer thing that was going on before. So I think that actually makes a huge difference. Now to go back to the thing that I got distracted about, we now have to put more observers and stuff going up this way. Now this won't take too long because it's a small tower, small tube on the cube, and is going to be way less work, but I still have to like kind of randomize it as best I can. And we're already at the top. Okay, that is actually really quite easy. I'm going to do the same thing on the opposite corner so that it's symmetrical, so that all you OCD boys can not get mad at me. And there we go. They're basically the same. They don't end in the same spot, but otherwise I think they're gonna look fine. And from a distance, it's indistinguishable. I can speak. So now I'm gonna copy this over to the other three, and then we have to texture these because just straight up bones ain't gonna work. But once they're textured, it should look pretty good. And then obviously I have to add the campfires and stuff in the center. And I would do a cool glass fog thing, but I'm not Scar, so I'm not gonna. Maybe in the future when I have a degree in building things in Minecraft, maybe I'll do it, but until then, there's no chance. So the little squiggly things are done, and I've gone along and detailed each pillar as well. The last thing that we gotta do, I might even raise it up one block because it seems a little short. Maybe just from the height angle that I was at, it seems a little short, but from the ground level, which is probably mostly where we're going to look at it, I think it looks good there. But what we need to do now is smokify it, which shouldn't even be too difficult. I'm not going to do the hay bales underneath because I think it's better if the smokestacks are shorter on the shorter ones. I feel like that just makes sense. Smokestacks are in, and now comes a quick little time lapse. And by quick little, I mean I'm finishing the rest of this base, or at least the outside, the cube that's coming here. It will be a lot of building and a lot of detail work, but I think the outcome is actually going to be pretty cool. Building time, play the music and show the fastness, show the timeline. And the other half of the build is done, and honestly, I really, really like it. I forgot to put some blocks here, but now it's done. And I really wanted to incorporate the rust thing. I knew the brown wasn't going to work because this area is all not brown, so that just wouldn't work at all. So I just added a cube, but I think it kind of works. It's a little bit like way more futuristic than this other build here. I think we'll have to have some sort of story that combines the two and maybe change this building a bit to make it actually fit the story. Like if this one's crumbling and it's an older factory or something, then it makes sense that this one is made after it. So we'll decide that eventually. Maybe I like put some more soot on this or something, but we'll figure that out at the end or just never. But I really liked how it turns out. I think it is very cool futuristically, and it's a big old cube. So on the inside, we have a ton of space. It is, however, stupid dark, and I have to show you possible options for the hole. So let's do that right now. I'm gonna hop into a creative world and show you all the different fog things that we can do. And I'm gonna have all of y'all vote on your favorite one. Option number one is white glass and a fog effect. This is what it looks like from the top bit. I think this one looks pretty cool. And this is what it looks like with the same amount of layers with black glass. It's quite a bit darker. This is what it looks like with gray stained glass. This is what it looks like with light gray stained glass. And then this is the final option, which is shroom lights pretty close to the top. We are not too far at all. And then a fog glass effect to make the lava look like it's closer up. And I honestly don't hate this. I'm not sure what my favorite is. I think it's probably either this one or just lava at the bottom with no blocks or no fog effect anywhere. But I think this one is good for 2 reasons. Because one, when you're flying, you can at least like hover close to the top instead of having to like sink all the way to the bottom of the hole every time you accidentally fall in it, which is really, really helpful in survival. And you can actually see kind of the details of it instead of it being way, 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 way down. And then I also like the empty hole just because you get to see way, 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 way down. And it's like just a hole. So let me know down in the comments which your favorite of the 5 or 6 is, and I will choose the most rated one, unless it's a stupid one that I won't choose it. All right, and we're back on survival. Now, I actually definitely need a bigger archway here. I don't know who decided that that was a good idea. Now we got to work on the interior because it is cool, but super dark, and this dirt pathway is still here, which is not very helpful for anyone. All right, dirt platform is gone, and I think in here what I'm gonna want to do is just build in some lights on this thing and then add a cool like bone roof or something and call it a day there. But we're not gonna work on that at all, really. I want to light this place up and I want to get a floor in because right now we have neither. So first and foremost, I'm gonna do this border thing as per usual around this whole build. Okay, the warning track and the concrete inner bits is now fully put in. Now it's time to get on to the pathway. So initially when we were doing the brown, I had an idea to just do mud in here. I still might do that, but I'm also on the fence of maybe we do bone blocks to go around the whole place and we just keep this pattern and stuff. All right, I've gone with mud, and the reason for this is because it is kind of tied into the build just briefly here, and I think it looks the best inside. So we're just going to go with it. It shouldn't be too difficult to make it look good, hopefully. And I think I did center the redstone machine behind me. So this should be perfectly center. It is. Good job, me. Thank you, me. And then something I didn't do at all was center this thing. And that's kind of on purpose. I wanted it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wanted it to be able to like arc and have this thing have this thing curve to go down this way here and maybe a smaller tunnel. So the path is going to go this way and then branch off in either direction and then go down here, and maybe we have something over here, maybe we don't, and I switch this path up eventually. But I think that's a good starting point. We could even have like a little elevator shaft that goes up to a second floor, because this building, this cube is huge. We're definitely going to need 2 floors here. And then over here is mostly just going to be the hole. I want to 100% of the time move this rope pulley or hose pulley up to maybe up top even there, because I think having it at floor level is kind of lame, and it'd be kind of cool to have all the pipes and stuff coming down from the top of the hole up here thing. But we need to get lights in here, and I know I have a couple shroom lights, but I think I wanted to go with glowstone just because mud is a little bit lighter than the brightness of these shroom lights, and I think glowstone will fit better. All right, we got the glowstone, and I'm just gonna throw them in. That's not correct at all. I'm gonna throw it in. Hopefully a two wide gap is gonna work. I haven't tested it. Oh my god, it does. I guess I have tested it. I plan ahead. I think before I do things constantly. Oh my god, wait, it works here too? What are the odds of that? Maybe everything was planned. You have no idea. Ooh, I don't like how these look. I'm gonna change them real quick. I honestly forgot, as soon as I finished talking about planning, I honestly forgot which ones I wanted to do. Maybe these. Sure. Yeah, these are better. They just have like a little bit more going on. All right, those are now all in. We have to texture this, obviously. I guess we could do that now. We have enough of the other blocks. So I will obviously need a gradient between the two because we're not just going to have a stark line. But until then, I'm just going to do something like this. And I feel like, at least for me, it's easier to build the first layer of blocks, like the packed mud, just alone, and then add the detailing in later. I don't know if that's how it normally works, or if I'm just bad at building and I need to see it get better as I put in the other blocks or something. But that is absolutely how it works for some reason in my brain. There we go. Texturing is done. I actually totally forgot about this, but I might want to do the edges in the mud stairs. But I think we'll see what we do with the inner wall-y bits here. I might just do the wired white concrete just everywhere else. I'm not sure yet, but I did completely forget about the 2 detailing things that I was going to do here. So I am going to just completely rip out pretty much everything here. And now that that's done, let's get to actually building this thing. So obviously I am stealing this as well from Impulse SV. He kind of had a brilliant idea for this. I think he talked about it in his video. I'm not sure if Bdubs or he actually figured out how to do it, but regardless, it's kind of big brain. So I'm of course stealing it. And what it is, I'm not going to tell you yet until you see it, but I first need to build a backing thing here. So I think that is in properly now. I'm first going to make the border with tough blocks because we're going to need to do this anyway, so I might as well do it now too. And now I'm just going around and building the outer layer here. And there we go. That's the outside all done. You might be able to tell what it is by now, but if you don't, we'll get to it kind of soon. We're now going to put in some gate type thingies here. I need to raise this up by 1. Oopsie daisy. And then in the center here, we're going to place a block, and then something like this here. Ah! And then the final thing that we need. Oh, these are backwards. And there we go. It obviously, I need to fill in these blocks here, but then otherwise it is done. And that was kind of quick. If it's not obvious to you, it's like a little fan thing, and then we're going to copy the same thing over on this side, and it should look pretty darn cool. So let's copy it over to the other side now, and it's done. And I think this looks super great. I think it adds a lot to the build itself, which is really good. And the keen-eyed among you will notice that they are like mirrored. So this one's spinning this way, and this one is also spinning this way, or this one's spinning that way, and this one's spinning that way, or something. But they're like flipped, so the tall way goes diagonally both ways, which was on purpose. Because I feel like the fans would do that. I don't know. I think for the rest of this episode, we're going to deal with the interior. I want to first move this thing up and get this tube thing situated. I don't know what kind of lights I want to go for. I feel like the glowstone stuff could be quite cool. But first we got to move this bad boy up here and then get it to be a bottomless supply again, because I am always worried that it'll break itself somehow. The pulley has been moved up. I've also got a little like holding cell for all the lava here. I think you can right click this with a bucket and get a bucket of lava, which is mostly why it's here. And then we also have it going back to the redstone machine, and then this way back to the generators up at the top of the other building. And I've already hooked it up to electricity. That's not what this is. Rotational power? I don't know. And I've made the hole. So now we need to, please. Now we need to do that. And this is going the wrong way, which is fine. If we just throw in one of you, it should start going down. Perfect. Now we just have to wait for this thing to get to the bottom. Then the thing that I am a little bit worried about, we don't yet have power that'll make the lava leave from the hose pulley, which is good news, because I am a little bit worried about it not being a bottomless supply, even though it should be. Because that's what was happening before, and I'm scared. We are at the bottom. I think it's worth testing it, but maybe just to... Actually, no, we can test it to there, but I'm going to just quickly remove the 2 outputs just in case this doesn't turn into a bottomless supply. And the moment of truth, that's going to start spinning. This should get lava, bottomless supply. That's good. Lava should be getting to here, but maybe it isn't because it's too far away. Yeah, that does seem to be the issue. Ah! Okay, I'm a professional video game player. Do not worry. There we go, and it's working. Okay, this should still be a bottomless supply, I hope. It does say that it is, but if down here lava starts to go away, then we know it's broken again and we gotta go fix it. But from the looks of it, it looks like it's working, because normally these lava like anti-pools where you could see the lava here, if this expanded, then it would be broken, but it looks like it's actually working, which is awesome. And we should see, where's the thingy? And it's already full. Wow. All right, we can now hook this back up to the rest of the system here. We should get lava going over there and also heading this way. And we do. I do kinda want to make this a glass pipe all the way up, just because I think it would look kind of cool. Don't do that. Don't do that. That was not good. And this also means now that we can remove this thing. I'm curious if I remove this pipe. No. Okay, so this is now too far away from the... Ow. I'm out of water. So I can remove this from being powered, because that just moves the pulley bit up and down. But I do need to somehow power both of these, which is going to be a little bit annoying. All right, that has been cleaned up, and I actually managed to just use one mechanical pump. It is exactly, so every 15 blocks you need a pump, but if there's 15 blocks on either side of it, then you're good. You only need one pump. So I was able to just put in one and it worked perfectly. Like it literally is 15 blocks here and 15 blocks here. So there was no room for any changes or anything, and I'm so glad that it fits. And I think it looks way better like this. And I do like the exposed pipes and the exposed wiring, I don't know, the shafts. So that's super good news. The last thing we have to do is make this thing pretty, and I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it. And I think it could be cool to just have black concrete up at the top there instead of the hay, because the hay is kind of stupid. There we go, that's now in, and I think it's gonna look pretty menacing from down here. It does, but I still think it's a little bit dark, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try my best to follow up one of these like pathway tube thingies and make it so that this just lights up the whole place. And before we even finish it, I think that looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna do it on every loop because that'll just be too much, but I think on one or maybe two, I think it'll actually look pretty dope. And this is what it looks like with just one in. I do think we need another one just for symmetry. So I'm going to grab the one that's like diagonally across over here and just start throwing in some more of these. And there we go. That is done. It didn't take too long, and I think it looks way better than it did before. But honestly, we're not going to really be paying too much attention to the inside of the big tube, so I'm not worried about it looking perfect. I think as long as it's like mostly symmetrical and looks pretty cool, I am okay with that. And with that out of the way, I think that is where I'm going to leave it for this episode. We made quite a bit of base progress. We now have an enclosed space instead of a building and a big old hole. And now it's just a cube. We also added some tubes to the cube to accompany the other tube, and then we made another cube and textured it with rust. I think the rust makes it look super, super cool. If there's any like detailing things that you think I could add, like the wind turbine fan thingies on the cube, let me know, because I don't know what we could add and what would look good. But if there's a comment that I like, I will add it. And then we also briefly worked on the interior. We got the pathways in. I showed you all the possibilities for what is going to be, I guess I should break this, of what is going to be down inside this hole. If you want a fog effect with whatever glass, white, black, gray, light gray, or if you think that the shroom light's like half the way up or more, with a fog effect above it, just to make the lava seem that it's closer, we could do that too. So let me know in the comments which one you would prefer. Hello, and welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In this episode, we are going to be connecting the two bases, two buildings that we made. This one we built, finished in the last episode with the cube and the tubes, loving it. We also worked slightly on the inside, and I've had a couple of votes on the whole, but we're not doing that today. Instead, I want to get mostly the redstone farm up and running, because we have to bring in netherwort and andesite, I think. I genuinely forget at this point, but we need to bring in netherwort and andesite. Andesite is made over there, and so is like everything else so far. And we need to bring it over to this building. And I was thinking, why not make some underground like maintenance tunnel type of things that go directly below this granite brick area and can dart off into the 4 different sections depending on what items are where. So I guess the first thing that we need to do is start digging. All right, so this is the width of the outer pathway. This is the width of the outer pathway, including the stair blocks, which maybe we need or don't need. I don't know yet. But I'm gonna have a tunnel that's all big and stuff go underneath, pretty much directly copying this. And then in the center here, we're gonna have some complicated stuff. We'll need a way for items to go from this building to this building for now, and then eventually also to be able to go to the other 2 buildings if we need. And the same thing for this one needs to go bring items to that building, and the home base, and everything else also. I haven't done any work on logic or anything, so I'm not gonna do that either. I think first thing we need to do is dig a hole and make it look like a maintenance tunnel. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then we can get in some of the belts, the logic, the understanding of what we even want, because we're gonna need a system like this where we have sorters and requesters and stuff, but it needs to be kind of inverted, at least on this side. We need to set up these sorters for what the other building needs. So in our case, I think it's andesite. I really don't remember. So to get the andesite from here over to there, we're gonna need a inverse system to this. We have the drawer controller that goes into a barrel and have it be sorted based on the thing that we need. We'll probably not need any redstone on this side other than a little redstone link that says request andesite, and then that unlocks this chute basically. But then on the other side, we're going to need to basically copy this whole thing, which probably means we need a big underground space for all the requesting and receiving that's going to happen. Because I mean, this is just for these, what, 5 farms? We're probably going to need way more for over here, at least way more space. So I guess let's get started with digging, and then we can get to the actual placing of logic and things. And I don't know how big I want to make this. It is 7 blocks wide, which is quite big, to be honest. So maybe we do 7 blocks wide, 7 blocks tall, because then we can do a cool circle tunnel thing where we have like 1, 2, 3 blocks like this, and then something like that, and then 1, 2, and then like this type of thing. And that's how big the tunnel is, and it's just like a circle. So that'll be the working plan for now. I'll keep you updated on anything that might change. But we need to dig this out. I'm probably just going to dig out here to the other building for now, because that's all we need. But once we're under the fountain area, I do have to excavate that quite a bit, just because of all the logic and stuff to be able to filter out which items go where and what is needed and who's requesting. Because there's a very good chance that this building, the one that we just made, can I get up here? That this building, the one that we just made, needs andesite, and then a building over here also needs andesite, and we don't know which one is requesting it at the moment. So we need to find a way to, is this guy requesting andesite? Then only bring andesite there. If this guy's requesting andesite, skip this one and go to that one. So that'll be probably the biggest challenge that we run into, but that's going to be for future me, because I don't want to deal with it. So now we get to dig, make a big hole, make a big tunnel, and then I'll get back to you. Ooh, okay, this is like kind of good news, but there's a big old cave here, so it's actually way less digging than I anticipated. That does mean I need to place a bunch of floor blocks once we get down to the level that we need, and there's the tube. Love that. But this whole area is already dug out, so that's just building. I don't need to dig anything there. And then over here is mostly dug out. You can see already in the inside of the other building. So we don't have a ton of digging to do, but I think the making it look good part is going to take quite a bit. So I'm going to push that off as much as I can. All right, the digging is basically done. I have it 7 blocks down as of right now. I'm not sure if this is going to be tall enough or if we want to do something else, but it's good enough for the time being. We now got to get in some of the logic on our new base side, and I think it's probably a good idea to put it just in the floor, maybe on this side, since there's a little bit less space. And then this will actually be a good spot for a storage system as well. So I think I'm going to do another drawer storage system over here for all of the things that this space produces and also needs to produce the things. So we'll need a bone meal spot, a redstone spot, a nether wart spot, because it takes nether wart, a blaze rod slot. Does this? I don't remember. Yeah, blaze rods. I don't know why there's powder here too, but a blaze rod spot and an andesite spot as of right now. And we only have 2 systems in, so we're probably going to need a pretty big storage system on this side as well. But what we can do is if we dig out this area, we can get the underneath part going where we have the system I mentioned up there, but the inverse of that. And then we can just put it straight into our new storage system. So I guess first more digging and then placing in a bunch of drawers and stuff. I need to get more drawers. I think I ran out last time when we were placing all these. But then once that's done, we can get to the actual fun bit of like trying to connect the two. Oak drawers have been acquired. A hole has been dug. And I know I said last time I was going to use the white wired concrete. So this block. I'm not sure if I like it, but I actually, no, you know what? I kind of do. I was thinking maybe it wouldn't fit the space correctly, but I actually think it does. So I'm just going to fill this in so I can place the drawers. And then once we have just a bajillion of these in here, then we can open up the bottom bit and figure out something to do there. So I suspect these are going to be the main, I don't even know how to pronounce the word, main farm usabling equipment. So like the andesite, the nether quartz, the bones, the redstone, those things are going to go in here. And then this is just miscellaneous, like extra stuff that we don't really care about. Or things that are really hard to make, like bone blocks or something like that, that don't need a whole big thing here. But I think this is enough space, and it at least definitely is for right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a drawer controller, place it in there, and then underneath we can get to actually connecting it with the we can connect it with the oak trim down to whatever bottom thing that we build up and set up for the requesting system. All right, we have everything that I need to do just a quick test of this. So this is the requesting system. The requesting system is actually just the normal one, where we're gonna have like a belt or something coming in. And then off of that belt, we're going to have a sorter or something and a, let's just say it's going to be over here, a brass funnel that goes into the barrel. If the barrel we need a sorter for, if the barrel's full, stop requesting. Otherwise, just keep requesting until this drawer controller slave is full. So that is going to be the exact same as the logic up here, and honestly, I feel like I remember using a threshold switch to compact all of this redstone into just one block. So I think I'm going to use that. I want to see, I do have threshold switches. I'm so good at speaking. Good thing I'm making YouTube videos about talking. So if we use the threshold switch, I think if we just plop this on here, and then when the barrel, so we're going to need to make this quite small because of the travel time necessary for all the items. So when the barrel is above 6%, because when it's at 6%, we'll know that it's probably full. And what I might do on the sending side is to use andesite funnels, because those can only drop one item at a time, while brass funnels do a stack of an item at a time, and that will probably overfill the barrel just because of how long the transport time is. But we'll see if I need to increase that speed to run, let's say, the redstone farm at full speed or something like that. But I think that's good. And then on the end of that, we could throw, oh, no. We could throw a redstone link. I'm just going to put a threshold switch on the bottom, and then I've grabbed some andesite and we're putting it in the top one there. So now what'll happen is if this gets too full, it'll turn on the threshold switch, stopping the requests from happening and then being good and it just working. And that is a much smaller system than before. What I could even do, it's actually not a bad idea, If I move the redstone link down there, then it's only 2 blocks wide. It doesn't take up any other space. And then all I have to do is put back the threshold switch and andesite. Beautiful. So that is good. And then to hook it up to the actual system over here, we just build this along. That's the wrong way. Build this along like that, and then it's connected. I honestly don't know if there's a way to test this without hooking up the sending part of the system. So what I'm going to do is something never seen before, and it's going to be so crazy. It's make a belt. The belt has some significance. I don't know how to leave. We first need to create the sending part over here. I think I'm just going to dig down. Oh, I already have things here. That's awesome. We're just gonna have a little hole here for the time being where I can grab some oak trim, bring it down here, and then with the drawer controller slave, I'm gonna pop it there. And then if I get a smart chute with a filter, I think it's gonna be as easy as putting andesite as the filter and then connecting the drawer controller slave. And this thing already has andesite. It's that easy. Oh my gosh. So now we can set up. If I get me a belteroni, then we can just send it to where it needs to go. Well, I guess I need more digging because we don't have a path there just yet. But I think it's just going to be like right here. Yeah. It's just right there. Okay. That's not even that far. That's super easy to do. Quick digging time. The hole is dug. We're going to get going with trying to place in this belt. So I'm going to get this thing in and bring it down to the side and just hope that it's the right dimensions for when I decorate this place later. But if it isn't, it shouldn't be the end of the world because I'm honestly not too worried about redoing this if I need it. How far will this go? There we go. I suppose this one was just a little bit too far away and we made it. So this will bring, as of right now, just andesite over. But if we get everything in and working correctly, then we should be able to get everything over in here. I just need to remember to set the redstone link on the other side to the same thing as this, which is a threshold switch and andesite. And I'm doing that before we turn it on so that all the andesite doesn't just fly away. I did just remember the reason why a smart chute probably isn't going to work. We would need an andesite funnel, which actually isn't horribly complicated. Drawer controller slave, smart chute with andesite as the filter, and then this will go out onto the belt. And then we could just throw the redstone link on top of it, receive mode, those two things in it. Cool. And there we go. That's fixed. And this redstone link will only power the andesite funnel, so we should be good on if we just line up like 8 or more of these drawer controllers all right next to each other with the smart chutes underneath. It should just work. And we won't need to worry about quasi connectivity or whatever. I don't care. Now it's time to just get in a bunch of gear boxes and a bunch of shafts and go just all the way down the line. All right, everything is hooked up and going, I think, the right way. The last thing I need to do is just extend this and we should see andesite coming over. I'm just going to do that and I'm going to run way over here with my... What? 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 How? That definitely said andesite on it before. Okay. I think that's okay. I think that was just redstone got in it when I put down the smart chute first before putting in the andesite filter. So I assume it's going to be okay. So let me reconnect this. That's just going to go into a pile. That's fine. We should see after that, though, andesite coming in. Yes, and maybe even going into the system up here? It is! Awesome. Okay, this is really, really good news. Now, what we might be able to do to speed this up, because obviously one andesite at a time is really, really slow. What we could do is switch this barrel for something like an oak drawer, which holds 32 stacks instead of, does this hold? This holds 27, but we can increase the size of the drawer capacity with just an upgrade. Then we could send as much as we want, really, and we'll still be okay threshold switch-wise. Because I do think that one andesite every 10 seconds or whatever is going to be too slow to keep up with this farm alone, and we'll probably get more than one andesite farm that's needed. I think the brass farm needs andesite to work. Yeah, andesite and diorite to make tough to then make brass. So we will definitely need faster andesite than this, but it's a really good proof of concept. And this means now we can hook up this system to our farm here and make it just be fully automated pretty much. What I'm going to do is a very similar thing to what we have underneath here, where we have the barrel with the threshold switch that turns on and off a requester. We're just going to do the same thing here. So we have a barrel. I'm just going to throw a threshold switch right in there. And then you're only going to request when it's above 10%. Start requesting again at 2%. And then we're just going to have a belt that goes into this thing. And then we can grab andesite funnel going straight in there. Then we can just get a belt going down here. And we can even go underground and use that for our item transport. As for where this thing's gonna go, the center of the storage system-ish is like right here. Down below, I'm having the things that are requested from the main storage system gonna be over here. We'll probably need a few rows of it, to be honest. So I think we head over to the right this way. I do think the drawers have a max distance of like 12 blocks in each direction, up, down, left, right, forward, and backwards. So we aren't able to go like infinity far away, but 12 blocks is actually quite a ways in every direction. That's like a ton of extra space, and it's a square. It's not like a radius or a circle or anything stupid like that. So I think if we head over here, we should be able to still reach. If I place down a drawer controller slave, we should see up top, yep, andesite 957, 8, whatever, which means it's in range of the actual storage system. All right, this is going to have a very similar setup to the sending system over at the main storage system. I'm just going to put a temporary oak trim block down just so that items don't just fall out. And then we're going to set the filter to andesite, and then we're going to have the belt there. It might actually be better to rotate it that way and have it head this way first. And then when it gets to here or so, then it can turn this way and head over in this direction. All right, the item pathway is in, and I've wired it up already. It should all the belts should be going the right way now. I think all that's left to do is to actually power this thing on, which is scary, but that's okay. As of right now, this just goes straight to andesite, but a little bit later, I'm gonna probably just get a brass funnel that just picks it up and sends it over this way, or maybe a tunnel. Those things are cool. And they actually work now. I think the create mod 0.5.1.f fixes the tunnels so that they go at belt speed instead of slow. So we could use tunnels if we wanted to. But I think let's just get this started. And once I connect this, this should be going the right way. And we should be getting andesite. Okay, is that a big enough barrel? This is going the wrong way. How do I fix this? Oh man, there we go. It's going in. This thing should say no more items, please. Ow, feels like it's not saying that. Mr. Threshold switch. Oh my gosh, my game is chunking. How do I get to this threshold switch? There we go. Oh, I think it's looking at the wrong thing. That's what it's doing. Stop doing that, you silly Billy. There we go. Okay. Now it has a level. Now it should be okay, it's saying no more, please. That's good. Okay, it's saying no more. This is actually running. We should be getting redstone? Yeah. Oh, neat. Oh, but we're out of blaze rods. Yeah, because we have enough nether wart. We just don't have enough blaze rods. Well, that's a future problem. But this is actually good news. So that means this whole system works. The smart chute isn't too fast, at least from what it looks like, to break the whole thing. I guess we'll see later on once we're actually making more redstone and stuff. But this also probably means that we should speed up this system just a little bit. Oh, I'm an idiot. What you can do is you can just set the stack size of this to, let's say, oh, I don't know, exactly 16, and then it'll just work. And then we can put that in like this. We don't need you anymore. No. Oh, man. It's okay. It's whatever. It's not my monkeys or my circus, honestly. And then on the backside here, we can just place back, actually, let's put it on the front just to make it easier for me to see when I want to see it. And we're just going to throw andesite, and I need to grab a threshold switch and put that there. And now this will fill up faster, but not too fast. Oh, and that actually might be all of the andesite that we have, which would mean that I need to go, yeah, I think that's all the andesite we have, which means I probably need to turn on our andesite machine. It's not super an andesite, but the all-in-one machine. Well, I suppose we'll just flick that on, and that'll give us enough andesite, I think. It's what, like 8,000 andesite an hour, which is plenty. While that's running, I think it might be a good idea to start building the tunnels for these things, because right now it's just a big old hole that used to be a cave, or I guess still is a cave, and I don't like that. So I think we need to make some tubes. It's going to be a pretty simple design, something repetitive and tube-like would be my initial assumptions. But then once we get that in, we could also bring the lava, from instead of just going in here and through the grass like lame idiots, we can bring it into the tubes as well. I can get under there. We can bring it in here as well, and I think it'll look pretty cool if we have it like underneath this belt here or something. So I suppose let's get to building. I don't know what kind of style I'm gonna go with. Probably just some stone brick and call it a day, with maybe some glowstone lanterns or shroomlight lanterns to liven it up, add like the smidgiest bit of color. But yeah, let's get building. And it is done, at least most of it. The parts that matter are pretty much done. I left this area alone for now because I'm not sure how big or small it needs to be. But we have the tunnel coming all the way from the main build way over here. I might have to like bump out this like wall and just push it way this way once we get more Sendy boys in. But until then, I think it looks really good. And if you saw from the time-lapse, you'll know that I was having quite a bit of struggles with how this was looking. I went through a couple of different build style attempts, and I landed on industrial iron, which is a create mod block that, for some reason, the ingots are 1-to-1 and like a complicated recipe, but the blocks can just be converted like this. So you can get 1 iron ingot for 2 blocks, and then the blocks are 9 ingots. So there's a little bit of an oopsie daisy that Create Mod did with that. So I just got a bunch of industrial iron blocks. These metal girders are huge. I think they look super cool. They're like the perfect wall because it doesn't connect with the stone bricks behind it. I think it makes it look really cool. And then we have some industrial iron catwalks, which we're also using as the flooring. And then these industrial iron trapdoors, which are the same as these. It's just trapdoors made with the industrial iron ingots. And behind some of them, we have calcite, which makes this square and this little dasher here white, which I think adds just a subtle hint of like, oh, that's pretty neat, without being super obnoxious. And then you'll also know that I have copper underneath these things, and I think it looks pretty cool. I haven't waxed it, which is going to be an issue because it's all going to turn green. But once it does all turn green, I'll take another look at it and see if I like it. And if not, I need a honey farm. I need one so bad, so that I can get some honeycombs and wax stuff. Because right now I'm just like letting that turn all green. This is going to turn green, so we got to fix that eventually. But while I was doing that, multiple things have been running. So this should be full-ish, yeah, great. And this should also be full. Oh, okay. Well, it is kind of full, but I forgot to lock everything. How did bone meal get in here? I forgot to lock everything, so it's just been going into this oak drawer, which is okay. I think it's not the end of the world. The andesite crafter thingy has been running. Our main storage is still empty, but this thing should still be running and making andesite. I have no cobble. Copper is locked. Oh my god. Wait, am I dumb? Okay, a super duper janky fix, but it is a fix. Oh, actually, the way I fix it is just going to be from under here. Ha ha ha. I am smart. I was just tricking you all along. And this should power this thing, but not anything around it. Good, we're good. It's fixed. I'm smart, I promise. All right, so now we're getting more andesite. We still got like 4,000, 2,000, a something amount of andesite, which isn't too bad for it not working properly. So I am good with that. We do need to lock these things. I'll do that later. But down here, we finished this place, and it honestly looks really good. I got super sidetracked while I was showing you, but it's very simple. It's just a tunnel that we're gonna eventually put some pipes into. I'm not sure if I want the pipes just going along the wall like I do with the belts. I'm not sure. Maybe we do them like up at the top here or something. The only issue is, as you just saw, they're gonna run into some belts. So maybe we send it a little bit higher up, but honestly, I don't hate the look of that. So now we have the pipes going into these encase thingies, and I think here I really like it, where it just goes up, and it looks like it's going over, but we have the other floor right above it, so it's actually going way over here and being all annoying, but we don't know that. So I think that's really cool, and obviously you can't just have a pipe here with no mechanical pipe pushing all the fluids over. So what I'm probably going to do is repeat this quite a bit, where we have it go up and then over in mechanical pipe just as to push the lava forward. But we'll do that later. I think it looks super cool like that. And I think in the next episode, we're going to get this thing started as automatedly as we can. Obviously, we're not going to have a fully automated blaze farm by next episode, but I'll have a couple blaze rods to start up the process and at least get the whole proof of concept thing going. But that's going to be next episode. We made a bunch of progress today. We built the tunnel. We set up the requesting and receiving system for all the items that we're going to need. Well, the proof of concept for all the items that we're going to need. We still have to put in just a couple more sending and receiving systems here and on the other side. But once we get that, it should be relatively straightforward. Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In the last episode, we made the tunnel of doom, of death and destruction. It's a tunnel underground, actually. It's not any of those things. That brings our items from the main storage, like andesite, all the way over. I guess probably I shouldn't have gone this way because it's slower. All the way over along this main belt into building numero dos. Into, oh geez. Oh no, I should, oh no, I should. I should really upgrade this oak drawer. Okay, let me do that. Oops. I'm gonna fill up the whole storage system this way. How do we, where's an upgrade? And there we go. That thing is now going to be the main drawer, and I would take all the andesite out of here, but honestly, I don't care. So today we are not going to be working on this fully, mostly because we don't have all the ingredients. I don't know if ingredients are the right word, but we don't have all the doohickeys to get this redstone farm up and working yet. We have andesite. We have a little bit of nether wart, like not a ton, but we have a couple of plots that are automatically harvesting. We do not have blaze rods, which means we need to go to the nether and cheat. And by cheat, I mean go into the settings and make movable spawners movable, which means we could just pick them up and bring them to the overworld. Oop, save, thank you. Honestly, I would be like, oh, that's cheating and blah, 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 but who cares? I want to have the blaze spawner in the overworld so that I don't have to deal with it. I think we will eventually get a full nether-based mob spawner in here that we build in the nether, and we load with chunk loaders, and we do all that stuff, but we can't transport items that way, like through the nether super easily, and it'll be a huge project, so I'm gonna push it off by being lazy and cheating. This does mean, though, that we can now go pick up a blaze spawner. I do need a minecart first, though, and I might want to get a couple, because as I was just fidgeting, you saw that we have a spawning room here anyway. I think and this might be wrong, I could just throw in like 3 blaze spawners here and they'll spawn a bunch at like just so often. So if that's the case, then that'll be sweet. And I might as well try, so I'm just gonna grab a bunch of iron and try to find a bunch of blaze spawners so that we can scam our way into a bajillion blaze rods. Okay, I think the first one, yep, and I've already set it up because I love planning ahead. So we just need to grab a minecart and hopefully do this. It needs to be powered. I don't think I have a lever or a button or anything else. I'm just kidding, I do. And it's a powered toggle. Ow, latch. All right, go back. Ha ha. And then we can just yoink. Easy. So now we just need to do that like 18 million more times, just as many more times as I can find blaze spawners here. Hopefully that is quite often, but I don't have too much faith. We found blaze spawner number 2. I need to evict these folks from their homes and then steal their mother. You know, I don't think that's actually good way of saying it. I put away my iron. I need another minecart. Stay right here. Ow. All right, we back. Gotta get these things set up. We have an intruder. And yoink, run away. Cool. So that's one more down. We need to find hopefully one more blaze spawner if we can in this fortress. This one's quite big, so we should be able to find something, but I'm not holding out super hope because, I mean, the other one was also pretty big. It's not this big, but it was pretty big, and I didn't find anything there. There's another one. There's a lot of bad guys, though. Haha, success, yoink, go home. That is 3. We should now just be able to put this in the mob spawner thing we already have made, and then it should just start making blazes for us. And we don't need a ton of blaze rods per hour to make this thing go at full speed. I think it's 200. And I don't have any other farm that's up to that speed yet of making the redstone farm run at full speed, so I'm not worried about not getting exactly or more than 200 blaze rods per hour. We'll see how much 3 blaze spawners gets us, and hopefully it's like close to enough. It's definitely going to be more than the amount of andesite, and definitely more than the amount of nether wart that we are making right now. Don't find me and don't shoot me. Oh, it was close. It was close. Didn't get there though. All right, we're back here. I'm gonna go in here and set up lights first and foremost. All right, so I'm just gonna get the cart assembler in and hope that just pushing these contraptions will work. Okay, it looks like it. And then we're just going to scooch it down the line. And there goes the minecart. That's okay. And keep placing these until we get all 3 of them in. That's number 2. Uh-oh. That is not super duper. Oh, geez. Oh, no. There is good news, is that this is going to work really well, I think. I suspect. It's just that it's going to be impossible to, get anything done without just getting pummeled by blazes. I still have 1 more nether brick block to get. Okay, run. Ooh, that was fast. Where did all my blocks go? Oh no. Okay, I got my 2 granite blocks back. Place them there, and it looks like it's working. It looks like it's working. All my blaze rods are currently just getting voided. But if we replace that with a drawer, and hopefully a blaze rod will come through and get picked up by this, perfect. Then we're just gonna place the backpack back in. Backpack. And I need a funnel, but I'm blind, so that's kind of an issue. And there we go. New system in. I probably want to bring this back to the main storage system over there soon. Firstly, because we need to get blaze rods over to the other building. So that's like thing to do number 1. But I want to look in here and see how quickly this is actually going. It looks pretty fast. Ooh, the only issue is the blazes start attacking the stabby thing, which I guess is okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. It doesn't seem to happen too often. And in this short amount of time, we've gotten 10 blaze rods already, which is pretty decent. I do think my guy is looting 3 sword. So we should be getting the max drops that we can. So I'm going to AFK here for a little bit and just see what we get in like 15 minutes to see how fast this is going to be. And then we can get to moving all of these items over to the main storage. So then we can bring the blaze rods over to the other side. 15 minutes later and 200 blaze rods. You know how I said it was going to be worse than 200 an hour? I lied so badly. Really? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, this means we can try out the system for real this time. We have, well, we had netherwort and andesite. I'm going to grab some more netherwort before we get this going, just so that we get a full real-life test of this thing. Because I think it's been 3-4 episodes since I built the redstone farm and it's still not working at full speed yet. We have 2,500 netherwort. That is quite, that's a few, for sure. Give. There we go. Netherwort has been acquired, and I almost forgot to pick all of it up. Now we can get everything in here. I'm going to put the netherwort in first, and then the blaze rods, and this should... Oh. Did I forget to place in this gear shift? Oh, sorry, it's a gearbox. Oh, and this should be 2 and not a badillion, I think. Blaze powder is in. This is working. We should be getting... Yeah, baby. Love to see it. I have to now throw all of this netherrack back on the pile and hope that it'll get through it eventually. But we're getting a boatload of redstone, like a boatload, and we should get more andesite in here when it is required, which is great. So we should see andesite being requested once this reaches like, I think it's like a stack and a half. It'll get more andesite. So we do have quite a ways to go. All of our netherwort is in. This thing is gonna burn out pretty quickly, but we're getting, I keep forgetting that I've picked those up, but we are getting a ton of redstone. Look how fast this produces redstone, by the way. This is so dumb. It's so stupid. That's as fast as this belt can go, is how quickly this thing makes redstone. It is a little backed up, so we'll see once it gets back up to normal speed, but I still think, like, are you kidding? This is so fast. It's stupid. While the redstone farm is running, let's get the mob drops here over to the main storage. So there is going to be an issue of everything that isn't these, I want to just void immediately. So what we might want to do is grab a chute or a funnel and have that with a filter go onto a different belt that brings it over, and then the rest get put in this backpack and thrown out. So let's tear this up, and I'm just going to place these over here for the time being. And then we're going to just have a hidden belt because I can't be bothered doing a real one. That just goes all the way over here. I need to dig around this shaft though to, oh, perfect. This tunnel area where we might just be able to go all the way down this way and hook it up back up to this system and just have an inverse where we have a barrel with a drawer controller and a chute and have it just go straight in. All right, we got the belt going over to the tunnel that we made last episode. I think I'm gonna excavate a little bit more over on this side just so that we have enough room for everything. I don't know if that's going to be necessary, but I would prefer to have enough room for the future than to have to redo everything. And I don't think it's going to take too long to mine everything out here. Especially when I have haste 2 on a backpack thingy. So thank you, the create mod, for that. All right, a big hole has been dug out. I think I'm just going to have it go right over on the edge of this tube. I guess it's a tube, and have it be on like this half and hope that the drawer controller stuff will actually reach it. So this is going to be less pretty of a maintenance tunnel because it's not going to be where the main belt is coming from. This is just for the garbage that we're getting from the mob spawner. So I'm not going to make it look pretty. I'm just going to make it functional. So for the sending system, we're going to need just a boatload of drawer controllers. So I'm just going to place a bunch along, and that counts as oak trim But then I am also going to want, like, over in this direction, having a little U-turn type of thing where we can get drawer controller here. So this is still in range, which is good news. And honestly, we might even be able to pull something stupid off like that, because we don't need an on and off switch for it. I'm going to have void upgrades on the drawer controller itself for the bones, rotten flesh, blaze rods, and arrows. So we might just be able to put a funnel straight into it, and that would honestly be so funny. So let's see if it'll work. So we need to go diagonally down, and then I'm not competent enough to do the math myself, so I'm just going to go skadoosh and then click that one more, and maybe even one more time. Beautiful. And then we're going to need to power this thing somehow. I'm going to just hope that this works. No. Oh, geez. Okay, that's the wrong way. That's fine. There we go. That's the right way. The redstone went back in, which probably means it's just going to work super easily. So I think let's sit up there, a little AFK, but like not super AFK. Have this thing loaded in so that boys spawn. Their items got to go down here. I don't have a chute in yet. Oops. I guess it's a good thing we're testing this. And I'm honestly going to do a smart chute. I don't know if it's necessary, but smart chute does have a higher max item count. Like a normal chute can only do 16 items, so a smart chute can do 64. And I would rather not lose some stuff if I can. Oh, there it is. There it went. Where is it? There it is. Go. That worked, which is super great. Now I need to super make sure that all of these three have a void upgrade. They do. I'm also totally just going to switch out string and blaze rods because we need the blaze rods to be voided anyway. So we might as well just put them in the same bucket. That's not the right. In the same drawer. Those are the words. I'm so good at talking. So I'm just going to switch those boys around and put them back in. Let's hope I did it in the right order. I did because I'm so smart. Beautiful. And maybe honestly, I put the string in this drawer and then this one is still empty. Or if the future use of if... Oh, that was good, because if something overflowed, that would have been a problem. All right, this is all in, which means I should be able to AFK over there and get blaze rods in here, which then also means down here, I can set up another identical system here where we have a little belt ski doodle, a smart chute getting blaze rods down onto this thing, and then we can request and receive them from way over here. Let me actually go in the tunnel because that's how tunnels work. From way over in the other building and have blaze rods be stored over there as well. So I think now's the time that I actually have to deal with fixing this because I didn't want to before. Beautiful. And now I just get to right click this for the next 35 minutes. Oh, it's full. Is it? No, okay. I just right clicked too hard. There we go. They're all in there. We have 26,000. And let me get some drawer keys to lock this bad boy and to quantificate. Just put the number on the drawer, that's what that means. And then we could get to putting and setting up the blaze rods in here on this system. That is in, I can now replace the drawer through this thing, and then all andesite will go in here, and then once this fills up, it will stop requesting andesite, which is what we want. And I'm also going to set up blaze rods. This one's just going to go in the 4x2x2 one, and then I'm going to put bone meal, since we do produce a lot of it when that farm is running. I'm going to put that in there. We're not going to connect it yet, but we will eventually. And now we can get connecting with the blaze rods. I'm going to remove those and place the drawer controller slaves connected to it. And then if we head to the other side, we can get the brass funnel in, and then that should be it on this side. So then I just need to set up the filter for the smart chute over on this side and the receiving redstone link over here, and then we're good. So I could probably already hook this up because we don't have that many blaze rods, if any. Yeah, we don't have any. And then we just need to put blaze threshold receive mode, and that's good. That should be set up. So now, whenever we get 16 blaze rods, we can't actually see it from down here, dang it. Once we get 16 blaze rods, we're at 11 already. Once we get 16, it'll send its first packet of blaze rods over. I'm going to quickly... Oh, I have actually a bunch of blaze rods over here sitting in these drawers, so I can take all of these stuffs over and put them in the main storage system. So I lied, we only have 6 blaze rods, but that is enough to see this thing in action. So that's back down to 3, and we should see blaze rods zooming along. Yep, we saw them for a second. And if we head over here, we should see them arrive. Boom, in, and I can't see it from over here, but I suspect that actually worked. We should see what, 16 on the dot? Yep, we do. Okay, that means we can now set up this system down here that drops out blaze rods and brings them over here and up to this section. We are connected, blaze rods going in. Now we just need to set up the blaze rod going out distribution-y system, which again, with a big asterisk of I don't know what I'm doing, should be really easy. And that should be good. We should also now see, since this has been on for a second or two, that this is empty. Good. And if I put something in there, it'll immediately be sent over on the belt, up here, and into the barrel. Beautiful. We should see soon, we're basically at 10%. If I lower this to 5%, then it is red. This should no longer send items. It is not, it's red. And now we just need to set up the redstone going into this drawer controller here. What we could do, which actually would be really smart, is to just put it onto this belt, because then we already have it like fully set up. And now we got the redstone system basically set up. I'm just going to need to move this belt down to this block here, so it goes diagonally downward instead of upward. You know what I'm probably going to do? I'm going to get a compacting drawer and put it there for redstone, because we're going to get a boatload of redstone. And I'd like to be able to have enough storage space for it. So I'm going to quickly make the compacting drawer and then we'll get it in. Oh, maybe we send it back here. That'll be a whole nother belt thingy. But if we put it on this other corner here, it'll be symmetrical and still look pretty cool, I think. Ooh, what could be super cool? So I kind of shot myself in the foot with how this first belt was laid out, because it crosses over. I was going to have this belt go over here and then go that way, but since it crosses over, we're going to have to make this belt cross over too. So I was thinking, why not have a cool catwalk underground system that lets it then cross over onto this side? And I think that would be super dope looking. We could add some crosswalks, add like a belt thing below here that then goes like that. And it would look super cool, I think. And I have to remember that I am building this not for like this first thing. I'm building this so that the other 2 buildings can also be a part of this system. So I'm going to want this to go up and around the delivery system and then continue to the next building, which is kind of a big part of it. So we're going to need this line to probably, maybe even eventually connect to the other sending system, but to have it go all the way around and send it back to here. So I'm going to get this, I'm going to get this delivery system in here, and we will be able to, for all of the items that don't require a filter, to just drop it onto this belt and have it go up there and be put away correctly. So I'm not worried about that. Redstone is going to be one of those, because if we fill up on redstone, then I don't need more redstone, so I'm okay with it getting voided or something breaking, because there's absolutely no chance that'll ever happen. And there we go. We can now see, oh, that looks dope. Okay, I'm super excited about this. Now we just got to bring this all the way along. Oh, wait, I wanted this even one more block higher so that we can see it. There we go. And right now I'm just prettyifying the underneath bit of this belt so that when we get out of here, it just feels like a continuation of the build. And I think it done a very good job at making this look good. So I'm a big fan. Now, for now, I'm just going to have the belt go ugly directly across here, I think. Or actually, is I'm going to make it turn right into the wall and then out here and then ugly across and then the same thing and then ugly across. And then we'll just have it be over here for now. And then once we build the other buildings, we can set up the long-term full system thing. For now, we're just going to do this. And we have now hooked up a belt that is currently not doing anything other than being a belt, but it goes all the way over this way, around over there, because obviously we don't have a building there yet, and then down this way, which I think looks super cool, and then down underneath, pretty cool, and then up here, quick Yui, and then over this way to just go diagonally down to here, but eventually we're going to get probably some more systems here for some other items and stuff. And we'll probably have to expand this thing way over this way and maybe do like 2 levels of it. I don't know how many items we're going to need to like take from the main storage system and put into it. So this is all subject to change. But for now, I think we are actually pretty good. I'm going to quickly grab a chute, and all of the items are just going to drop onto here so that they go straight into the chute and then up there. Now that we have the retrieval system in, I am going to first put redstone into the main storage system. And then from the main storage system is going to be like a temporary storage. We're going to get a thing to drop out onto this main belt here. So this is already going to work. We just need a redstone link to turn it on and off. Now that redstone link isn't hooked up to anything, but it will be eventually. So I think now we can actually connect this whole thing up, and there's not a good way to do this. Oh no, there is a good way to do this. It's to turn it off. There we go. Now it's going to be only minorly inconvenient. And then we just connect that, and that should work now. If we reconnect this, redstone going down here into the storage system, we can check that it is going in, and then it's immediately going back out. Perfect. Into and all the way around. We should be seeing redstone here. Oh! Okay, it's a good thing I checked this. It's a very good thing I checked this. Okay, do this and do that. Okay, we're safe. Okay, now that that hiccup is done, that's why you always test things. Because testing is important. We can see the redstone. This is so cool. This is my favorite part. I might switch this to be underground as well, because it's so cool. It's so dope. It's okay. And then we follow it all the way to the end here, and we should see redstone. Ooh, good to know. So putting a block there is going to fix that issue and make it so that all the redstone stops and drops down onto the hopper, which is what we want. And then if we look up here, we should see a bunch of redstone coming in here. Yeah, it works. This is so great. So that is most of the redstone system pretty much done. We are out of nether wart, which is now going to be the bottleneck from now on, because there's no real way to get, well, I think it's 10,000 nether wart per hour with just 2 farms. So we either honestly probably just not gonna ever run it at full speed, which is a-okay with me. And I mean, the amount of redstone we have right now and the amount that we can still make is crazy. So I'm not too worried about us running out anytime soon. And then we have this drawer as a backup just in case the main system gets overflowed. Now though, we can actually get going and making this whole thing into a system that's connected to the main one as well. We have the belt system for the bone meal set up, and it should just be as easy as placing that on there, and then all the bone meal starts going. I also replaced the bone meal normal drawer for a compacting drawer because I do want bone blocks as well as bone meal and the option for that. And this will store way more items than just this one. So I think that's better. So yeah, I think that's all of the farm processing stuff in here done. I am going to quickly fill in a bunch of wired concrete in the gaps so that we don't just have holes everywhere. Ooh, I think the last thing that I should do is reroute this to the correct direction. And by correct direction, I mean way over here and like the super long way around and all that. But I think it'll make it look actually pretty cool. And I know that I said I was gonna just build the thing and be done, but I want to do this now. All right, the whole thing is now hooked up and it should be running. I haven't super tested everywhere, but I think I got the lava in. I think it goes all the way back home. I think it looks super cool with the lava in it, especially when it goes up and over. I think it adds a lot, and that's a really good way for me to power up another pump thing so that you don't see any pumps, you don't see any extra cogs, you just see the lava in the tubes, and then it goes away because it's a lot of lava in tubes, and then it comes back. And then here I just have it going this way for right now because I don't know where it's going, but in a little hidden section I've disconnected that one, and now coming from this tube here, it comes out and is pumped over that way. It's also now pumped this way and up into our steam engines. And now we can fully remove this pump system here that goes up and around and everywhere, which is cool, but a little bit uggo and kind of super in the way. So I'm very excited about being able to remove this, and then we can get the floor in, and then the video might end, or I'll find some other ADHD thing to start doing right away. Even though it doesn't look like it, that is 8 stacks of concrete. I have no idea how this building is this big. It does not feel that big. The floors are now in. I'm just absolutely baffled that there's this much like stuff. It's looking pretty empty right now, but eventually we'll get a lot more machines in, a little small one, couple small ones here, a bigger one in this area somewhere, but that'll come later. So thank you all so much for watching. We made quite a bit of progress still. We finished hooking up both of the farms in the building that we made in 2 episodes, 3 episodes ago, however many episodes ago. The lava works, the items work. So much item transportation. Next episode, we're going to go back to building farms because I'm tired of building tunnels and belts and tunnels. So stick tuned for that. I'll see you all in the next video. Subscribe, like, bye, peace. Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In the last episode, we continued working on the tunnel, adding a whole nother belt system that brings items currently just from our one other building all the way around and over back to the main building where the main storage system is. And then we also hooked up this lava pipe that brings lava. If I can get up there, there's no real way to get in yet, from our hole, which is an infinite lava source, all the way up and over to our steam engines so that they are always powered, and to a couple of other places, like over there and over this way. And I think it looks pretty dope, but it has been a minute since I've seen like the sun, so it's probably good if we transition from working underground to doing something upstairs for once. And I made a brass farm like a month and a half ago, which makes, I think it's 1,000 brass per hour, in addition to 500 gold, 500 iron per hour, which is crazy. But if I don't want to make brass, then I get an additional 500 zinc and 500 copper per hour, which is really good, and I don't know why I haven't built it yet. So I think we get that in. I have a schematic for it. I just don't have the items or where I want to place it, really. All right, we have the schematic, and this thing is skinny. Whoa. So we might low-key be able to fit it in way more spots than I thought initially. This is actually really skinny. Oh my gosh. I could just throw it in this corner here because that is what it's looking like. I think that looks pretty cool, but all the items do have to come in from over here. So obviously we're not going to have creative crates, but we need andesite, granite, and lava. Lava's easy. It's just straight over there. But then andesite and granite are difficult. What I could do is we could rotate this and move it this way. Yep. And have it be like here-ish. Because then, actually, we want to center this in the center of the whole thing. But like that could be a cool backdrop. Don't you think? I think that's what we go with. Because now we can actually, it's easier to get lava in. And then we have room for a bunch of belts and stuff, like over here, to actually bring the granite and andesite up instead of it just being super annoying. So I think this is actually going to work. And then powering this thing is easy. You just throw something in here and then it just works, basically. So I think we set it up here. Now we just need the items, and it's honestly not a ton of stuff. A lot of it is mixing andesite, diorite, and lava into tuff, which isn't super duper expensive. And if we place the backpack down next to this thing, the schematic in will count it as an inventory and check off most of the stuff for us. So we just need some smart chutes and then everything here, which is honestly pretty doable and not super expensive. All right, we should have all the materials that we need. I'm just super double checking. Creative crates, great. It's working. I need gunpowder. I will never remember that just in my life. Gunpowder in. This thing's ready to go. I'm just gonna, oh, I gotta remember to skip missing blocks. Yeah. So this should work. It might be an issue that the pipes are wacky, so I'll have to replace those. And then obviously the volts never work just ever, but then everything else should work pretty much perfectly fine. And this machine isn't too complicated. It's really quite simple. It just creates tuff by mixing diorite, andesite, and lava, drops the tuff down, crushes it, and then crafts all of the nuggets that you get. I think you get iron, gold, zinc, and copper. Oh, I'm in the way. zinc and copper, crushes those, and then puts them back into this vault to either get turned into brass or just drop down and put into this main item vault here that is used for storage. I think we're pretty much almost done. I will definitely have to replace these fluid pipes because they're all wacky, but then otherwise it should work. Hopefully. It's done. You heard the ding. Cool. Thank you for your help. And then if I just break and replace these, it should fix itself. It's weird that this corner fluid pipe didn't get broken and neither did the other ones. I wonder what makes them broken. Whatever. So this is working. Gotta replace these. That's just a single volt, but I feel like you always have to replace single volts anyway because they're stupid and the game is bad. And what I could do is do that, and then I can steal items from below without it looking super ugly. I'm a fan of that. That's a good idea. All right, we have lava hooked up and the power hooked up. I should just be able to flick this and maybe it'll go to the right way. If it doesn't, we'll just reverse everything. Yep, it is going the wrong way. Everything should be going the right way. All the belts are going towards this way. The crushing wheels are spinning inwards and the blaze burner has lava. Everything else is good. Beautiful. Now comes the entertaining part of bringing both diorite and andesite over here, putting it into barrels and being able to request and receive them. This is going to be a little bit complicated since this thing requests andesite and so does this one. What I might do is down here, we have an andesite dropper receiver thingy, and then this is currently just saying, give me andesite and have it go straight to here. What we could do is if I break a bunch of these blocks, if we have it go over this way, and then if this one needs andesite, we have a brass funnel that picks it up, and otherwise it goes this way. So I suppose what we need to do first is set up this side of the system, bring a belt way back over to here so that it can connect with this belt here. And then we can get the logic of which one needs items, because figure it out. So let's get the closed system in first. All right, the item delivery is set up. We have, well, at least this half of it is. We have a little belt going all the way from this area here straight over, and it works. Great. Now we need to figure out, and this one's going to be complicated, probably. All right, it is, I've forgotten how long later. It's like at least an hour, but I think maybe we have an idea. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do something maybe stupid, but also maybe not. We are going to have items come in here. If it's andesite or blaze rods, they go up, and otherwise, or if this andesite is powered, which we're going to set up in a second up here. If this one is powered, then the andesite will continue and go along this way up here into these two ones where we'll have diorite on this side and andesite on the other side. Now all we have to do is, first of all, set up the andesite filter here. We'll need a diorite filter there, but we need a diorite sendy system that is going to be right here where it drops diorite and sends it over, and then another sendy system over at the main base to bring it from the storage system where diorite is right now and bring it all the way over on, I think it's this line. Diorite is fully set up now. We have it all linked up, and it should be heading straight over here. And it looks like it is. I already set up the filter here. Perfect. So that should be working. And while that's filling up, I'm going to set up the system over here to take the diorite out of the system and bring it over to the tough creation. All right, we have now the AND gate set up so that we can turn this on and off based on, oh, that's not what I want then. I don't know how to do it. I'm trying to get an AND gate set up, but I think what I might have to do, which is super cringe. Oh, that means it worked though. So if we go check over here, this should still be pretty much empty, yes, and all of the andesite should have went over here. Yeah, and it's over 20%. Perfect. Which both means that the loop is long enough to not overflow that barrel over there, which is great news, but also that the AND gate is going to work once I figure out how basic redstone circuitry works, which I apologize for being this silly. There we go. We have it set up now. I just switched it with the redstone link so that it doesn't accidentally connect to this redstone link or quasi connect to anything else or anything stupid. So now this should work. The AND gate is working. I can break this temporary torch that made sure it just nothing got sent everywhere. And now I'm going to set up diorite with the same, basically, thing that we have before here, where we just have diorite, tough, and finish off. We should now see diorite's moving. Beautiful. And we should see it go along the line here, up and into this system. And my hope is that the barrel doesn't fill up fully, which looks to be successful. It's close. So maybe we just lower this maybe to 48 or even 32. Like, we don't need this to be at full speed all the time. But if we bump that down to 32, that'll make sure that the barrel over here isn't going to get too full, and maybe we do that with andesite as well, because that's going to have a very similar problem. The tough farm, and subsequently everything else farm, should actually be working, and we already have 4 iron, 3 gold, 6 brass. So I say we get a quick little belt that goes back over to the main part of the system. That belt is now set up. I'm just going to throw... No! Oh my gosh, I almost was stupid. So the belt is set up, but I haven't set up the collection system just yet. It should be very, very easy. We're just going to need to put 2 things there, and then the drawer controller, boom, and this thing there. And I'll set a filter in a second. I doubt I have a list filter. Yeah, I do not. So what we are going to do is just place down a chute here for a second. I just need to get some brass from this, and then we can set up everything else. But if I come over here and just throw iron there, gold here, and then connect this thing, we'll get a little bit luckier on everything coming out. All right, let's hope the brass goes into the spot that I want it to be in. Double, hopefully it's going the right way. Ah, it flew over here. Okay, so now we can put the brass in there. And the reason that happened is because it flew off from there onto this belt, which is kind of funny. But now it should work if we place back in. I guess if we could throw the brass down there for a second. If we come and place back in the chute, brass will be coming out. Should be coming over here onto this, and this should be filling up. And it is awesome. Nice, and we have a ton of items, which is awesome to see. So now I think it's a good time to test to see if this redstone link is actually going to work. It should be relatively straightforward. I just need to be able to pick up a bit of copper and zinc here. Then I'm going to first come over here, copper, zinc, sure. And I'm going to set up just a super basic control panel thing over on this side here. So now if we flick this, that should turn on, and then we should start making copper and zinc. Yep, you can see copper and zinc both came out here. We're no longer getting any brass, which is awesome. And then the copper and zinc should both go into, yep, these 2 spots, and they are filling up. Awesome. And I'm also going to set up some other redstone links to turn on and off these systems. So this one is currently broken, and I don't care about fixing it. But the redstone and the brass farms, we should probably get a system set up so that we can turn those off. And now we have that. If we flick that, you can see everything stops moving. And the same is true for the redstone, which is awesome. Now for the rest of this video, I want to set up the underground system so that we can actually get to it, like make a little staircase down on both sides. And then if we have time, I want to keep working on building. We have one custom tree over there that I think is pretty cute and kind of small. I want to wrap that around the rest of the barn area so that we get some like height with our foliage instead of it being so ungodly flat. But we're only going to do that if we have time. So let's get the downstairs stairs. Let's get the stairs set up. There's a bad guy there. I'm just going to ignore him and pretend that he doesn't exist. So let's get downstairs set up, and then we can get to maybe building. And so I started out in the second building, setting up a staircase and then digging out a bit of the area. And then I went to just pretty much continuing the style that we had so far with the stone brick walls, the graded floor thing with the copper underneath. I did run out of copper, so for now it'll just be empty. And then in the main building, I just brought the same thing over, did a little bit of detailing. I did use a different staircase that you'll see I then fix in the second building to follow the same iron one. And then I have a cool ceiling design that just like continues the graded stripe thing that I think looks pretty cool. And then that's the underground all done. The other side is done and I think it looks pretty dope. We have these like ceiling things that light it up and look pretty cool. I've decided to use these industrial iron catwalk stairs because I think they look good and fit both the upstairs vibe and obviously more so the downstairs vibe. But now we can actually walk around here without tipping over and exploding, which is great. Like we have an actual floor, which is good. And then if we go through all the way here to the other side, this is what it looks like. For now, it's pretty bland, but up here, if you can see, we do have the ability at least to get in more of these drawer controller slaves. And I might as well actually place them right there because now we can, if we wanted to, put more in that just go straight in and then we'll be good, which is pretty sweet. That is going to be enough building in the downstairs section. For the rest of the video, we're going to work on foliage and trees around this barn and maybe continuing with some of the terraforming that we've been doing. The two main things I want to get at are putting trees along the way here so that it's less flat, and then having this pathway have trees kind of overhanging it slightly on either side. And I think that'll look super cool, but we will need to get some terraforming done on this half of it as well. And the design process for these trees was actually really interesting and kind of fun to do. After the first one, which I hope I showed my distress, but that was like kind of bad and took a really long time. This tree didn't take too long, and then I continued working on the next trees and the next trees after that, all of which, like, each one got a little bit easier, and it made more sense in my brain as to why like each thing goes where. I was kind of following the Green methodology of how the branches of the trees reduce in size as you go up, and each like reduction is usually half the width of the previous one. So the trunk would go half into slabs, which would then go half into fences and then half into fence gates. And I think that actually worked really well. It made the trees, even though like they're not perfect, but they do look a lot better than what they did before. So I'm very happy about that. And I think the whole thing is actually tied together pretty well. All right, the trees are done, and I don't know if I've gotten better at it. I bet I have. The small trees are hard. But as you see, oh, this is like a little cute one. But other than that, it like gets smaller to bigger. Kind of telling the story of like, they care about pruning the ones up front just so that they don't get overgrown, but the ones at the back, nobody cares about. And I think that the trees there really add quite a bit, and I really like the tiny one in like the little composter potted plant thing. So I'm a big fan of that, but I think I did a really good job. And while I was building, I feel like I got faster on each one. Maybe not better, but like each one is at least passable as a tree, when for the first one, it took so long to make this, and this is like still pretty questionable, so I might tear this down and redo it once I do all the other ones. But I think all the trees look dope, and they fill in a lot of the color, the greenery needed for this area. Like a lot of it is grays, and like even the green moss is kind of gray-y. So this just adds another layer of like green. So maybe we throw in a couple of other trees on the rocks here or something like that, but we'll do that at the very, very end if I think it's a good idea. But yeah, I think this is a very good start to the custom trees, and definitely not the end, but this did take a while. But now we got to work on the front of the barn with trees and stuff like this, with these beautiful ones that are so gorgeous and beautiful. And some more terraforming and stuff so that we can get the front looking great. So let's go. And there we go. We have the pathway all the way up to the barn with terraforming, at least a little bit, on both sides. And I think it fits the vibe pretty cool. At least the vibe that I wanted to have, where it's like a curving pathway. We're going to have, of course it's raining, we're going to have some trees like hanging over here. And I think the wall here adds like a vibe of coziness that I was really looking for. And I think this turned out great. But I've been building for so long and I need to get this video out. So that is going to be it. But we made a boatload of progress. I feel like way more than the last like a million episodes. We finished is in big old quotes, but we finished down here these two rooms, one under the second building here that it looks like a room for sure, and then the second room here as well, which looks great. And then we transitioned over to making a bunch of custom trees, which I think add a lot to the build, make it look like an actual thing. We'll need to have some more custom trees maybe sprouted about here, but once we have a couple more going up the pathway here, I think it'll look great. And then obviously we finished off the pathway, at least until the bridge that's going to be going over to the other side at some point somewhere. But we made the pathway that goes all the way up. And in the next episode, we might finish it, but I want to get some bees so we can finally wax the copper that's been green and kind of looks stupid being super green. So we're going to get bees and wax up all this copper next episode. So stay tuned for that. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we continued working on a couple of different things. The custom trees that you saw behind me, this pathway that winds up and into the barn that we will continue building eventually, and the underground like main rooms that go underneath both buildings here. But today, as you can see by the title and thumbnail, we need some bees. And I thought it's quite fitting with the video that came out on Friday that I continue the business. That's the, so I'm not funny. So we need to get some bees so that we can wax this copper. There's a boatload of copper here. So we might have to do the waxing over a couple of episodes, because there's no chance we're going to have a big enough bee farm to get enough wax to do all of this in one fell swoop. But the copper is supposed to kind of look like this, which is crazy that it's just so green, and it has been for 15 episodes, maybe more. I have no idea. So we need to find some bees first and foremost, and then figure out a little honeycomb farm so we can wax it. And I don't super need honey blocks, but I probably will eventually. So it might be a good thing to get honey blocks in here as well. And I think we could do a little bee thing in like this area here. I'm not quite sure yet. We first need to at least find some bees, because I actually haven't seen that many this series. As I mentioned, I haven't seen any bees. I don't know if they spawn in cold biomes at all. So maybe we head to, if we take a look at our map, over in this area here where there's going to be a bunch of knot spruce. So I suppose let's go this way. Hopefully there will be flowers, because I'm pretty sure bees just spawn randomly on trees. If in the world generation there's a flower nearby, and then there's a chance that a bee can spawn. So it's not great odds that I find a boatload of them, but if I can get just a few, that'll be enough. And I am checking my tools because I do need Silk Touch to be able to pick up the beehive. And I technically only need 2 bees, but I would like more than that, because you can breed them with flowers and stuff. But it takes, what, 5 minutes between each, or maybe a minute and a half between each breeding session thing. So it takes a while to get up to like 10 or so bees. So if I can get more than just 2, that would be amazing. And we are getting to the forest that I pointed out on the map. Let's hope that there are some beehives. I'm not going to look too hard everywhere, because I don't believe that I'll ever actually get any bees. But there is a beehive right here. There are 0 bees in it. So if I hover over it up at the top, it says 0 out of 5 honey, 0 bees. So I could probably wait for the bees to go in. I think the bees go in at night. So if I wait until nighttime, and actually I can be a smart person here, add waypoint, bees, Perfect. Now, hopefully I won't forget that. They also go inside when it's raining because they're allergic to water, which I learned in the video that came out Friday. And if you haven't seen that, I would really recommend it. It was the most stressful thing that ever happened to me. I thought that was a weird colored bee. Apologies. I am going to grab some rose bushes because I think these work with making bees kiss. I'm not actually sure. Oh, more bees. Where's your home? Where is your home? You're not a bee. Oh, I found it. That was what that noise meant. If you didn't speak whatever language that just was, it was me saying there's bees. Bees! Great. Hopefully I'm correct that at night they go into their home. Oh, gold. I don't super need it, but yoink. More bees. Let's go. And all of them are out right now, so I am just waypointing every single one. Add waypoint. Bees! This episode is mostly revenge for what happened on Friday because they tormented me for a good hour and 20 minutes. So now I get to entrap their families for life, which I think is a pretty good trade. You're not a bee. You attack me? Ah, you do! He's fast. It's a shame he can't climb trees because they can in real life. Don't climb a tree from a bear. Bears climb trees. That's the scariest fact ever. Ooh, you're a bees. Where's your house? Give me your home. Let me steal it. Where's your home? Oh, thank you. You actually were pointing to it. Bees! That was spelled wrong. That's okay. I think we'll survive. There were also bees over this way that I saw on the minimap. Yes, sir. Oh, that's an oak log. I thought that was a beehive. You're a bee. Where's your home, loser? Found it. Thank you for pointing me in the direction. Bees! POV, the most sane Minecrafter. So far, we have a pretty good collection of bees, which is awesome to see. I do hope I can find a few more because every single time I make a bee farm for honey or for honeycombs or something, I always spend like 3 hours making the bees make more bees because I either lose some or they die or they run away or it's like a whole thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Where's your house? Where is it? I found it. Look at all the bees. All the bee houses that I'm gonna steal. Uproot from their neighborhoods. Ooh, you're a bee. You're also a bee. Oh, bee house. This one's a water. Honestly, I think that's good on the amount of bees that we have. You can see all the waypoints and stuff, so it's probably fine. I do need to quickly grab my pickaxe because I think if you mine it without silk touch, it just like explodes. So I'm just gonna wait for these two idiots to go into this hive and then mine it, and then probably it'll be nighttime by then. So then we can go back and get all the other idiots. It did take until night to get them, but now we have... My inventory is full. How could it? We have one bee nest, and now off to the other 20 million that we have. Wow, look at this crazy compilation of a guy mining beehives in the dark. And we have 7 bees nests. 5 of them have 2 in them, so 10, and then 2 have 6. Wait, 2 have 3, so 6. So we have 16 bees total, which is actually pretty good, because that means breeding won't take too long, and honestly, we probably don't have to do even a lot of breeding. We could probably just... I thought that was a bee. It looks kind of like it's flying on the horizon, but it was totally not. We might not even have to breed them for too long. So I'm gonna go sleep quickly, and then we can get to quickly breeding the bees. Well, I'm just gonna make like a little bee house and place down all of these things. We'll probably get 10 beehives total, so just 3 more than this. And then we'll breed them until they're all full, which won't take too long. It might even take one like full breeding session thing, and then we should be good. I need to make a beehive, and I don't know how to do that. Ah, I'm poor. Okay, well, we'll do that later, because we can still get all of these bees nests in a little house, and then we'll get to actually putting the bees in a home a little bit later. I do need a door, though. There we go, the bee cave is in. Let me hope that you can put rose bushes on top of these things. You can, awesome. All right, so I think all I need to do is put all these beehives in. Oh, excuse you. Don't be able to escape. Great, thank you. All right, so let's get these things in, and then we gotta breed y'all up. And then we got a bunch of baby bees, and I need to get more bushes. Don't worry, Papa is back with more flowers for you to now kiss. You're a baby, you can't kiss. That's gross. Ew. I also brought some dispensers, and I'm gonna make some shears. I forgot about observers or anything to power them, but I'm gonna use this when they do get honey points. Ooh, these guys actually do. Can I point you the other way, please? Maybe downward? Yeah. And if I shear you, that didn't work. I don't know how this works. maybe we need it all the way up to 5 points? 5 honey points instead of 3? I have no idea. I guess I'll wait for one of them to be 5 just to see how it works. All right, this one is full. I'm gonna flick this and hope that it works. It does, okay. So now that I can make 1 beehive, and I think the rest of these honestly are also full, at least some of them. This one is, sweet. So are you, can I get a 2 for 1 here? Is that a thing that I can do? Aha! Wait, where'd the other one go? Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. Yes, we can now make 3 beehives, which is all that we need. And I think I'd go do that right now because we currently have, so the rest are full. We currently have 2 that are out in the open. So we need 4 more total, which actually isn't too many. So if I go grab that, and then we can just place them down wherever they'll fit, honestly. And then I should just be able to breed, if I breed 8, we'll be good. That should be all of them. And we do need the babies to grow up. But while they're growing up, I'm going to try to skedaddle out of here. While they're growing up, we can actually get working on the honeycomb and, what's the other one? Bottles farm thingy. So it's going to be really simple. We're just going to have like a row here with dispensers that either have bottles or shears going into them, and then hoppers underneath that pick it up after it gets dispensed, and then it'll be good. This is going to be our temporary beehive. Obviously, while these bees are growing up, we can't use the actual beehive. So we're going to build around just a row of oak planks for now. But what we're going to be doing is grabbing an observer, getting any updates from this beehive. So when it fills up with honey, it will update and power this note block, which we can then wrap around here and go down into a dispenser, which is going to have either the honey like goo or the honeycombs come out of it into this hopper down below. And then we're going to have either a hopper line or a belt system behind here that just brings it to wherever we want. On the back here, we're going to have a chest or something similar that brings extra shears or bottles if we need it back into this thing so it's always updated at all times. The issue potentially that we'll run into with bottles is that each one of these dispenser slots needs to be filled up to have 100% likelihood that the bottles will actually get used. So we are going to need a ton of bottles, but we'll get to the logistics there in a little bit. What we need to do now is just continue this along for 10 blocks here. All right, this has been copied over 10 times, and I think it looks pretty menacing, to be honest. And we are going to split this in half, with half of them being bottles, half of them being honeycombs. And in the back here is really where that matters. So we're going to just place a hopper line going along like this, and then out to here where we're going to have, for this half, honeycomb shear refillers. And then on this other side, you're going to do the same thing, but instead of honeycomb shears, not honeycombs, instead of shears, we're going to do empty bottles. All of these are going to go down onto a belt, I think I've decided. Potentially, it might be worth it to have them go different ways even. And there we go, the belts are in, they're going different ways, which is actually what I want, because now if I just grab a funnel and I have my barrel already, the items will go straight into this barrel. There we go. And then on the bottle side, we're going to do something a little more complicated, but we'll get to that later. I think all we need to do now is get some grass and some 1 tall flowers that we can put in, and then we should be pretty much good. And then we're going to place the dirt right in front of here, just like this. I only have 7 flowers. I'm a silly goose. I'm a goose who is silly. There we go. The flowers are now in. And now the last thing we need to do is wait until night so that these guys go back in their homes and won't come out until daytime, so that we can place all these guys in. They won't escape or anything, and then we'll be good. In the meantime, though, I'm going to grab some glass and some shears and put them in the system. And that is all now in. The shears are going in. They should be at least pretty evenly distributed. Hopefully. Okay, we need a couple more. That's fine. But all the bottles are in. And I would love to rant so much about how expensive bottles are for no reason. You're telling me one glass bottle is one piece of glass? There's no way that you can like reduce the amount of glass needed per glass bottle? That's wild. This whole block, one glass bottle. 3 of them? 3. Makes no sense. Whatever. I have been enchanting the shears just so that we don't have to keep refilling them and refilling them and refilling them over and over again. And I think that is probably the best way to do it, at least in my lazy opinion. And I've just quickly set up a little enchanting station over here that is so lame and nerd-y. But it's working pretty well. We're just putting Unbreaking 3 on it. I do want to eventually get the hyper experience, but that requires blaze cakes and a lot of effort and a lot of thinking, and I just can't be bothered. So we'll get to that eventually. But for now, the Unbreaking 3 is plenty. I think it increases the durability by like 60% total. But now let's quickly, is it nighttime? Oh, we could try to put those guys in. I need to get some glass. I think it's nighttime enough to be safe about putting these guys in. I'm worried that placing their beehives again is going to make them escape. So I'm going to test quickly to make sure that that doesn't happen. So if we come in here, oh, they might get mad at me. Oh, there's only 1 and 2 bees in here. Where are the rest of the bees? Okay, that's super good to know. Okay, so we need to breed these bees a couple more times, which is fine. But I'm glad I looked. I think when I pick up these beehives that they're going to get mad at me and start chasing me. So I might have to do it in a more fancy manner than just like going in and placing them. I know that bees on white carpets specifically, or well, with carpets in front of the beehive, they can't escape because it's basically like a block being there. So I assume if we put blocks in front of everything else and then break the beehive, that will be okay. So we could just try that when it comes to it. But I suppose I need to breed more bees. I thought that we had enough. I don't know why these aren't full, but whatever. In the meantime, we can get to the processing of the actual honey. So in the normal game, you have to use this, just craft it in a 4x4 grid to make a honey block. But since we have liquids, we can make liquid honey with a drain, which is super awesome. And this just means we can item drain this bad boy. The liquids will go downwards, and then the bottles will just go right here. So we can recycle that back into this top barrel up here, and then we'll be good. And that system is now set up. We have the item drain that drains the liquid, brings it over, puts it into this fluid tank, and then the item, the actual bottle, goes back up into the chest and into the hopper system and loops back around. I also put and breeded up more bees, so those should be good now. So I'm going to quickly put the bottles in here and check to see that all of these bee farms are now fully full. It looks like they are. Yep, they definitely are. So I'm going to place blocks in front of all of these because I think that'll prevent the bees from coming out. And yeah, I'm pretty confident that these bees are going to attack me if they see me break this. So I am going to... You're kidding. Why did they break? Because my axe isn't silk touch. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, well, I have to kill this bee, unfortunately. Which is so sad. And I'm just going to have to hope that these two stop being angry at me. I forgot about the silk touch thing. That one's not angry. This one should stop soon. There we go. And I can probably now breed these two. Get a third one back, and try this again. So they can't get in there right now, but now they can. There goes all 3. And if we place a block in front of it, this might now mean that I can do it in here since all the other bees are gone. I'm gonna try it. Silk touch. Nope. What? I have my advanced tool swapper on. That's why it happened before. None of them hit me, which is really good. That means they're not going to die, and once they stop being angry, I can try this again. So there's not going to be an issue there. That one already stopped being angry at me. He's a chill bull. And I've turned off the tool swapper, so that shouldn't happen again. So are you all good? Yep. All right, let me leave. Let me get in. Don't come this way. Thank you. So third try. So we're going to try it. Yep. Okay, and if I grab all of you, There we go. And I have to make sure that it stays raining this whole time while I put in all of these guys, because if it doesn't, they can get out and fly away, which is bad. Ooh, it's actually probably a good idea if I test it in here first, because I don't know what happens if I replace. Okay, it's safe if I replace it. Now comes the go in quick time. Cue the dramatic music. There we go. Okay, those are all good. I don't know why those bottles went out and not straight down. Maybe I need to reposition these dispensers up to the top here, which honestly won't be too bad if that is the case, but we at least have honeycombs, so that's good to see. And then we can test it. I don't have enough shears for you guys. All right, so I've picked up all the excess bottles. We'll see if I need to move where the dispenser is, but we already have honey in this tank. We should have, if I throw honey, it'll let me. If I throw honey on this, it will drop it, put it up here, straight into the chest, and the chest will start going. Is this hopper allergic to picking up items? All right, well, that's fine. What we can do is if I just grab a depot, put it on top of this hopper, and then I just have to move this chest upward by a block, and I'm going to replace it with a barrel because I think barrels look better. And then throw that there, throw the bottles in there. Now it will work fine. It's strange that hoppers won't pull out of an item when there is a fan going up into it. But the good news is that we are now getting honey. We have, I think this is a full block worth of honey. Let's see. Honey blocks can be made by compacting 1,000 millibuckets into one block with a basin thing and a crushing wheel. Or what? A compactor? What is this thing called? Mechanical press and a basin. So if we want ever to get some honey, we can always come over here and just set up a quick compacting thing, compact it into blocks, and then be good to go. And then on the other side here, we have 9 honeycombs, which is awesome. We just need to put in the remaining shears so that all the dispensers actually have shears in them. And then the whole thing will be working pretty much perfectly. And just to show that I am starting to wax stuff, is the achievement. I'm so curious. I'm so curious. Statistics. How long have I been playing? 9.72 days. That is straight, by the way. That is like the amount of hours spent is 233 hours on this game. And that is the first time I've waxed copper. And that is the start of our waxing journey. We have so much to go. Oh my gosh. This is definitely the most copper that I've used, but I've also used copper in here underground, and these things are also starting to oxidize really quickly, and it's going to be a pain to have to go through and wax everything, take up all of these industrial iron catwalks and do the whole thing again. We will do it, and there we go. Ooh. Okay, that might be a flaw in the design. I'll keep an eye on it and see if we need to move the dispensers up to the top here. Honestly, it won't be too big of an issue if we do have to do that, but I'm hoping that we don't because I already built it. I slept through the night and checked to see if this is going to work, and the answer is absolutely not. So what we're going to do, I am going to remove all of this and replace in everything. All right, this has been updated. I've had to add a couple more hoppers and it makes it look a little bit uglier, but that's okay. Hopefully, as long as this works. There's no honey in there, but if I right click it, oh, that is good news. If we do it a couple times, it works. So I am going to leave it as is for the second and see if it continues to work. I don't have super high hopes, but we'll see. And I'm going off this fully off of memory from the last time I built one of these things. So I could just be totally wrong, but it looks like it's working. All of these do have bottles in them, so they are firing. So let's hope that this works and we won't have to fix this again. So we just ran it and there are still bottles floating here, which means this did not work, which is a bummer. And I'm not really sure why it didn't work. So I guess I gotta look up a tutorial. That's so sad. I'm a fool. I'm such a fool. Apparently, and this is according to an undisclosed source online until they're correct, and then they get a shout out. You might maybe just be able to let me pick up stuff. This should not have been most of the episode. This should have been like 3 minutes of actually doing stuff, and the rest was easy. But maybe theoretically, one can fluid pipe all the way along here and pick you up, yoink, put you going straight into there, and then we just gotta wire this thing up. Will this just work? Yeah, it does. I want to explode. All right, so that means I don't need bottles. I don't need anything. It'll just happen. And these are all out of honey now. So now I get to remove all of this. Great, 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 great. Super. I'm so glad I looked this up because I bet you are yelling at me in the comments. Well, I figured it out. I'm an adult who's all smart. And I figured it out without a lot of confusion, only like a little bit. I am going to keep this half the same though, because there might be a way that you can shear it and get all the stuff that you want to get like honeycombs and stuff, but honestly, maybe not. Yeah, you might have to do it this way still, which is good, but that also means now I have 100,000 bottles that I will never, ever, ever use, so that's good. That's fun. That's a good use of my glass, time, and money. All of those things. Oh no. Oh no. Yep, let me get there. Let me get there. This is a problem. This is how bees get out. This is exactly how bees get out. Okay, we're safe. Everything is a-okay. There was no need to stress. No stressing necessary. Awesome. And now we should just be able to put everything back together. Grab these white concrete blocks, place these bad boys just everywhere. And now we have so much room to have a beautiful party. I could have saved myself a lot of time if I looked it up beforehand, but that's okay. We can now tear this whole thing down because I will never need to touch any more bee farming equipment or stuff ever again. And I always regret building this out of glass because glass takes eons to actually break. And it's like, there's no reason. There's absolutely no reason that glass should take this long to break. It's like the easiest thing to break in real life. Why is it so difficult? And there we go. That's all cleaned up. I'm so glad that this is working, but I am so annoyed that you just needed pipes under the beehives and it would just work. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but we still take it. We now have bees set up and producing honey and honeycomb so that we can get the waxed copper and at least start the process of waxing everything. We have so much to do. And after a little bit of AFKing, we have 34 blocks of honey, which isn't a ton, but we don't really care about that. We more so care about the honeycomb, at least for now. And the beauty thing about this thing is that we could just put more pipes underneath these and convert them to honey instead of honeycomb. So if we ever need a bunch of honey blocks, we can always convert it, but we have 300, I didn't actually look at the number, it's at top there, 351 honeycomb, which is huge. It's definitely not going to be enough to get any of the roof bit done, but it might just be enough to get most of down here done. And you can already see in the amount of time that I've AFK'd, everything here is at least somewhat oxidized. So yikes. So I am going to wax everything down here and continue AFKing, but this video is already pretty long, so I'm gonna leave this episode here. So thank you all so much for watching. We made less progress than the last episode, but I think more important progress, to be honest. Instead of building like a thing that looks pretty, we built something that is helpful for future things to look pretty. So it's like kind of the same thing in hindsight. In the next episode, I want to get this pathway up and running and going. I want pretty trees is what I'm saying. And hopefully I'll have enough honeycomb by then to have everything here waxed. We'll see if that's actually the case. So yeah, stay tuned for the next episode. thank you all again so much for watching. If you liked it, be sure to like. If you're not subscribed, and 85% of you are not subscribed, you're on episode 30. Why aren't you subscribed? You should subscribe, probably. All right, see you all next time, and peace.